Section 12 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, the Swiss Peasant. Why is the mind of man so apt to be swayed by contraries? Why does the imagination forever paint the impossible in glittering tints, and the hearts of wayward mortals cling, with the greatest tenacity, to what, eel-like, is bent on escaping from their grasp? Why, to bring the matter home, is solitude abhorrent to me, now that I enjoy it in perfection? I have apostrophised the coy nymph in ball-rooms, when the bright lamps of heaven were shamed by brighter earth stars, and lamented her absence at a picnic party, where the nightingale was silenced by the fiddle. And now, O Solitude, I abjure thee, in thy fitting temple, in Switzerland, among cloud-piercing mountains, by the resounding waves of the isle-surrounding lake. I am beside the waters of Eerie, where Tell lived, in Brunnen, where the Swiss patriots swore to die for freedom. It rains. Magic word to destroy the spell to which these words give rise. The clouds envelop the hills, the white mists veil the ravines. There is a roar and a splash in my ears, and now and then the vapours break and scatter themselves, and I see something dark between, which is the hoar side of a dark precipice, but which might as well be the turf stack or old wall that bounded Cumberland's view as he wrote The Wheel of Fortune. The sole book that I possess is The Prisoner of Chillon. I have read it through 3 times within an hour. Its noble author composed it to beguile weary hours like these when he remained rain-bound for 3 days in a little inn on the shores of the Lake of Geneva, and cannot I, following with unequal steps, so cheat the minutes in this dim spot? I never, by the by, could invent the commonest incident. As a man of honour, of course I never lie, but, as a nursery child and schoolboy, I never did, simply, as I remember, because I never could concoct one. But a true tale was lately narrated to me by its very heroine, the incidents of which haunt my memory, adorned as they were by her animated looks and soft silvery accent. Let me try to record them, stripped though they must be of their greatest charm. I was, but a week ago, travelling with my friend Ashburn in a coupe in the district of Subiaco, in the ecclesiastical territory. We were jolted along a rough ravine, through which the river Anio sped, and beetling mountains and shady trees, a distant convent and a picturesque cell on a hill, formed a view which so woke the pictorial propensities of my friend that he stopped the coupe, though we were assured that we should never reach our inn by nightfall, and that the road was dangerous in the dark, took out his portfolio and began to sketch. As he drew, I seemed to speak in support of an argument we had entered upon before. I had been complaining of the commonplace and ennui of life. Ashburn insisted that our existence was only too full of variety and change, tragic variety and wondrous incredible change. Even, said the painter, as sky and earth and water seem forever the same to the vulgar eye, and yet to the gifted one assume 1,000 various guises and hues, now robed in purple, now shrouded in black, now resplendent with living gold, and anon sinking into sober and unobtrusive grey, so do our mortal lives change and vary. No living being among us but could tell a tale of soul-subduing joys and heart-consuming woes, worthy, had they their poet, of the imagination of Shakespeare or Goethe. The veriest weather-worn cabin is a study for colouring, and the meanest peasant will offer all the acts of a drama in the apparently dull routine of his humble life. This is pure romance, I replied. Put it to the test. Let us take, for example, yonder woman descending the mountain path. What a figure! Cried Ashburn. Oh, that she would stay thus but 1/4 of an hour! She has come down to bathe her child. Her upturned face, her dark hair, her picturesque costume, the little plump fellow bestriding her, the rude scenery around, and the romantic tale she has to tell. I'd wager a Louis that hers has been no common fate. She steps a goddess, her attitude, her looks, are all filled with majesty. I laughed at his enthusiasm, and accepted his bet. We hurried to join our fair peasantess, and thus formed acquaintance with Fanny Chaumont. A sudden storm, as we were engaged conversing with her, came, driven down from the tempest-bearing hills, and she gave us a cordial invitation to her cottage. It was situated on a sunny yet sheltered slope. There was a look of cheerfulness and essence about it, beyond what is usually met in that part of Switzerland, reminding me of the cottages of the inhabitants of the Free States. There, also, we found her husband. I always feel curious to know on whom a woman, who bears the stamp of superior intellect, who is beautiful and refined, for peasant as she was, Fanny was both, has been induced to bestow herself. Louis Tremont was considerably older than his wife. He was handsome, with brown lively eyes, curly chestnut hair, a visage embrowned by the sun, bearing every mark of having led an active, even an adventurous life. There was, besides, an expression which, if it were not ferocity, resembled it, in his vivacious glances, and in the sternness of his deeply lined forehead, while she, in spite of her finely formed brow, her majestic person, and her large expressive eyes, looked softness and patience itself. There was something incongruous in the pair, and more strangely matched they seemed when we heard their story. You lost me, my Louis, but proved Fanny at once to be a fitting heroine for romance, and was a lesson, moreover, to teach the strange pranks love can play with us, mingling fire and water, blending in harmonious concord the harsh bass and melodious tenor of two differently stringed instruments. Though their child was 5 years old, Fanny and her husband were attached to each other with the tenderness and passion of early love. They were happy. His faults were tempered by her angel disposition, and her too melancholy and feeling-fraught spirit was enlivened and made plastic to the purposes of this world by his energy and activity. Fanny was a Bernese by birth. She was the child of humble cottagers, one among a large family. They lived on the brow of one summit and at the foot of another. The snowy mountains were piled about them, thaw-fed torrents bawled around. During the night a sound like thunder, a crash among the tempest-beaten pines would tell of an avalanche, or the snowdrift, whirring past the lattice, threatened to bury the little fabric. Winter was a season of peace in the deep vales. Not so in the higher district. The peasant was often kept waking by the snow falling which threatened insidiously to encroach on and to overwhelm his habitation, or a straying cow would lead him far into the depths of the stormy hills, and his fearful family would count in agony the hours of his absence. Perpetual hardship and danger, however, rather brutify than exalt the soul of man, and those of the Swiss who are most deeply planted among the rocky wilds are often stultified and sullen. Fanny opened her youthful eyes in observation on this scene. She was one of those lovely children whose beauty is heartfelt but indescribable. Hers was the smooth candid brow, the large hazel eyes, half soft, half wild, the round dimpled cheek, the full sensitive mouth, the pointed chin, and, as framework to the picture, the luxuriant curly chestnut hair, and voice which is sweetest music. The exceeding beauty of little Fanny gained her the observation of the wife of the owner of the chateau which overlooked and commanded the district, and at 10 years of age she became a frequent visitor there. Fanny's little soul was love, so she soon twined herself round the kind lady's heart, became a pet with her husband, and the favourite playmate of their only son. One fete day Fanny had dined at the chateau. It had been fine warm spring weather, but wind and storm came on with the setting sun. The snow began to fall thickly, and it was decided that Fanny must pass the night in the chateau. She had been unusually eager to return home, and when the tempest came to, she crept near her protectress, and begged to be sent to her mother. C'est impossible. Fanny pressed no further, but she clambered to a window, and looked out wistfully to where, hidden by the hills, her parents' cottage stood. It was a fatal night for her. Thunders of frequent avalanches, the roaring of torrents, the crash of trees, spoke of devastation, and her home was its chief prey. Father, mother, brothers, and sisters, not one survived. Where, the day before, cottage and outhouse and flower garden had stood, the little lawn where she played, and the grove that sheltered her, there was now a monumental pile of snow, and the rocky path of a torrent. No trace remained, not one survivor to tell the tale. From that night Fanny became a constant inmate of the chateau. It was Madame de Marville's project to give her a bourgeois education, which would raise her from the hardships of a peasant's life, and yet not elevate her above her natural position in society. She was brought up kindly, but humbly. It was the virtues of her disposition which raised her in the eyes of all around her, not any ill-judged favour of her benefactress. The night of the destruction of her family never passed away from her memory. It set a seal of untimely seriousness on her childish brow, awoke deep thoughts in her infant heart, and a strong resolve that while she lived, her beloved friends should find her, as far as her humble powers admitted, a source of good alone, a reason to rejoice that they had saved her from the destruction that had overwhelmed her family. Thus Fanny grew up in beauty and in virtue. Her smiles were as the rainbows of her native torrents, her voice, her caresses, her light step, her unalterable sweetness and ceaseless devotion to the wishes of others, made her the idol of the family. Henry, the only child of her protectors, was of her own age, or but a few months her senior. Every time Henry returned from school to visit his parents, he found Fanny more beautiful, more kind, more attractive than before, and the first passion his youthful heart knew was for the lovely peasant girl, whose virtues sanctified his home. A look, a gesture betrayed his secret to his mother, She turned a hasty glance on Fanny, and saw in her countenance innocence and confidence alone. Half reassured, yet still fearful, Madame de Marville began to reflect on some cure for the threatened evil. She could not bear to send Fanny away. She was solicitous that her son should for the present reside in his home. The lovely girl was perfectly unconscious of the sentiments of the young seigneur, but would she always continue so? And was the burning heart that warmed her gentle bosom to be forever insensible to the despotic and absorbing emotions of love? It was with wonder, and a curious mixture of disappointed maternal pride and real gladness, that the lady at length discovered a passion dawning in fair Fanny's heart for Louis Chaumont, a peasant some 10 years older than herself. It was natural that one with such high-wrought feelings as our heroine should love one to whom she could look up, and on whom to depend, rather than her childhood's playmate. The gay, thoughtless Henry! Louis's family had been the victim of a moral ruin, as hers of a physical one. They had been oppressed, reduced to poverty, driven from their homes by a feudal tyrant, and had come poor and forlorn from a distant district. His mother, accustomed to a bourgeois's life, died broken-hearted. His father, a man of violent passions, nourished in his own and in his son's heart sentiments of hatred and revenge against the proud oppressors of the land. They were obliged to labour hard, yet in the intervals of work father and son read or discourse concerning the ills attendant on humanity, and they traced all to the social system which made the few the tyrants of the many. Louis was handsome, bold, and active. He excelled his compeers in every hardy exercise. His resolution, his daring, made him, in spite of his poverty, a kind of leader among them. He had many faults. He was too full of passion, of the spirit of resistance and revenge, but his heart was kind. His understanding, when not thwarted, strong, and the very depth of his feelings made him keenly susceptible to love. Fanny, in her simple but majestic beauty, in her soft kindness of manner, mingled with profoundest sensibility, made a deep impression on the young man's heart. His converse, so different and so superior to those of his fellows, won her attention. Hitherto Fanny had never given utterance to the secrets of her soul. Habitual respect held her silent with Madame, and Henry, as spirited and as heedless as a chamois, could ill understand her. But Louis became the depository of the many feelings which, piled up in secrecy and silence, were half awful to herself. He brought reason, or what he deemed such, to direct her heart-born conclusions. He had heard them talk of life and death, and all its shows. He would have wondered by what freak philosophy had dressed herself in youth in a peasant's garb, and wandered from the schools to these untaught wilds. Madame de Marville saw and encouraged this attachment. Louis was not exactly the person she would have selected for Fanny, but he was the only being for whom she had ever evinced a predilection, and, besides, the danger of a misalliance which threatened her own son rendered her eager to build an insurmountable wall between him and the object of his affections. Thus Fanny enjoyed the heart-gladdening pride of hearing her choice applauded and praised by the person she most respected and loved in the world. As yet, however, love had been covert, the soul but not the apparent body of their intercourse. Louis was kept in awe by this high-minded girl, and Fanny had not yet learned her own secret. It was Henry who made the discovery for them. Henry, who, with all the impetuosity of his vivacious character, contrived 1,000 ways to come between them, who, stung by jealousy to injustice, reviled Louis for his ruin, his poverty, his opinions, and brought the spirit of dissension to disquiet a mind entirely bent, as she imagined, on holy and pure thoughts. Under this clash of passion, the action of the drama rapidly developed itself, and, for nearly a year, a variety of scenes were acted among these secluded mountains of no interest save to the parties themselves, but to them fateful and engrossing. Louis and Fanny exchanged vows, but that sufficed not. Fanny insisted on the right of treating with uniform kindness the son of her best friend. In spite of his injustice and insolence, the young men were often, during the rural festivals, brought into angry collision. Fanny was the peacemaker, but the woman is the worst possible mediator between her rival lovers. Henry was sometimes irritated to complain to his father of Louis's presumption. The spirit of the French Revolution then awakening rendered a peasant's assumptions peculiarly grating, and it required Madame de Marville's impartial gentleness to prevent Fanny's betrothed, as now he was almost considered, from being further oppressed. At length it was decided that Henry should absent himself for a time, and visit Paris. He was enraged in the extreme by what he called his banishment. Noble and generous as he naturally was, love was the tyrant of his soul, and drove him almost to crime. He entered into a fierce quarrel with his rival on the very eve of his departure. It ended in a scene of violence and bloodshed. No great real harm was done, but Monsieur de Marville, hitherto scarcely kept back from such a measure by his wife, suddenly obtained an order for Louis, his father had died a year before, to quit the territory within 12 hours. Fanny was commanded, as she valued the favour of her friends, to give him up. The young men were both gone before any intercession could avail, and the kind of peace which resembles desolation took possession of the chateau. Aware of the part she had taken in encouraging Fanny's attachment to her peasant lover, Madame de Marville did not make herself a party to the tyranny of her husband. She requested only of her protégée to defer any decisive step, and not to quit her guardianship until the return of her son, which was to take place the following year. Fanny consented to such a delay, though in doing so she had to resist the angry representations of her lover, who exacted that she should quit the roof of his oppressors, who was getting to his proud spirit that she should continue to receive benefits from them, and injurious to his love that she should remain where his rival's name was the constant theme of discourse and the object of interest. Fanny in vain represented her debt of gratitude, the absence of Henry, the impossibility that she could feel any undue sentiment toward the young seigneur. Not to hate him was a crime in Lewis's eyes, yet how, in spite of his ill conduct, did Fanny hate her childhood's playmate, her brother? His violent passion excited to their utmost height, jealousy and the sense of impotent indignation raging in his heart. Lewis swore to revenge himself on the Marvilles, to forget to abhor his mistress. His last words were a malediction on them, and a violent denunciation of scorn upon her. It will all be well yet, thought Fanny, as she strove to calm the tumultuous and painful emotions to which his intemperate passion gave rise. Not only are storms the birth of the wild elements, but of the heart of man. We can oppose patience and fortitude alone to their destructive violence. A year will pass. I shall quit the chateau. Louis will acknowledge my truth, and retract his frightful words. She continued, therefore, to fulfil her duties cheerfully, not permitting her thoughts to dwell on the idea that, in spite of her struggles, too painfully occupied her, the probability that Louis would in the end renounce or forget her, but committing her cause to the spirit of good, she trusted that its influence would in the end prevail. She had, however, much to endure. For months passed, and no tidings reached her of Louis. Often she felt sick at heart, often she became the prey of the darkest despair. Above all, her tender heart missed the fond attentions of love, the bliss of knowing that she bestowed happiness, and the unrestrained intercourse to which mutual affection had given rise. She cherished hope as a duty, and faith in love, rather than her unjust and cruelly neglectful lover. It was a hard task, but she had nowhere to turn for consolation or encouragement. Madame de Marville marked with gladness the total separation between them. Now that the danger that threatened her son was averted, she relented having been influential in producing an attachment between Fanny and one whom she deemed unworthy of her. She redoubled her kindness, and, in the true continental fashion, tried to get up a match between her and some one among her many and more prosperous admirers. She failed, but did not despair, till she saw the poor girl's cheek grow pale and her vivacity desert her, as month after month passed away, and the very name of Louis appeared to be forgotten by all except herself. The stirring and terrible events that took place at this time in France added to Fanny's distress of mind. She had been familiarized to the discussion of the theories, now attempted to be put in practice, by the conversations of Schmit. As each fresh account brought information of the guilty and sanguinary acts of men whose opinions were the same as those of her lover, her fears on its account increased. In few words I shall hurry over this part of her story. Switzerland became agitated by the same commotions as tore the near kingdom. The peasantry rose in tumult. Acts of violence and blood were committed, at first at a distance from a retired valley, but gradually approaching its precincts, until at last the tree of liberty was set up in the neighbouring village. Monsieur de Marville was an aristocrat of the most bigoted species. In vain was the danger represented to him, and the unwarlike state of his retinue. He armed them, he hurried down, he came unawares on the crowd who were proclaiming the triumph of liberty, rather by feasting than force. On the first attack they were dispersed, and one or two among them were wounded. The pole they had gathered round was uprooted, the emblematic cap trampled to the earth. Their governor returned victorious to his chateau. This act of violence on his part seemed the match to fire a train of organised resistance to his authority, of which none had dreamt before. Strangers from other cantons thronged into the valley, rustic labourers were cast aside, popular assemblies were held, and the peasants exercised in the use of arms. One was coming to place himself at their head, it was said, who had been a party in the tumults at Geneva. Louis Schmit was coming, the champion of liberty, the sworn enemy of M. de Marville. The influence of his presence soon became manifest. The inhabitants of the chateau were besieged. If one ventured beyond a certain limit he was assailed. It was the resolve of Louis that all within the walls should surrender themselves to his mercy. What that might be, the proud curl of his lip and the fire that glanced from his dark eyes rendered scarcely problematic. Fanny would not believe the worst of her lover, but Monsieur and Madame de Marville, no longer restrained by any delicacy, spoke of the leveller in unmeasured terms of abhorrence, comparing him to the monsters who then reigned in France, while the danger they incurred through him added a bitter sting to their words. The peril grew each day. The famine began to make its appearance in the chateau, while the intelligence which some of the more friendly peasants brought was indicative of preparations for a regular attack of the most formidable nature. A summons at last came from the insurgents. They were resolved to destroy the emblem of their slavery, the feudal halls of their tyrants. They declared their intention of firing the chateau the next day, and called on all within to deliver themselves up, if they would not be buried in its ruins. They offered their lives and free leave to depart to all, save the governor himself, who must place himself unconditionally at the mercy of their leader. "The wretch!" exclaimed his lady, "who thirsts for your blood! Fly! If there is yet time for flight, we, you see, are safe. Fly! For suffer these cruel dastards to boast of having murdered you." M. de Marville yielded to these entreaties and representations. He had sent for a military force to aid him. It had been denied. He saw that he himself, as the detested person, was the cause of danger to his family. It was therefore agreed that he should seek a chalet situated on a mountain 10 leagues distant, where he might lie concealed till his family joined him. Accordingly, in a base disguise, he quitted at midnight the walls he was unable to defend, a miserable night for the unfortunate beings left behind. The coming day was to witness the destruction of their home, and they, beggars in the world, were to wander through the inhospitable mountains, till, with caution and terror, they could unobserved reach the remote and miserable chalet, and learn the fate of the unhappy fugitive. It was a sleepless night for all. To add to Madame's agony, she knew that her son's life was in danger in Paris, that he had been denounced, and, though yet untaken, his escape was still uncertain. From the turret of the castle that, situated high on a rock, commanded the valley below, she sat the livelong night watching for every sound, fearful of some shout, some report of firearms, which would announce the capture of her husband. It was September. The nights were chill, pale, and trembling. She saw daybreak over the hills. Fanny had busied herself during these anxious hours by preparing for their departure. The terrified domestics had already fled. She, the lady, and the old lame gardener were all that remained. At dawn she brought forth the mule, and harnessed him to the rude vehicle which was to convey them to their place of refuge. Whatever was most valuable in the chateau had already been sent away long before, or was secreted. A few necessaries alone she provided, and now she ascended the turret stairs, and stood before her protectress, announcing that all was ready, and that they must depart. At this last moment, Madame de Marville appeared deprived of strength. She strove to rise, she sank to the ground in a fit. Forgetful of her deserted state, Fanny called aloud for help, and then her heart beat wildly as a quick, youthful step was heard on the stairs. Who could he be? Would he come to insult their wretchedness? He, the author of their woe? The first glance changed the object of her terror. Henry flew to his mother's side, and, with broken exclamations and agitated questions, demanded an explanation of what he saw. He had fled for safety to the habitation of his parents. He found it deserted. The first voice he heard was that of Fanny crying for help. The first sight that presented itself was his mother, to all appearance dead, lying on the floor of the turret. Her recovery was followed by brief explanations, and a consultation of how his safety was to be provided for. The name of Schmit excited his bitterest execrations. With the soldier's haughty resolve, he was darting from the castle to meet and to wreak vengeance on his rival. His mother threw herself at his feet, clasping his knees, calling wildly on him not to desert her. Fanny's gentle, sweet voice was of more avail to calm his passion. "Chevalier," she said, "it is not thus that you must display your courage to protect the helpless. To encounter yonder infuriated mob would be to run on certain death. You must preserve yourself for your family. You must have pity on your mother, who cannot survive you. Be guided by me, I beseech you." Henry yielded to her voice, and a more reasonable arrangement took place. The departure of Madame de Marville and Fanny was expected at the village, and a pledge had been given that they should proceed unmolested. But deeply had the insurgents sworn that if the governor or his son, whose arrival in the chateau had been suspected, attempted to escape with them, they should be immediately sacrificed to justice. No disguise would suffice. The exact observation of their enemies was known. Every inhabitant of the castle had been numbered, the fate of each ascertained, save that of the two most detested, the governor, whose flight had not been discovered, and his son, whose arrival was so unexpected and ill-timed. And still they consulted. A beat to arms was heard in the valley below. It was a signal that the attack on the empty castle walls would soon begin. There was no time for delay or hesitation. Henry placed himself at the bottom of the charrette. Straw and a variety of articles were heaped upon him. The two women ascended in trepidation, and the old gardener sat in front and held the reins. In consequence of the disturbed state of the districts through which they were to pass, the appearance of one of the upper classes excited the fiercest enmity, and frightful insult, if not death, was their sure welcome. Madame and her friend assumed a peasant's garb, and thus they wound their way down the steep, the unhappy lady weeping bitterly. Fanny, with tearless eyes, but with pale cheek and compressed lips, gazing for the last time on the abode which had been her refuge when, in helpless infancy, she was left an orphan, where kindness and benevolence had waited on her, and where her days had passed in innocence and peace. And he drives us away, him, whom I have loved, whom I love. Oh, misery! They reached the foot of the eminence on which the chateau was placed, and proceeded along the road which led directly through the village. With the approach of danger, vain regrets were exchanged for a lively sense of fear in the bosom of the hapless mother, and for the exertion of her courage and forethought in Fanny's more energetic mind, they passed a peasant or two, who uttered a malediction or imprecation on them as they went. Then groups of 2 or 3, who were even more violent in gesture and menace, when suddenly the sound of many steps came on their ears, and at the turn of the road they met Schmit with a band of about 20 disciplined men. "Fear not," he said to Madame de Marville, "I will protect you from danger till you are beyond the village." With a shriek, the lady, in answer, threw herself in Fanny's arms. "Fear not, madame, he dares not injure you. Begone, Louis, insult us not by your presence. Begone, I say." Fanny spoke angrily. She had not adopted this tone, but that the lady's terror, and the knowledge that even then the young soldier crouched at their feet, burnt to spring up and confront his enemy, made her use an authority which a woman always imagines that a lover dare not resist. "I do not insult you," repeated Schmit. "I save you. I have no quarrel with the lady. Tyrants alone need fear me. You are not safe without my escort. Do not you, false girl, irritate me. I have ensured her escape, but yours, you are in my power." A violent movement at the bottom of the charrette called forth all Fanny's terrors. "Take me!" she cried. "Do with me what you please, but you dare not, you cannot raise a finger against the innocent. Begone, I say. Let me never see you more." "You are obeyed. On you fall the consequences." Thus, after many months of separation, did Fanny and her lover meet. She had purposed when she should see him to make an appeal to his better nature, his reason. She had meant to use her all-persuasive voice to recall him from the dangerous path he was treading. Several times, indeed, since his arrival in the valley, she had endeavoured to obtain an interview with him, but he dreaded her influence. He had resolved on revenge, and he feared to be turned back. But now the unexpected presence of his rival robbed her of her self-possession, and forced her to change her plans. She saw frightful danger in their meeting, and all her endeavours were directed to the getting rid of her lover. Louis and his companions proceeded towards the chateau, while the charrette of the fugitives moved on in the opposite direction. They met many a ferocious group, who were rushing forward to aid in the destruction of their home, and glad they were, in that awful hour, that any object had power to divert the minds of their enemies from attention to themselves. The road they pursued wound through the valley, the precipitous mountains on one side, a brawling stream on the other. Now they ascended higher, and now again descended in their route, while the road, broken by the fall of rocks, intersected by torrents, which tore their way athwart it, made their progress slow. To get beyond the village was the aim of their desires, when lo! just as they came upon it, and were in the very midst of its population, which was pouring towards the castle, suddenly the charrette sank in a deep rut. It half upset, and every spoke in the wheel giving way rendered the vehicle wholly useless. Fanny had indeed already sprung to the ground to examine what hope remained. There was none. "Grand Dieu, we are lost!" were the first words that escaped her, while Madame stood aghast, trembling, almost insensible, knowing that the hope of her life, the existence of her son, depended on these miserable moments. A peasant who owed Fanny some kindness now advanced, and in a kind of cavalier way, as if to blemish as much as he could the matter of his offer by its manner, told them that, for the pleasure of getting rid of the aristocrats, he would lend his car. There it was. Let them quickly bestow their lading in it, and pursue their way. As he spoke, he caught up a box, and began the transfer from one car to the other. "No, no!" cried Madame de Marville, as, with a scream, she sprang forward and grasped the arm of the man as he was in the very act of discovering her son's hiding-place. "We will accept nothing from our base enemies. Begone with your offers. We will die here, rather than accept anything from such canaille." The word was electric. The fierce passions of the mob, excited by the mischief they were about to perpetrate, now burst like a stream into this new channel. With violent execrations they rushed upon the unfortunate woman. They would have torn her from the car, but already her son had sprung from his hiding-place, and, striking a violent blow at the foremost assailant, checked for a moment their brutal outrages. Then again, with a yell, such as the savage Indians alone could emulate, they rushed on their prey. Mother and son were torn asunder, and cries of "Abaisse les aristocrates! À la lanterne!" declared too truly their sanguinary designs. At this moment Lewis appeared, Lewis, whose fears for Fanny had overcome his indignation, and who returned to guard her, while she, perceiving him, with a burst of joy, called on him to rescue her friends. His cry of "Arrêtez-vous!" was loud and distinct amidst the uproar. It was obeyed, and then first he beheld his rival, his oppressor, his enemy in his power. At first, rage inflamed every feature, to be replaced by an expression of triumph and implacable hatred. Fanny caught the fierce glance of his eye, and grew pale. She trembled as, trying to be calm, she said, "Yes, you behold he is here, and you must save him, and your own soul, rescue him from death, and be blessed that your evil career enabled you at least to perform this one good action." For a moment Lewis seemed seeking for a word, as a man, meaning to stab, may fumble for his dagger's hilt, unable in his agitation to grasp his weapon. "My friends," at length he said, "let the woman depart. We have promised it. Ye may deal with the young aristocrat according to his merits." "À la lanterne!" burst in response from 100 voices. "Let his mother first depart." Could it be Lewis that spoke these words, and had she loved this man? To appeal to him was to rouse a tiger from his lair. Another thought darted into Fanny's mind. She scarcely knew what she had said or did, but already knives were drawn. Already, with a thrill of horror, she thought she saw the blood of her childhood's playmate spilt like water on the earth. She rushed forward. She caught the upraised arm of one. "He is no aristocrat," she cried. "He is my husband. Will you murder one who, forgetting his birth, his duty, his honour, has married a peasant girl, one of yourselves?" Even this appeal had little effect upon the mob, but it strangely affected her cruel lover. Grasping her arm with iron fingers, he cried, "Is this tale true? Art thou married to that man? His wife?" "Even so." The words died on her lips as she strove to form them, terrified by their purport, and the effect they might produce. An inexplicable expression passed over Chamont's face. The fierceness that jealousy had engendered for a moment was exalted almost to madness, and then faded wholly away. The stony heart within him softened at once. A tide of warm, human, and overpowering emotion flowed into his soul. He looked on her he had loved, on her whom he had lost forever, and tears rushed into his eyes as he saw her trembling before him. "Fear not," at last he said. "Fear neither for him nor yourself. Poor girl, so young. You shall not lose all. So young, you shall not become a widow. He shall be saved." Yet it was no easy task, even for him, to stem the awakened passions of the bloodthirsty mob. He had spent many an hour in exciting them against their seigneurs, and now at once to control the violence to which he had given rise seemed impossible. Yet his energy, his strong will overcame all opposition. They should pierce the Chevalier's heart, he swore, through his alone. He prevailed, and took the rein of their mule, and led them out of the village. All was silent. Fanny knew not what to say, and surprise held the others mute. Lewis went with them until a turn in the road hid them from the view of the village. What his thoughts were, none could guess. He looked calm, as resigning the rein into the Chevalier's hands, he gently bade them farewell, touching his hat in reply to their salutations. They moved on, and Fanny looked back to catch a last view of her lover, who was standing where they left him, when suddenly, instead of returning on his steps into the village, she saw him with rapid strides ascend the mountain-side, taking a well-known path that conducted him away from the scene of his late exploits. His pace was that of a man flying from pursuers. Soon he was lost to sight. Astonishment still kept the fugitives silent, as they pursued their way, and when at last joy broke forth, and Madame de Marville, rejoicing in their escape, embraced again and again her son, he with the softest tenderness thanked Fanny for his life. She answered not, but wept bitterly. Late that night they reached the destined chalet, and found Monsieur de Marville arrived. It was a half-ruined, miserable habitation perched among the snows, cold and bare. Food was ill to be obtained, and danger breathed around them. Fanny attended on them with assiduous care, but she never spoke of the scene in the village, and though she strove to look the same, Henry never addressed her, but she grew pale, and her voice trembled. She could not divine her absent lover's thoughts, but she knew that he believed her married to another, and that other, earnestly though she strove to rule her feelings, became an object of abhorrence to her. 3 weeks they passed in this wretched abode, 3 weeks replete with alarm, for the district around was in arms, and the life of Monsieur de Marville loudly threatened. They never slept, but they dreaded the approach of the murderers. Food they had little, and the inclement season visited them roughly. Fanny seemed to feel no inconvenience. Her voice was cheerful, to console, encourage, and assist her friends appeared to occupy her whole heart. At length one night they were roused by a violent knocking at the door of their hut. Monsieur de Marville and Henry were on their feet in a moment, seizing their weapons as they rose. It was a domestic of their own, come to communicate the intelligence that the troubles were over. that the legal government had reasserted its authority and invited the governor to return to Bern. They descended from their mountain refuge, and the name of Lewis hovered on Fanny's lips, but she spoke it not. He seemed everywhere forgotten. It was not until some time afterwards that she ascertained the fact that he had never been seen or heard of since he had parted from her on the morning of their escape. The villagers had waited for him in vain. They suspended their designs, for they all depended upon him, but he came not. Monsieur and Madame de Marville returned to their chateau with their son, but Fanny remained behind. She would not inhabit the same roof as Henry. She recoiled even from receiving further benefit from his parents. What could she do? Lewis would doubtless discover the falsehood of her marriage, but he dared not return, and even if he communicated with her, even though yet she loved him, could she unite herself with one accused too truly of the most frightful crimes? At first these doubts agitated her, but by degrees they faded as oblivion closed over Chaumont's name, and he came not, and she heard not of him, and he was as dead to her. Then the memory of the past revived in her heart, her love awoke with her despair, his mysterious flight became the sole occupation of her thoughts. Time rolled on and brought its changes. Madame de Marville died, Henry was united to another, Fanny remained, to her own thoughts, alone in the world. A relation, who lived in Subiaco, sent for her, and there she went to take up her abode. In vain she strove to wean herself from the memory of Lewis, her love for him haunted her soul. There was war in Europe, and every man was converted into a soldier, the country was thinned of its inhabitants, and every victory or defeat brought a new conscription. At length peace came again, and its return was celebrated with rejoicing. Many a soldier returned to his home, and one came back who had no home. A man, evidently suffering from recent wounds, way-worn and sick, asked for hospitality at Fanny's cottage. It was readily afforded, and he sat at her cottage fire, and removed his cap from his brow. His person was bent, his cheeks fallen in, yet those eyes of fire, that quick animated look, which almost brought the bright expression of youth back into his face, can never be forgotten. Fanny gazed almost in alarm, and then in joy, and at last in her own sweet voice she said, "Et tu, Lewis? Tu aussi es de retour?" Lewis had endured many a sorrow and many a hardship, and, most of all, he had been called on to wage battle with his own fierce spirit. The rage and hate which he had sedulously nourished suddenly became his tormentors and his tyrants. At the moment that love, before too closely allied to them, emancipated itself from their control, love, which is the source of all that is most generous and noble in our nature, of self-devotion and of high intent, separated from the alloy he had blended with it, asserted its undivided power over him. Strange that it should be so at the moment that he believed that he had lost her he loved forever. All his plans had been built for revenge. He would destroy the family that had oppressed him, and build, stone by stone, the proud abode of their inheritance. He would be the sole refuge and support of his mistress in exile and in poverty. He had entered upon his criminal career with this design alone, and with the anticipation of ending all by heaping benefits and the gifts of fortune upon Fanny. The very steps he had taken, he now believed to be those that occasioned his defeat. He had lost her, the lovely and the good. He had lost her by proving unworthy, yet not so unworthy was he as to make her the victim of his crimes. The family he had vowed to ruin was now hers, and every injury that befell them visited her. To save her he would unweave his pernicious webs. To keep her scatheless, his dearest designs must fall to the ground. A veil seemed rent before his eyes. He had fled. He would not assist in the destruction of her fortunes. He had not returned, for it was torture to him to know that she lived, the wife of another. He entered the French army, but in every change his altered feelings pursued him, and to prove himself worthy of her he had lost was the constant aim of his ambition. His excellent conduct led to his promotion, and yet mishap still waited on him. He was wounded, even dangerously, and became so incapable of service as to be forced to solicit his dismission. This had occurred at the end of a hard campaign in Germany, and his intention was to pass into Italy, where a friend, with whom he had formed an intimacy in the army, promised to procure him some employment under government. He passed through Subiaco in his way, and, ignorant of its occupiers, had asked for hospitality in his mistress's cottage. If guilt can be expiated by repentance and reform, as is the best lesson of religion, Lewis had expiated his. If constancy and love deserve reward, these lovers deserved that, which they reaped, in the happiest consequent on their union. Her image, side by side with all that is good in our nature, had dwelt in his heart, which thus became a shrine at which he sacrificed every evil passion. It was a greater bliss than he had ever dared to anticipate, to find that in so doing he had at the same time been conducing to the welfare of her he loved, and that the lost and idolized being whom he worshipped founded the happiness of her life upon his return to virtue and the constancy of his affection. End of section 12, read by Inkell.
Section 13 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. The Invisible Girl. This slender narrative has no pretensions to the regularity of a story, or the development of situations and feelings. It is but a slight sketch, delivered nearly as it was narrated to me by one of the humblest of the actors concerned. Nor will I spin out a circumstance interesting principally from its singularity and truth, but narrate, as concisely as I can, how I was surprised on visiting what seemed a ruined tower, crowning a bleak promontory overhanging the sea, that flows between Wales and Ireland, to find that though the exterior preserved all the savage rudeness that betokened many a war with the elements, the interior was fitted up somewhat in the guise of a summer-house, for it was too small to deserve any other name. It consisted but of the ground floor, which served as an entrance, and one room above, which was reached by a staircase made out of the thickness of the wall. This chamber was floored and carpeted, decorated with elegant furniture, and above all, to attract the attention and excite curiosity, there hung over the chimney-piece, for to preserve the apartment from damp, a fireplace had been built evidently since it had assumed a guise so dissimilar to the object of its construction, a picture simply painted in watercolors, which deemed more than any part of the adornments of the room to be at war with the rudeness of the building, the solitude in which it was placed, and the desolation of the surrounding scenery. This drawing represented a lovely girl in the very pride and bloom of youth. Her dress was simple in the fashion of the beginning of the 18th century. Her countenance was embellished by a look of mingled innocence and intelligence, to which was added the imprint of serenity of soul and natural cheerfulness. She was reading one of those folio romances which have so long been the delight of the enthusiastic and young. Her mandolin was at her feet, her paroquet perched on a huge mirror near her. The arrangement of furniture and hangings gave token of a luxurious dwelling, and her attire also evidently that of home and privacy, yet bore with it an appearance of ease and girlish ornament, as if she wished to please. Beneath this picture was inscribed in golden letters, "The Invisible Girl." Rambling about a country nearly uninhabited, having lost my way and being overtaken by a shower, I had lighted on this dreary-looking tenement, which seemed to rock in the blast, and to be hung up there as the very symbol of desolation. I was gazing wistfully and cursing inwardly my stars, which led me to a ruin that could afford no shelter, though the storm began to pelt more seriously than before, when I saw an old woman's head popped out from a kind of loophole, and as suddenly withdrawn. A minute after, a feminine voice called to me from within, and penetrating a little brambly maze that screened a door, which I had not before observed, so skilfully had the planter succeeded in concealing art within nature, I found the good dame standing on the threshold and inviting me to take refuge within. "I had just come up from our cot hard by," she said, "to look after the things as I do every day, when the rain came on. Will ye walk up till it is over?" I was about to observe that the cot hard by, at the venture of a few raindrops, was better than a ruined tower, and to ask my kind hostess whether the things were pigeons or crows that she was come to look after, when the matting of the floor and the carpeting of the staircase struck my eye. I was still more surprised when I saw the room above, and beyond all, the picture and its singular inscription, naming her invisible, whom the painter had colored forth into very agreeable visibility, awakened my most lively curiosity. The result of this, of my exceeding politeness towards the old woman, and her own natural garrulity, was a kind of garbled narrative, which my imagination eked out, and future inquiries rectified, till it assumed the following form. Some years before, in the afternoon of a September day, which, though tolerably fair, gave many tokens of a tempestuous night, a gentleman arrived at a little coast town about 10 miles from this place. He expressed his desire to hire a boat to carry him to the town of about 15 miles farther on the coast. The menaces which the sky held forth made the fisherman loath to venture, till at length, too, one the father of a numerous family, bribed by the bountiful reward the stranger promised. The other, the son of my hostess, induced by youthful daring, agreed to undertake the voyage. The wind was fair, and they hoped to make good way before nightfall, and to get into the port ere the rising of the storm. They pushed off with good cheer, at least the fisherman did. As for the stranger, the deep mourning which he wore was not half so black as the melancholy that wrapped his mind. He looked as if he had never smiled, as if some unutterable thought, dark as night and bitter as death, had built its nest within his bosom, and brooded therein eternally. He did not mention his name, but one of the villagers recognized him as Henry Vernon, the son of a baronet who possessed a mansion about 3 miles distant from the town for which he was bound. This mansion was almost abandoned by the family, but Henry had, in a romantic fit, visited it about 3 years before, and Sir Peter had been down there during the previous spring for about a couple of months. The boat did not make so much way as was expected. The breeze failed them as they got out to sea, and they were fain with oar as well as sail to try to weather the promontory that jutted out between them and the spot they desired to reach. They were yet far distant when the shifting wind began to exert its strength, and to blow with violent though unequal blasts. Night came on, pitchy dark, and the howling waves rose and broke with frightful violence, menacing to overwhelm the tiny bark that dared resist their fury. They were forced to lower every sail, and take to their oars. One man was obliged to bail out the water, and Vernon himself took an oar, and rowing with desperate energy, equaled the force of the more practised boatmen. There had been much talk between the sailors before the tempest came on. Now, except a brief command, all were silent. One thought of his wife and children, and silently cursed the caprice of the stranger that endangered in its effects not only his life, but their welfare. The other feared less, for he was a daring lad, but he worked hard, and had no time for speech, while Vernon, bitterly regretting the thoughtlessness which had made him cause others to share a peril, unimportant as far as he himself was concerned, now tried to cheer them with a voice full of animation and courage, and now pulled yet more strongly at the oar he held. The only person who did not seem wholly intent on the work he was about was the man who bailed. Every now and then he gazed intently round, as if the sea held afar off, on its tumultuous waste, some object that he strained his eyes to discern. But all was bleak, except as the crests of the high waves showed themselves, or far out on the verge of the horizon, a kind of lifting of the clouds betokened greater violence for the blast. At length he exclaimed, "Yes, I see it! The larboard oar, now! If we can make yonder light, we are saved!" Both the rowers instinctively turned their heads, but cheerless darkness answered their gaze. "You cannot see it," cried their companion, "but we are nearing it, and please God, we shall outlive this night." Soon he took the oar from Vernon's hand, who, quite exhausted, was failing in his strokes. He rose and looked for the beacon which promised them safety. It glimmered with so faint a ray that now he said, "I see it," and again, "It is nothing." Still, as they made way, it dawned upon his sight, growing more steady and distinct as it beamed across the lurid waters, which themselves became smoother, so that safety seemed to arise from the bosom of the ocean under the influence of that flickering gleam. "What beacon is it that helps us at our need?" asked Vernon, as the men, now able to manage their oars with greater ease, found breath to answer his question. "A fairy one, I believe," replied the elder sailor. "Yet no less a true. It burns in an old tumble-down tower, built on the top of a rock which looks over the sea. We never saw it before this summer, and now each night it is to be seen, at least when it is looked for we cannot see it from our village, and it is such an out-of-the-way place that no one has need to go near it, except through a chance like this. Some say it is burnt by witches, some say by smugglers, but this I know, 2 parties have been to search and found nothing but the bare walls of the tower. All is deserted by day, and dark by night, for no light was to be seen while we were there, though it burned sprightly enough when we were out at sea." "I have heard say," observed the younger sailor, "It is burnt by the ghost of a maiden who lost her sweetheart in these parts, he being wrecked and his body found at the foot of the tower. She goes by the name among us of the Invisible Girl." The voyagers had now reached the landing place at the foot of the tower. Vernon cast a glance upward. The light was still burning. With some difficulty, struggling with the breakers, and blinded by night, they contrived to get their little bark to shore, and to draw her up on the beach. They then scrambled up the precipitous pathway, overgrown by weeds and underwood, and, guided by the more experienced fishermen, they found the entrance to the tower. Door or gate there was none, and all was dark as the tomb, and silent, and almost as cold as death. "This will never do," said Vernon. "Surely our hostess will show her light, if not herself, and guide our darkling steps by some sign of life and comfort." "We will get to the upper chamber," said the sailor, "if I can but hit upon the broken-down steps, but you will find no trace of the Invisible Girl, nor her light either, I warrant." "Truly a romantic adventure of the most disagreeable kind," muttered Vernon, as he stumbled over the unequal ground. "She of the beacon light must be both ugly and old, or she would not be so peevish and inhospitable." With considerable difficulty, and after divers knocks and bruises, the adventurers at length succeeded in reaching the upper story, but all was blank and bare, and they were fain to stretch themselves on the hard floor, when weariness both of mind and body conduced to steep their senses in sleep. Long and sound were the slumbers of the mariners. Vernon but forgot himself for an hour, then throwing off drowsiness and finding his rough couch uncongenial to repose, he got up and placed himself at the hole that served for a window, for glass there was none, and there being not even a rough bench, he leant his back against the embrasure as the only rest he could find. He had forgotten his danger, the mysterious beacon, and its invisible guardian. His thoughts were occupied on the horrors of his own fate, and the unspeakable wretchedness that sat like a nightmare on his heart. It would require a good-sized volume to relate the causes which had changed the once happy Vernon into the most woeful mourner that ever clung to the outer trappings of grief, as slight though cherished symbols of the wretchedness within. Henry was the only child of Sir Peter Vernon, and as much spoiled by his father's idolatry as the old baronet's violent and tyrannical temper would permit. A young orphan was educated in his father's house, who in the same way was treated with generosity and kindness, and yet who lived in deep awe of Sir Peter's authority, who was a widower, and these two children were all he had to exert his power over, or to whom to extend his affection. Rosina was a cheerful-tempered girl, a little timid and careful to avoid displeasing her protector, but so docile, so kind-hearted, and so affectionate, that she felt even less than Henry the discordant spirit of his parent. It is a tale often told. They were playmates and companions in childhood, and lovers in after days. Rosina was frightened to imagine that this secret affection and the vows they pledged might be disapproved of by Sir Peter. But sometimes she consoled herself by thinking that perhaps she was in reality her Henry's destined bride, brought up with him under the design of their future union, and Henry, while he felt that this was not the case, resolved to wait only until he was of age to declare and accomplish his wishes in making the sweet Rosina his wife. Meanwhile, he was careful to avoid premature discovery of his intentions, so to secure his beloved girl from persecution and insult. The old gentleman was very conveniently blind. He lived always in the country, and the lovers spent their lives together, unrebuked and uncontrolled. It was enough that Rosina played on her mandolin and sang Sir Peter to sleep every day after dinner. She was the sole female in the house, above the rank of a servant, and had her own way in the disposal of her time. Even when Sir Peter frowned, her innocent caresses and sweet voice were powerful to smooth the rough current of his temper. If ever human spirit lived in an earthly paradise, Rosina did at this time. Her pure love was made happy by Henry's constant presence, and the confidence they felt in each other, and the security with which they looked forward to the future, rendered their path one of roses under a cloudless sky. Sir Peter was the slight drawback that only rendered their tete-a-tete more delightful, and gave value to the sympathy they each bestowed on the other. All at once an ominous personage made its appearance in Vernon Place, in the shape of a widow sister of Sir Peter, who, having succeeded in killing her husband and children with the effects of her vile temper, came like a harpy, greedy for new prey, under her brother's roof. She too soon detected the attachment of the unsuspicious pair. She made all speed to impart her discovery to her brother, and at once to restrain and inflame his rage. Through her contrivance, Henry was suddenly dispatched on his travels abroad, that the coast might be clear for the persecution of Rosina. And then the richest of the lovely girl's many admirers, whom, under Sir Peter's single reign, she was allowed, nay, almost commanded, to dismiss, so desirous was he of keeping her for his own comfort, was selected, and she was ordered to marry him. The scenes of violence to which she was now exposed, the bitter taunts of the odious Mrs. Bainbridge, and the reckless fury of Sir Peter, were the more frightful and overwhelming from their novelty. To all she could only oppose a silent, tearful, but immutable steadiness of purpose. No threats, no rage could extort from her more than a touching prayer that they would not hate her, because she could not obey. "There must be something we don't see under all this," said Mrs. Bainbridge. "Take my word for it, brother, she corresponds secretly with Henry. Let us take her down to your seat in Wales, where she will have no pensioned beggars to assist her, and we shall see if her spirit be not bent to our purpose." Sir Peter consented, and they all three took up their abode in the solitary and dreary-looking house, before alluded to as belonging to the family. Here poor Rosina's sufferings grew intolerable. Before, surrounded by well-known scenes, and in perpetual intercourse with kind and familiar faces, she had not despaired in the end of conquering by her patience the cruelty of her persecutors. Nor had she written to Henry, for his name had not been mentioned by his relatives, nor their attachment alluded to, and she felt an instinctive wish to escape the dangers about her without his being annoyed, or the sacred secret of their love being laid bare and wronged by the vulgar abuse of his aunt, or the bitter curses of his father. But when she was taken to Wales, and made a prisoner in her apartment, when the flinty mountains about her seemed feebly to imitate the stony heart she had to deal with, her courage began to fail. The only attendant permitted to approach her was Mrs. Bainbridge's maid, and under the tutelage of her fiend-like mistress, this woman was used as a decoy to entice the poor prisoner into confidence, and then to be betrayed. The simple, kind-hearted Rosina was a facile dupe, and at last, in the excess of her despair, wrote to Henry, and gave the letter to this woman to be forwarded. The letter in itself would have softened marble. It did not speak of their mutual vows, it but asked him to intercede with his father, that he would restore her to the place she had formerly held in his affections, and cease from a cruelty that would destroy her. "For I may die," wrote the hapless girl, "but marry another, never." That single word, indeed, had sufficed to betray her secret. Had it not been already discovered, as it was, it gave incensed fury to Sir Peter, as his sister triumphantly pointed it out to him, for it need hardly be said that while the ink of the address was yet wet, and the seal still warm, Rosina's letter was carried to this lady. The culprit was summoned before them. What ensued none could tell. For their own sakes the cruel pair tried to palliate their part. Voices were high, and the soft murmur of Rosina's tone was lost in the howling of Sir Peter and the snarling of his sister. "Out of the doors you shall go," roared the old man. "Under my roof you shall not spend another night." And the words infamous, seductress, and worse, such as never met the poor girl's ears before, were caught by listening servants, and to each angry speech of the baronet, Mrs. Bainbridge added an envenomed point worse than all. More dead than alive, Rosina was at last dismissed. Whether guided by despair, whether she took Sir Peter's threats literally, or whether his sister's orders were more decisive, none knew. But Rosina left the house. A servant saw her cross the park, weeping and wringing her hands as she went. What became of her none could tell. Her disappearance was not disclosed to Sir Peter till the following day, and then he showed by his anxiety to trace her steps and to find her, that his words had been but idle threats. The truth was, that though Sir Peter went to frightful lengths to prevent the marriage of the heir of his house with the portionless orphan, the object of his charity, yet in his heart he loved Rosina, and half his violence to her rose from anger at himself for treating her so ill. Now remorse began to sting him, as messenger after messenger came back without tidings of his victim. He dared not confess his worst fears to himself, and when his inhuman sister, trying to harden her conscience by angry words, cried, "The vile hussy has too surely made away with herself out of revenge to us," an oath the most tremendous and a look sufficient to make even her tremble commanded her silence. Her conjecture, however, appeared too true. A dark and rushing stream that flowed at the extremity of the park had doubtless received the lovely form, and quenched the life of this unfortunate girl. Sir Peter, when his endeavours to find her proved fruitless, returned to town, haunted by the image of his victim, and forced to acknowledge in his own heart that he would willingly lay down his life could he see her again, even though it were as the bride of his son, before whose questioning he quailed like the veriest coward. For when Henry was told of the death of Rosina, he suddenly returned from abroad to ask the cause, to visit her grave, and mourn her loss in the groves and valleys which had been the scenes of their mutual happiness. He made 1,000 inquiries, and an ominous silence alone replied. Growing more earnest and more anxious, at length he drew from servants and dependents, and his odious aunt herself, the whole dreadful truth. From that moment despair struck his heart, and misery named him her own. He fled from his father's presence, and the recollection that one whom he ought to revere was guilty of so dark a crime haunted him, as of old the Eumenides tormented the souls of men given up to their torturings. His first, his only wish was to visit Wales, and to learn if any new discovery had been made, and whether it were possible to recover the mortal remains of the lost Rosina, so to satisfy the unquiet longings of his miserable heart. On this expedition was he bound when he made his appearance at the village before named, and now, in the deserted tower, his thoughts were busy with images of despair and death, and what his beloved one had suffered before her gentle nature had been goaded to such a deed of woe. While immersed in gloomy reverie, to which the monotonous roaring of the sea made fit accompaniment, hours flew on, and Vernon was at last aware that the light of morning was creeping from out its eastern retreat, and dawning over the wild ocean, which still broke in furious tumult on the rocky beach. His companions now roused themselves and prepared to depart. The food they had brought with them was damaged by sea-water, and their hunger, after hard labor and many hours' fasting, had become ravenous. It was impossible to put to sea in their shattered boat, but there stood a fisher's cot about 2 miles off, in a recess in the bay, of which the promontory on which the tower stood formed one side, and to this they hastened to repair. They did not spend a second thought on the light which had saved them, nor its cause, but left the ruin in search of a more hospitable asylum. Vernon cast his eyes round as he quitted it, but no vestige of an inhabitant met his eye, and he began to persuade himself that the beacon had been a creation of fancy merely. Arriving at the cottage in question, which was inhabited by a fisherman and his family, they made a homely breakfast, and then prepared to return to the tower, to refit their boat, and, if possible, bring her round. Vernon accompanied them, together with their host and his son. Several questions were asked concerning the invisible girl and her light, each agreeing that the apparition was novel, and not one being able to give even an explanation of how the name had become affixed to the unknown cause of this singular appearance, though both of the men of the cottage affirmed that once or twice they had seen a female figure in the adjacent wood, and that now and then a stranger girl made her appearance at another cot a mile off, on the other side of the promontory, and bought bread. They suspected both these to be the same, but could not tell. The inhabitants of the cot, indeed, appeared too stupid to even feel curiosity, and had never made any attempt at discovery. The whole day was spent by the sailors in repairing the boat, and the sound of hammers and the voices of the men at work resounded along the coast, mingled with the dashing of the waves. This was no time to explore the ruin for one who, whether human or supernatural, so evidently withdrew herself from intercourse with every living being. Vernon, however, went over to the tower, and searched every nook in vain. The dingy, bare walls bore no token of serving as a shelter, and even a little recess in the wall of the staircase, which he had not before observed, was equally empty and desolate. Quitting the tower, he wandered in the pine wood that surrounded it, and giving up all thought of solving the mystery, was soon engrossed by thoughts that touched his heart more nearly, when suddenly there appeared on the ground at his feet the vision of a slipper. Since Cinderella, so tiny a slipper had never been seen. As plain as shoe could speak, it told a tale of elegance, loveliness, and youth. Vernon picked it up. He had often admired Rosina's singularly small foot, and his first thought was a question whether this little slipper would have fitted it. It was very strange. It must belong to the invisible girl. Then there was a fairy form that kindled that light, a form of such material substance that its foot needed to be shod. And yet, how shod? With kid so fine, and of shape so exquisite, that it exactly resembled such as Rosina wore. Again the recurrence of the image of the beloved dead came forcibly across him, and 1,000 home-felt associations, childish yet sweet, and lover-like though trifling, so filled Vernon's heart that he threw himself his length on the ground, and wept more bitterly than ever the miserable fate of the sweet orphan. In the evening the men quitted their work, and Vernon returned with them to the cot where they were to sleep, intending to pursue their voyage, weather permitting, the following morning. Vernon said nothing of his slipper, but returned with his rough associates. Often he looked back, but the tower rose darkly over the dim waves, and no light appeared. Preparations had been made in the cot for their accommodation, and the only bed in it was offered to Vernon, but he refused to deprive his hostess, and, spreading his cloak on a heap of dry leaves, endeavored to give himself up to repose. He slept for some hours, and when he awoke all was still, save that the hard breathing of the sleepers in the same room with him interrupted the silence. He rose, and going to the window, looked out over the now placid sea towards the mystic tower. The light was burning there, sending its slender rays across the waves. Congratulating himself on a circumstance he had not anticipated, Vernon softly left the cottage, and wrapping his cloak around him, walked with a swift pace round the bay towards the tower. He reached it. Still the light was burning. To enter and restore the maid in her shoe would be but an act of courtesy, and Vernon intended to do this with such caution as to come unaware before its wearer could, with her accustomed arts, withdraw herself from his eyes. But, unluckily, while yet making his way up the narrow pathway, his foot dislodged a loose fragment, that fell with a crash and sound down the precipice. He sprung forward, on this to retrieve by speed the advantage he had lost by this unlucky accident. He reached the door, he entered. All was silent, but also all was dark. He paused in the room below. He felt sure that a slight sound met his ear. He ascended the steps, and entered the upper chamber. But blank obscurity met his penetrating gaze. The starless night admitted not even a twilight glimmer through the only aperture. He closed his eyes, to try, on opening them again, to be able to catch some faint, wandering ray on the visual nerve. But it was in vain. He groped round the room. He stood still, and held his breath. And then, listening intently, he felt sure that another occupied the chamber with him, and that its atmosphere was slightly agitated by another's respiration. He remembered the recess in the staircase, but before he approached it he spoke. He hesitated a moment what to say. "I must believe," he said, "that misfortune alone can cause your seclusion, and if the assistance of a man, of a gentleman—" An exclamation interrupted him. A voice from the grave spoke his name, the accents of Rosina syllabled. "Henry? Is it indeed Henry whom I hear?" He rushed forward, directed by the sound, and clasped in his arms the living form of his own lamented girl. His own invisible girl, he called her, for even yet, as he felt her heart beat near his, and as he entwined her waist with his arm, supporting her as she almost sank to the ground, with agitation, he could not see her, and as her sobs prevented her speech, no sense but the instinctive one that filled his heart with tumultuous gladness, told him that the slender, wasted form he pressed so fondly was the living shadow of the beauty he had adored. The morning saw this pair thus strangely restored to each other on the tranquil sea, sailing with a fair wind for Elle, whence they were to proceed to Sir Peter's seat, which 3 months before Rosina had quitted in such agony and terror. The morning light dispelled the shadows that had veiled her, and disclosed the fair person of the invisible girl. Altered indeed she was by suffering and woe, but still the same sweet smile played on her lips, and the tender light of her soft blue eyes were all her own. Vernon drew out the slipper, and showed the cause that had occasioned him to resolve to discover the guardian of the mystic beacon. Even now he dared not inquire how she had existed in that desolate spot, or wherefore she had so sedulously avoided observation, when the right thing to have been done was to have sought him immediately, under whose care, protected by whose love, no danger need be feared. But Rosina shrunk from him as he spoke, and a death-like pallor came over her cheek, as she faintly whispered, "Your father's curse, your father's dreadful threats." It appeared, indeed, that Sir Peter's violence, and the cruelty of Mrs. Bainbridge, had succeeded in impressing Rosina with wild and unvanquishable terror. She had fled from their house without plan or forethought, driven by frantic horror and overwhelming fear. She had left it with scarcely any money, and there seemed to her no possibility of either returning or proceeding onward. She had no friend except Henry in the wide world. Whither could she go? To have sought Henry would have sealed their fates to misery, for with an oath Sir Peter had declared he would rather see them both in their coffins than married. After wandering about, hiding by day and only venturing forth at night, she had come to this deserted tower, which seemed a place of refuge. How she had lived since then she could hardly tell. She had lingered in the woods by day, or slept in the vault of the tower, an asylum none were acquainted with or had discovered. By night she burned the pine cones of the wood, and night was her dearest time, for it seemed to her as if security came with darkness. She was unaware that Sir Peter had left that part of the country, and was terrified lest her hiding-place should be revealed to him. Her only hope was that Henry would return, that Henry would never rest till he had found her. She confessed that the long interval and the approach of winter had visited her with dismay. She feared that, as her strength was failing, and her form wasting to a skeleton, that she might die, and never see her own Henry more. An illness, indeed, in spite of all his care, followed her restoration to security and the comforts of civilized life. Many months went by before the bloom revisiting her cheeks, and her limbs regaining their roundness, she resembled once more the picture drawn of her in days of bliss, before any visitation of sorrow. It was a copy of this portrait that decorated the tower, the scene of her suffering, in which I had found shelter. Sir Peter, overjoyed to be relieved from the pangs of remorse, and delighted again to see his orphan ward, whom he really loved, was now as eager as before he had been averse to bless her union with his son. Mrs. Bainbridge they never saw again, but each year they spent a few months in their Welsh mansion, the scene of their early wedded happiness, and the spot where again poor Rosina had awoke to life and joy after her cruel persecutions. Henry's fond care had fitted up the tower and decorated it, as I saw, and often did come over, with his invisible girl, to renew, in the very scene of its occurrence, the remembrance of all the incidents which had led to their meeting again, during the shades of night, in that sequestered ruin. End of section 13. Read by Laura Leith, New Orleans, Louisiana, July 26, 2022.
Section 14 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. 14. The Brother and Sister, Part 1. It is well known that the hatred borne by one family against another, and the strife of parties, which often led to bloodshed in the Italian cities during the Middle Ages, so vividly described by Shakespeare in Romeo and Juliet, was not confined to the Montechian Chapelletti of Verona, but existed with equal animosity in almost every other town of that beautiful peninsula. The greatest men among them were the victims, and crowds of exiles, families who but the day before were in the full enjoyment of the luxuries of life and the endearing associations of home, were every now and then seen issuing from the gates of their native cities, deprived of every possession, and with melancholy and slow steps dragging their weary limbs to the nearest asylum offered them. thence to commence a new career of dependence and poverty, to endure to the end of their lives, or until some lucky accident should enable them to change places with their enemies, making those the sufferers who were late the tyrants. In that country, where each town formed an independent state, to change one for the other was to depart from the spot cherished as a country and a home for distant banishment, or worse. For as each city entertained either hatred or contempt for its neighbour, it often happened that the mourning exile was obliged to take up his abode among a people whom he had injured or scoffed. Foreign service offered a resource to the young and bold among the men, but lovely Italy was to be left, the ties of young hearts severed, and all the enduring associations of kin and country broken and scattered forever. The Italians were always peculiarly susceptible to these misfortunes. They loved their native walls, the abodes of their ancestors, the familiar scenes of youth, with all the passionate fervour characteristic of that clime. It was therefore no uncommon thing for any one among them, like Foscari of Venice, to prefer destitution and danger in their own city to a precarious subsistence among strangers in distant lands, or, if compelled to quit the beloved precincts of their native walls, still to hover near, ready to avail themselves of the first occasion that should present itself for reversing the decree that condemned them to misery. For 3 days and nights there had been warfare in the streets of Siena, blood flowed in torrents, yet the cries and groans of the fallen but excited their friends to avenge them, not their foes to spare. On the 4th morning, Ugo Mancini, with a scanty band of followers, was driven from the town. Succours from Florence had arrived for his enemies, and he was forced to yield. Burning with rage, writhing with an impotent thirst for vengeance, Ugo went round to the neighbouring villages to rouse them, not against his native town, but the victorious Tolomei. Unsuccessful in these endeavours, he next took the more equivocal step of seeking warlike aid from the peasants. But Florence kept Pisa in check, and Ugo found only an inglorious refuge where he had hoped to acquire active allies. He had been wounded in these struggles, but animated by a superhuman spirit, he had forgotten his pain and surmounted his weakness. Nor was it until a cold refusal was returned to his energetic representations that he sank beneath his physical sufferings. He was stretched on a bed of torture when he received intelligence that an edict of perpetual banishment and confiscation of property was passed against him. His 2 children, beggars now, were sent to him. His wife was dead, and these were all of near relations that he possessed. His bitter feelings were still too paramount for him to receive comfort from their presence, yet these agitated and burning emotions appeared in after times a remnant of happiness compared to the total loss of every hope, the wasting inaction of sickness and of poverty. For 5 years Ugo Mancini lay stretched on his couch, alternating between states of intense pain and overpowering weakness, and then he died. During this interval, the wreck of his fortunes, consisting of the rent of a small farm and the use of some money lent, scantily supported him. His few relatives and followers were obliged to seek their subsistence elsewhere, and he remained alone to his pain and to his 2 children, who yet clung to the paternal side. Hatred to his foes and love for his native town were the sentiments that possessed his soul, and which he imparted in their full force to the plastic mind of his son, which received like molten metal the stamp he desired to impress. Lorenzo was scarcely 12 years old at the period of his father's exile, and he naturally turned with fondness towards the spot where he had enjoyed every happiness, where each hour had been spent in light-hearted hilarity, and the kindness and observance of many attended on his steps. Now how sad the contrast, dim penury, a solitude cheered by no encouraging smiles or sunny flatteries. Perpetual attendance on his father and untimely cares cast their dark shadows over his altered lot. Lorenzo was a few years older than his sister. Friendless and destitute as was the exile's family, it was he who overlooked its moderate disbursements, who was at once his father's nurse and his sister's guardian, and acted as the head of the family during the incapacity of his parent. But instead of being narrowed or broken in spirit by these burdens, his ardent soul rose to meet them, and grew enlarged and lofty from the very calls made upon it. His look was serious, not careworn. his manner calm, not humble. His voice had all the tenderness of a woman, his eyes all the pride and fire of a hero. Still, his unhappy father wasted away, and Lorenzo's hours were entirely spent beside his bed. He was indefatigable in his attentions. Weariness never seemed to overcome him. His limbs were always alert, his speech inspiring and kind. His only pastime was during any interval in his parents' sufferings, to listen to his eulogiums on his native town, and to the history of the wrongs which from time immemorial the Mancini had endured from the Tolomei. Lorenzo, though replete with noble qualities, was still an Italian, and fervent love for his birthplace and violent hatred towards the foes of his house were the darling passions of his heart. Nursed in loneliness, they acquired vigor, and the nights he spent in watching his father were varied by musing on the career he should hereafter follow, his return to his beloved Siena, and the vengeance he would take on his enemies. Ugo often said, "I die because I am an exile." At length these words were fulfilled, and the unhappy man sank beneath the ills of fortune. Lorenzo saw his beloved father expire, his father whom he loved. He seemed to deposit in his obscure grave all that best deserved reverence and honor in the world, and turning away his steps, he lamented the loss of the sad occupation of so many years, and regretted the exchange he made from his father's sick bed to a lonely and unprized freedom. The first use he made of the liberty he had thus acquired was to return to Siena with his sister. He entered his native town as if it were a paradise, and he found it a desert in all save the hues of beauty and delight with which his imagination loved to invest it. There was no one to whom he could draw near in friendship within the whole circuit of its walls. According to the barbarous usage of the times, his father's palace had been razed, and the mournful ruins stood as a tomb to commemorate the fall of his fortunes. Not as such did Lorenzo view them. He often stole out at nightfall, when the stars alone beheld his enthusiasm, and clambering to the highest part of the massy fragments, spent long hours in mentally rebuilding the desolate walls, and in consecrating once again the weed-grown hearth to family love and hospitable festivity. It seemed to him that the air was more balmy and light, breathed amidst these memorials of the past, and his heart warmed with rapture over the tale they told of what his progenitors had been, what he again would be. Yet had he viewed his position sanely, he would have found it full of mortification and pain, and he would have become aware that his native town was perhaps the only place in the world where his ambition would fail in the attainment of his aim. The Tolomei reigned over it. They had led its citizens to conquest, and enriched them with spoils. They were adored, and to flatter them the populace were prone to revile and scoff at the name of Mancini. Lorenzo did not possess one friend within its walls. He heard the murmur of hatred as he passed along, and beheld his enemies raised to the pinnacle of power and honor. And yet, so strangely framed is the human heart, that he continued to love Siena, and would not have exchanged his obscure and penurious abode within its walls to become the favored follower of the German emperor. Such a place, through education and the natural prejudices of man, did Siena hold in his imagination, that a lowly condition there seemed a nobler destiny than to be great in any other spot. To win back the friendship of its citizens and humble his enemies was the dream that shed so sweet an influence over his darkened hours. He dedicated his whole being to this work, and he did not doubt but that he should succeed. The house of Tolomei had for its chief a youth but a year or two older than himself. With him, when an opportunity should present itself, he would enter the lists. It seemed the bounty of Providence that gave him one so nearly equal with whom to contend, and during the interval that must elapse before they could clash, he was busy in educating himself for the struggle. Count Fabian dei Tolomei bore the reputation of being a youth full of promise and talent, and Lorenzo was glad to anticipate a worthy antagonist. He occupied himself in the practice of arms, and applied with perseverance to the study of the few books that fell in his way. He appeared in the marketplace on public occasions modestly attired, yet his height, his dignified carriage, and the thoughtful cast of his noble countenance drew the observation of the bystanders. though such was the prejudice against his name, and the flattery of the triumphant party, that taunts and maledictions followed him. His nobility of appearance was called pride, his affability meanness, his aspiring views faction, and it was declared that it would be a happy day when he should no longer blot their sunshine with his shadow. Lorenzo smiled. He disdained to resent or even to feel the mistaken insults of the crowd, who, if fortune changed, would the next day throw up their caps for him. It was only when loftier foes approached that his brow grew dark, that he drew himself up to his full height, repaying their scorn with glances of defiance and hate. But although he was ready in his own person to encounter the contumely of his townsmen, and walked on with placid mien regardless of their sneers, he carefully guarded his sister from such scenes. She was led by him each morning closely veiled to hear mass in an obscure church. And when on feast days the public walks were crowded with cavaliers and dames in splendid attire, and with citizens and peasants in their holiday garb, this gentle pair might be seen in some solitary and shady spot. Flora knew none to love except her brother. She had grown under his eyes from infancy, and while he attended on the sick bed of their father, he was father, brother, tutor, guardian to her. The fondest mother could not have been more indulgent, and yet there was mingled a something beyond pertaining to their difference of sex. Uniformly observant and kind, he treated her as if she had been a high-born damsel nurtured in her gayest bower. Her attire was simple, but thus she was instructed it befitted every damsel to dress. Her needleworks were such as a princess might have emulated, and while she learned under her brother's tutelage to be reserved, studious of obscurity, and always occupied, she was taught that such were the virtues becoming her sex, and no idea of dependence or penury was raised in her mind. Had he been the sole human being that approached her, she might have believed herself to be on a level with the highest in the land. But coming in contact with dependents in the humble class of life, Flora became acquainted with her true position, and learned at the same time to understand and appreciate the unequalled kindness and virtues of her brother. 2 years passed, while brother and sister continued, in obscurity and poverty, cherishing hope, honor, and mutual love. If an anxious thought ever crossed Lorenzo, it was for the future destiny of Flora, whose beauty as a child gave promise of perfect loveliness hereafter. For her sake he was anxious to begin the career he had marked out for himself, and resolved no longer to delay his endeavours to revive his part in Siena, and to seek rather than avoid a contest with the young Count Fabian, on whose overthrow he would rise. Count Fabian, the darling of the citizens, vaunted as a model for a youthful cavalier, abounding in good qualities, and so adorned by gallantry, subtle wit, and gay winning manners, that he stepped by right of nature as well as birth on the pedestal which exalted him the idol of all around. It was on a day of public feasting that Lorenzo first presented himself in rivalship with Fabian. His person was unknown to the Count, who, in all the pride of rich dress and splendid accoutrements, looked with a smile of patronage on the poorly mounted and plainly attired youth who presented himself to run a tilt with him. But before the challenge was accepted, the name of his antagonist was whispered to Fabian. Then all the bitterness engendered by family feuds, all the spirit of vengeance which had been taught as a religion, arose at once in the young noble's heart. He wheeled round his steed, and riding rudely up to his competitor, ordered him instantly to retire from the course, nor dare to disturb the revels of the citizens by the hated presence of a Mancini. Lorenzo answered with equal scorn, and Fabian, governed by uncontrollable passion, called together his followers to drive the youth with ignominy from the lists. A fearful array was mustered against the hateful intruder, but had their number been trebled, the towering spirit of Lorenzo had met them all. One fell, another was disabled by his weapon before he was disarmed and made prisoner. But his bravery did not avail to extract admiration from his prejudiced foes. They rather poured execrations on him for its disastrous effects, as they hurried him to a dungeon, and called loudly for his punishment and death. Far from this scene of turmoil and bloodshed, in her poor but quiet chamber in a remote and obscure part of the town, sat Flora, occupied by her embroidery, musing as she worked on her brother's project and anticipating his success. Hours passed, and Lorenzo did not return. The day declined, and still he tarried. Flora's busy fancy forged 1,000 causes for the delay. Her brother's prowess had awaited the chilly zeal of the partisans of their family. He was doubtless feasting among them, and the first stone was laid for the rebuilding of their house. At last a rush of steps upon the staircase, and a confused clamour of female voices calling loudly for admittance, made her rise and open the door. In rushed several women. Dismay was painted on their faces, their words flowed in torrents. Their eager gestures helped them to a meaning, and though not without difficulty amidst the confusion, Flora heard of the disaster and imprisonment of her brother, of the blood shed by his hand, and the fatal issue that such a deed ensured. She grew pale as marble. Her young heart was filled with speechless terror. She could form no image of the thing she dreaded, but its indistinct idea was full of fear. Lorenzo was in prison. Count Fabian had placed him there. He was to die. Overwhelmed for a moment by such tidings, yet she rose above their benumbing power, and without proffering a word, or listening to the questions and remonstrances of the women, she rushed past them, down the high staircase into the street, and then with swift pace to where the public prison was situated. She knew the spot she wished to reach, but she had so seldom quitted her home that she soon got entangled among the streets, and proceeded onwards at random. Breathless at length, she paused before the lofty portal of a large palace. No one was near. The fast-fading twilight of an Italian evening had deepened into absolute darkness. At this moment the glare of flambeaux was thrown upon the street, and a party of horsemen rode up. They were talking and laughing gaily. She heard one addressed as Count Fabian. She involuntarily drew back with instinctive hate, and then rushed forward and threw herself at his horse's feet, exclaiming, "Saved my brother!" The young cavalier reined up shortly his prancing steed, angrily reproving her for her heedlessness, and without deigning another word, entered the courtyard. He had not perhaps heard her prayer. He could not see the suppliant. He spoke but in the impatience of the moment. But the poor child, deeply wounded by what had the appearance of a personal insult, turned proudly from the door, repressing the bitter tears that filled her eyes. Still she walked on, but night took from her every chance of finding her way to the prison, and she resolved to return home, to engage one of the women of the house, of which she occupied a part, to accompany her. But even to find her way back became matter of difficulty, and she wandered on, discovering no clue to guide her, and far too timid to address any one she might chance to meet. Fatigue and personal fear were added to her other griefs, and tears streamed plentifully down her cheeks as she continued her hopeless journey. At length, at the corner of a street, she recognized an image of the Madonna in a niche, with a lamp burning over it, familiar to her recollection as being near her home. With characteristic piety she knelt before it in thankfulness, and was offering a prayer for Lorenzo, when the sound of steps made her start up, and her brother's voice hailed, and her brother's arms encircled her. It seemed a miracle, but he was there, and all her fears were ended. Lorenzo anxiously asked whither she had been straying. Her explanation was soon given, and he in return related the misfortunes of the morning, the fate that impended over him, averted by the generous intercession of young Fabian himself. And yet he hesitated to unfold the bitter truth. He was not freely pardoned. He stood there a banished man, condemned to die if the morrow's sun found him within the walls of Siena. They had arrived meanwhile at their home, and with feminine care Flora placed a simple repast before her brother, and then employed herself busily in making various packages. Lorenzo paced the room, absorbed in thought. At length he stopped, and kissing the fair girl, said, "Where can I place thee in safety? How preserve thee, my flower of beauty, while we are divided?" Flora looked up fearfully. "Do I not go with you?" she asked. "I was making preparations for our journey." "Impossible, dearest. I go to privation and hardship, and I would share them with thee." "It may not be, sweet sister," replied Lorenzo. "Fate divides us, and we must submit. I go to camps, to the society of rude men, to struggle with such a fortune as cannot harm me, but which for thee would be fraught with peril and despair. No, my Flora, I must provide safe and honourable guardianship for thee, even in this town." And again Lorenzo meditated deeply on the part he should take, till suddenly a thought flashed on his mind. "It is hazardous," he murmured, "and yet I do him wrong to call it so. Were our fates reversed, should I not think myself highly honoured by such a trust?" And then he told his sister to don hastily her best attire, to wrap her veil round her, and to come with him. She obeyed, for obedience to her brother was the first and dearest of her duties, but she wept bitterly while her trembling fingers braided her long hair, and she hastily changed her dress. At length they walked forth again, and proceeded slowly, as Lorenzo employed the precious minutes in consoling and counselling his sister. He promised as speedy a return as he could accomplish, but if he failed to appear as soon as he could wish, yet he vowed solemnly that if alive and free, she should see him within 5 years from the moment of parting. Should he not come before, he besought her earnestly to take patience, and to hope for the best till the expiration of that period, and made her promise not to bind herself by any vessel or matrimonial vow in the interim. They had arrived at their destination, and entered the courtyard of a spacious palace. They met no servants, so crossed the court and ascended the ample stairs. Flora had endeavoured to listen to her brother. He had bade her be of good cheer, and he was about to leave her. He told her to hope, and he spoke of an absence to endure 5 years, an endless term to her youthful anticipations. She promised obedience, but her voice was choked by sobs, and her tottering limbs would not have supported her without his aid. She now perceived that they were entering the lighted and inhabited rooms of a noble dwelling, and tried to restrain her tears as she drew her veil closely round her. They passed from room to room in which preparations for festivity were making. The servants ushered them on as if they had been invited guests, and conducted them into a hall filled with all the nobility and beauty of Siena. Each eye turned with curiosity and wonder on the pair. Lorenzo's tall person and the lofty expression of his handsome countenance put the ladies in good humour with him, while the cavaliers tried to peep under Flora's veil. "It is a mere child," they said, "and a sorrowing one. What can this mean?" The youthful master of the house, however, instantly recognized his uninvited and unexpected guest. But before he could ask the meaning of his coming, Lorenzo had advanced with his sister to the spot where he stood, and addressed him. "I never thought, Count Fabian, to stand beneath your roof, and much less to approach you as a suitor. But that supreme power, to those decrees we must all bend, has reduced me to such adversity as, if it be his will, may also visit you, notwithstanding the many friends that now surround you in the sunshine of prosperity in which you bask. I stand here a banished man and a beggar, nor do I repine at this my fate. Most willing am I that my right arm alone should create my fortunes, and with the blessing of God I hope so to direct my course that we may yet meet upon more equal terms. In this hope I turn my steps not unwillingly from this city, dear as its name is to my heart, and dear the associations which link its proud towers with the memory of my forefathers. I leave it a soldier of fortune. How I may return is written in the page where your unread destiny is traced as well as mine. But my care ends not with myself. My dying father bequeathed to me this child, my orphan sister, whom I have until now watched over with a parent's love. I should ill perform the part entrusted to me were I to drag this tender blossom from its native bower into the rude highways of life. Lord Fabian, I count no man my friend, for it would seem that your smiles have won the hearts of my fellow citizens from me, and death and exile have so dealt with my house that no one of my name exists within the walls of Siena. To you alone can I entrust this precious charge. Will you accept it until called upon to render it back to me, her brother, or to the juster hands of our Creator, pure and untarnished as I now deliver her to you? I ask you to protect her helplessness, to guard her honor. Will you, dare you accept a treasure with the assurance of restoring it unsoiled, unhurt?" The deep expressive voice of the noble youth and his earnest eloquence enchained the ears of the whole assembly. And when he ceased, Fabian, proud of the appeal, and nothing loath in the buoyant spirit of youth to undertake a charge which thus proffered before his assembled kinsmen and friends became an honor, answered readily, "I agree, and solemnly before heaven accept your offer. I declare myself the guardian and protector of your sister. She shall dwell in safety beneath my kind mother's care, and if the saints permit your return, she shall be delivered back to you as spotless as she now is." Lorenzo bowed his head. Something choked his utterance as he thought that he was about to part forever from Flora, but he disdained to betray this weakness before his enemies. He took his sister's hand and gazed upon her slight form with a look of earnest fondness. Then murmuring a blessing over her and kissing her brow, he again saluted Count Fabian, and turning away with measured steps and lofty mien, left the hall. Flora, scarcely understanding what had passed, stood trembling and weeping under her veil. She yielded her passive hand to Fabian, who, leading her to his mother, said, "Madam, I ask of your goodness and the maternal indulgence you have ever shown to assist me in fulfilling my promise by taking under your gracious charge this young orphan." "You command here, my son," said the countess, "and your will shall be obeyed." Then, making a sign to one of her attendants, Flora was conducted from the hall to where, in solitude and silence, she wept over her brother's departure and her own strange position. Flora thus became an inmate of the dwelling of her ancestral foes, and a ward of the most bitter enemy of her house. Lorenzo was gone, she knew not whither, and her only pleasure consisted in reflecting that she was obeying his behests. Her life was uniform and tranquil. Her occupation was working tapestry, in which she displayed taste and skill. Sometimes she had the more mortifying task imposed on her of waiting on the Countess de Tolomei, who, having lost 2 brothers in the last contest with the Mancini, nourished a deep hatred towards the whole race, and never smiled on the luckless orphan. Flora submitted to every command imposed upon her. She was buoyed up by the reflection that her sufferings were imposed on her by Lorenzo, schooling herself in any moment of impatience by the idea that thus she shared his adversity. No murmur escaped her, though the pride and independence of her nature were often cruelly offended by the taunts and supercilious airs of her patroness or mistress, who was not a bad woman, but who thought it virtue to ill-treat a Mancini. Often, indeed, she neither heard nor heeded these things. Her thoughts were far away, and grief for the loss of her brother's society weighed too heavily on her to allow her to spend more than a passing sigh on her personal injuries. The Countess was unkind and disdainful, but it was not thus with Flora's companions. They were amiable and affectionate girls, either of the bourgeois class or daughters of dependents of the house of Tolomei. The length of time which had elapsed since the overthrow of the Mancini had erased from their young minds the bitter duty of hatred, and it was impossible for them to live on terms of daily intercourse with the orphan daughter of this ill-fated race, and not to become strongly attached to her. She was wholly devoid of selfishness, and content to perform her daily tasks in inoffensive silence. She had no envy, no wish to shine, no desire of pleasure. She was nevertheless ever ready to sympathize with her companions, and glad to have it in her power to administer to their happiness, to help them in the manufacture of some piece of finery, to assist them in their work, and perfectly prudent and reserved herself, to listen to all their sentimental adventures, to give her best advice and to aid them in any difficulty were the simple means she used to win their unsophisticated hearts. They called her an angel, they looked up to her as to a saint, and in their hearts respected her more than the Countess herself. One only subject ever disturbed Flora's serene melancholy. The praise she perpetually heard lavished on Count Fabian, her brother's too successful rival and oppressor, was an unendurable addition to her other griefs. Content with her own obscurity, her ambition, her pride, her aspiring thoughts were spent upon her brother. She hated Count Fabian as Lorenzo's destroyer and the cause of his unhappy exile. His accomplishments she despised as painted vanities. His person she condemned as the opposite of his prototype. His blue eyes, clear and open as day, his fair complexion and light brown hair, his light, elegant person, his voice, whose tones in song won each listener's heart to tenderness and love, his wit, his personal flow of spirits and unalterable good humour, were impertinences and frivolities to her, who cherished with such dear worship the recollection of her serious, ardent, noble-hearted brother, whose soul was ever set on high thoughts and devoted to acts of virtue and self-sacrifice, whose fortitude and affectionate courtesy seemed to her the crown and glory of manhood. How different from the trifling flippancy of Fabian! "Name an eagle," she would say, and we raise our eyes to heaven, there to behold a creature fashioned in nature's bounty. But it is a degradation to waste one thought on the insect of a day. Some speech similar to this had been kindly reported to the young Count's lady mother, who idolized her son as the ornament and delight of his age and country. She severely reprimanded incautious Flora, who, for the first time, listened proudly and unyieldingly. From this period her situation grew more irksome. All she could do was to endeavour to withdraw herself entirely from observation, and to brood over the perfections, while she lamented yet more keenly the absence of her brother. End of section 14. Read by Claudia Caldi. Section 15 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. 15. The Brother and Sister, Part 2. 2 or 3 years thus flew away, and Flora grew from a childish-looking girl of 12 into the bewitching beauty of 15. She unclosed like a flower, whose fairest petals are yet shut, but whose half-veiled loveliness is yet more attractive. It was at this time that on occasion of doing honour to a prince of France who was passing on to Naples, the Countess Tolomei and her son, with a bevy of friends and followers, went out to meet and to escort the royal traveller on his way. Assembled in the hall of the palace, and waiting for the arrival of some of their number, Count Fabian went round his mother's circles, saying agreeable and merry things to all. Wherever his cheerful blue eyes lighted, there smiles were awakened, and each young heart beat with vanity at his armless flatteries. After a gallant speech or two, he espied Flora, retired behind her companions. "What flower is this?" he said, "playing at hide-and-seek with her beauty?" And then, struck by the modest sweetness of her aspect, her eyes cast down, and a rosy blush mantling over her cheek, he added, "What fair angel makes one of your company?" "An angel indeed, my lord!" exclaimed one of the younger girls who dearly loved her best friend. "She's Flora Mancini." "Mancini!" exclaimed Fabian, while his manner became at once respectful and kind. "Are you the orphan daughter of Ugo, the sister of Lorenzo committed by him to my care?" For since then, through her careful avoidance, Fabian had never even seen his fair ward. She bowed an assent to his questions, while her swelling heart denied her speech, and Fabian, going up to his mother, said, "Madam, I hope for our honour's sake that this has not before happened. The adverse fortune of this young lady may render retirement and obscurity befitting, but it is not for us to turn into a menial one sprung from the best blood in Italy. Let me entreat you not to permit this to occur again. How shall I redeem my pledged honour, or answer to her brother for this unworthy degradation?" "Would you have me make a friend and a companion of a Mancini?" asked the Countess with raised colour. "I ask you not, mother, to do aught displeasing to you," replied the young noble, "but Flora is my ward, not our servant. Permit her to retire. She will probably prefer the privacy of home to making one among the festive crowd of her house's enemies. If not, let the choice be hers. Say, gentle one, will you go with us or retire?" She did not speak, but raising her soft eyes, curtsied to him and to his mother, and quitted the room, so tacitly making her selection. From this time Flora never quitted the more secluded apartments of the palace, nor again saw Fabian. She was unaware that he had been profuse in his eulogium on her beauty, but that while frequently expressing his interest in his ward, he rather avoided the dangerous power of her loveliness. She led rather a prison life, walking only in the palace garden when it was else deserted. But otherwise her time was at her own disposal, and no commands now interfered with her freedom. Her labours were all spontaneous. The Countess seldom even saw her, and she lived among this lady's attendants like a free boarder in a convent, who cannot quit the walls, but who is not subservient to the rules of the asylum. She was more busy than ever at her tapestry frame, because the Countess prized her work, and thus she could in some degree repay the protection afforded her. She never mentioned Fabian, and always imposed silence on her companions when they spoke of him. But she did this in no disrespectful terms. "He's a generous enemy, I acknowledge," she would say, "but still he is my enemy, and while through him my brother is an exile and a wanderer upon earth, it is painful to me to hear his name." After the lapse of many months spent in entire seclusion and tranquillity, a change occurred in the tenor of her life. The Countess suddenly resolved to pass the Easter festival at Rome. Flora's companions were wild with joy at the prospect of the journey, the novelty, and the entertainment they promised themselves from the visit, and pitied the dignity of their friend, which prevented her from making one in their mistress's train, for it was soon understood that Flora was to be left behind, and she was informed that the interval of the lady's absence was to be passed by her in a villa belonging to the family, situated in a sequestered nook among the neighbouring Apennines. The Countess departed in pomp and pride on her so-called pilgrimage to the sacred city, and at the same time Flora was conveyed to her rural retreat. The villa was inhabited only by the peasant and his family, who cultivated the farm or podere attached to it, and the old cassier or housekeeper. The cheerfulness and freedom of the country were delightful, and the entire solitude consonant to the habits of the meditative girl accustomed to the confinement of the city and the intrusive prattle of her associates. Spring was opening with all the beauty which that season showers upon favoured Italy. The almond and peach trees were in blossom, and the vine-dresser sang at his work, perched with his pruning knife among the vines. Blossoms and flowers in laughing plenty graced the soil, and the trees, swelling with buds ready to expand into leaves, seemed to feel the life that animated their dark old boughs. Flora was enchanted. The country labours interested her, and the hoarded experience of old Sandra was a treasure house of wisdom and amusement. Her attention had hitherto been directed to giving the most vivid hues and truest imitation to her transcript with her needle of some picture given her as a model. But here was a novel occupation. She learned the history of the bees, watched the habits of the birds, and inquired into the culture of plants. Sandra was delighted with her new companion, and though notorious for being cross, yet could wriggle her antique lips into smiles for Flora. To repay the kindness of her guardian and his mother, she still devoted much time to her needle. This occupation but engaged half her attention, and while she pursued it, she could keep herself up to endless reverie on the subject of Lorenzo's fortunes. 3 years had flown since he had left her, and except a little gold cross brought to her by a pilgrim from Milan, but 1 month after his departure, she had received no tidings of him. Whether from Milan he had proceeded to France, Germany, or the Holy Land, she did not know. By turns her fancy led him to either of these places, and fashioned the course of events that might have befallen him. She figured to herself his toilsome journeys, his life in the camp, his achievements, and the honours showered on him by kings and nobles. Her cheek glowed at the praises he received, and her eye kindled with delight as it imaged him standing with modest pride and an erect but gentle mien before them. Then the fair enthusiast paused. It crossed her recollection like a shadow that if all had gone prosperously, he had returned to share his prosperity with her, and her faltering heart turned to sadder scenes to account for his protracted absence. Sometimes, while thus employed, she brought her work into the trellised arbour of the garden, or when it was too warm for the open air, she had a favourite shady window which looked down a deep ravine into a majestic wood, whence the sound of falling water met her ears. One day, while she employed her fingers upon the spirited likeness of a hound, which made a part of the hunting piece she was working for the Countess, a sharp, wailing cry suddenly broke on her ear, followed by trampling of horses and the hurried steps and loud vociferations of men. They entered the villa on the opposite side from that which her window commanded, but the noise continuing, she rose to ask the reason, when Sandra burst into the room, crying, "Oh, Madonna! He is dead! He has been thrown from his horse, and he will never speak more!" Flora for an instant could only think of her brother. She rushed past the old woman down into the great hall, in which, lying on a rude litter of boughs, she beheld the inanimate body of Count Fabian. He was surrounded by servitors and peasants who were all clasping their hands and tearing their hair. With frightful shrieks they pressed round their lord, not one of them endeavouring to restore him to life. Flora's first impulse was to retire, but casting a second glance on the livid brow of the young count, she saw his eyelids move, and the blood falling in quick drops from his hair on the pavement. She exclaimed, "He's not dead! He bleeds! Hasten some of you for a leech!" And meanwhile she hurried to get some water, sprinkled it on his face, and dispersing the group that hung over him and impeded the free air, the soft breeze playing on his forehead revived him, and he gave manifest tokens of life, so that when the physician arrived, he found that, though he was seriously and even dangerously hurt, every hope might be entertained of his recovery. Flora undertook the office of his nurse, and fulfilled its duties with unwearied attention. She watched him by night and waited on him by day with that spirit of Christian humility and benevolence which animates a sister of charity as she tends the sick. For several days Fabian's soul seemed on the wing to quit its earthly abode, and the state of weakness that followed his insensibility was scarcely less alarming. At length he recognized and acknowledged the care of Flora, but she alone possessed any power to come and guide him during the state of irritability and fever that then ensued. Nothing except her presence controlled his impatience. Before her he was so lamb-like that she could scarcely have credited the accounts that others gave her of his violence, but that whenever she returned, after leaving him for any time, she heard his voice far off in anger, and found him with flushed cheeks and flashing eyes, all which demonstrations subsided into meek acquiescence when she drew near. In a few weeks he was able to quit his room, but any noise or sudden sound drove him almost insane. So loud is an Italian's quietest movements that Flora was obliged to prevent the approach of any except herself, and her soft voice and noiseless footfall were the sweetest medicine she could administer to her patient. It was painful to her to be in perpetual attendance on Lorenzo's rival and foe, but she subdued her heart to her duty, and custom helped to reconcile her. As he grew better, she could not help remarking the intelligence of his countenance, and the kindness and cordiality of his manners. There was an unobtrusive and delicate attention and care in his intercourse with her that won her to be pleased. When he conversed, his discourse was full of entertainment and variety. His memory was well stored with numerous fabliaux, novelles, and romances, which he quickly discovered to be highly interesting to her, and so contrived to have one always ready from the exhaustless stock he possessed. These romantic stories reminded her of the imaginary adventures she had invented in solitude and silence for her brother, and each tale of foreign countries had a peculiar charm which animated her face as she listened, so that Fabian could have gone on forever, only to mark the varying expression of her countenance as he proceeded. Yet she acknowledged these attractions in him as a Catholic nun may the specious virtues of a heretic, and while he contrived each day to increase the pleasure she derived from his society, she satisfied her conscience with regard to her brother by cherishing in secret a little quiet stock of family hate, and by throwing over her manners, whenever she could recollect so to do, a cold and ceremonious tone which she had the pleasure of seeing vexed him heartily. Nearly 2 months had passed, and he was so well recovered that Flora began to wonder that he did not return to Siena, and of course to fulfill her duty by wishing that he should. And yet, while his cheek was sunk through past sickness, and his elastic step grown slow, she, as a nurse desirous of completing her good work, felt averse to his entering too soon on the scene of the busy town and its noisy pleasures. At length, 2 or 3 of his friends having come to see him, he agreed to return with them to the city. A significant glance which they cast on his young nurse probably determined him. He parted from her with a grave courtesy and a profusion of thanks, unlike his usual manner, and rode off without alluding to any probability of their meeting again. She fancied that she was relieved from a burden when he went, and was surprised to find the days grow tedious, and mortified to perceive that her thoughts no longer spent themselves so spontaneously on her brother, and to feel that the occupation of a few weeks could unhinge her mind and dissipate her cherished reveries. Thus, while she felt the absence of Fabian, she was annoyed at him the more for having, in addition to his other misdeeds, invaded the sanctuary of her dearest thoughts. She was beginning to conquer this listlessness, and to return with renewed zest to her usual occupations, when, in about a week after his departure, Fabian suddenly returned. He came upon her as she was gathering flowers for the shrine of the Madonna, and on seeing him she blushed as rosy red as the roses she held. He looked infinitely worse in health than when he went. His wan cheeks and sunk eyes excited her concern, and her earnest and kind questions somewhat revived him. He kissed her hand, and continued to stand beside her as she finished her nosegay. Had anyone seen the glad, fond look with which he regarded her as she busied herself among the flowers, even old Sandra might have prognosticated his entire recovery under her care. Flora was totally unaware of the feelings that were excited in Fabian's heart, and the struggle he made to overcome a passion too sweet and too seductive, when awakened by so lovely a being, ever to be subdued. He had been struck with her some time ago, and avoided her. It was through his suggestion that she passed the period of the Countess's pilgrimage in this secluded villa, nor had he thought of visiting her there, but riding over one day to inquire concerning a foal rearing for him, his horse had thrown him and caused him that injury which had made him so long the inmate of the same abode. Already prepared to admire her, her kindness, her gentleness, and her unwearied patience during his illness, easily conquered the heart most ready and yet most unwilling to yield. He had returned to Siena resolved to forget her, but he came back assured that his life and death were in her hands. At first, Count Fabian had forgot that he had any but his own feelings and prejudices and those of his mother and kindred to overcome. But when the tyranny of love vanquished these, he began to fear a more insurmountable impediment in Flora. The first whisper of love fell like mortal sin upon her ear, and disturbed and even angry she replied, "Methinks you wholly forget who I am, and what you are. I speak not of ancient feuds, though these were enough to divide us forever. Know that I hate you as my brother's oppressor. Restore Lorenzo to me, recall him from banishment, erase the memory of all that he has suffered through you, win his love and approbation, and when all this is fulfilled, which never can be, speak a language which now it is as the bitterness of death for me to hear." And saying this, she hastily retired to conceal the floods of tears which this, as she termed it, insult had caused to flow, to lament yet more deeply her brother's absence and her own dependence. Fabian was not so easily silenced, and Flora had no wish to renew scenes and expressions of violence so foreign to her nature. She imposed a rule on herself, by never swerving from which she hoped to destroy the ill-omened love of her protector. She secluded herself as much as possible, and when with him assumed that chilling indifference of manner, and made apparent in her silence so absolute and cold a rejection of all his persuasions, that had not love with its unvanquishable hopes reigned absolutely in young Fabian's heart, he must have despaired. He ceased to speak of his affection, so to win back her ancient kindness. This was at first difficult, for she was timid as a young bird whose feet have touched the lime twigs. But naturally credulous and quite inexperienced, she soon began to believe that her alarm was exaggerated, and to resume those habits of intimacy which had heretofore subsisted between them. By degrees Fabian contrived to insinuate the existence of his attachment. He could not help it. He asked no return. He would wait for Lorenzo's arrival, which he was sure could not be far distant. Her displeasure could not change nor silence, destroy a sentiment which survived in spite of both. Entrenched in her coldness and her indifference, she hoped to weary him out by her defensive warfare, and fancied that he would soon cease his pursuit in disgust. The Countess had been long away. She had proceeded to view the feast of San Gennaro at Naples, and had not received tidings of her son's illness. Her return was now expected, and Fabian resolved to return to Siena in time to receive her. Both he and Flora were therefore surprised one day when she suddenly entered the apartment where they both were. Flora had long peremptorily insisted that he should not intrude while she was employed on her embroidery frame, But this day he had made so good a pretext that for the first time he was admitted, and then suffered to stay a few minutes. They now neither of them knew how long. She was busy at her work, and he, sitting near, gazing unreproved on her unconscious face and graceful figure, felt himself happier than he had ever been before. The Countess was sufficiently surprised and not a little angry, but before she could do more than utter one exclamation, Fabian interrupted by entreating her not to spoil all. He drew her away, he made his own explanations, and urged his wishes with resistless persuasion. The Countess had been used to indulge him in every wish. It was impossible for her to deny any strongly urged request. His pertinacity, his agitation, his entreaties half won her, and the account of his illness and his assurances, seconded by those of all the family that Flora had saved his life, completed the conquest, and she became in her turn a suitor for her son to the orphan daughter of Mancini. Flora, educated till the age of 12 by one who never consulted his own pleasures and gratifications, but went right on in the path of duty, regardless of pain or disappointment, had no idea of doing aught merely because she or others might wish it. Since that time she had been thrown on her own resources, and jealously cherishing her individuality, every feeling of her heart had been strengthened by solitude and by a sense of mental independence. She was the least likely of anyone to go with the stream or to yield to the mere influence of circumstances. She felt she knew what it became her to do, and that must be done in spite of every argument. The Countess's expostulations and entreaties were of no avail. The promise she had made to her brother of engaging herself by no vow for 5 years must be observed under every event. It was asked from her at the sad and solemn hour of their parting, and was thus rendered doubly sacred. So constituted, indeed, were her feelings, that the slightest wish she ever remembered having been expressed by Lorenzo had more weight with her than the most urgent prayers of another. He was a part of her religion. Reverence and love for him had been moulded into the substance of her soul from infancy. Their very separation had tended to render these impressions ineradicable. She brooded over them for years, and when no sympathy or generous kindness was afforded her, when the Countess treated her like an inferior and a dependent, and Fabian had forgotten her existence, she had lived from month to month, and from year to year, cherishing the image of her brother, and only able to tolerate the annoyances that beset her existence, by considering that her patience, her fortitude, and her obedience were all offerings at the shrine of her beloved Lorenzo's desires. It is true that the generous and kindly disposition of Fabian won her to regard him with a feeling nearly approaching tenderness. Though this emotion was feeble, the mere ripple of the waves, compared to the mighty tide of affection that set her will all one way, and made her deem everything trivial except Lorenzo's return, Lorenzo's existence, obedience to Lorenzo. She listened to her lover's persuasions so unyieldingly that the Countess was provoked by her inflexibility. But she bore her reproaches with such mildness, and smiled so sweetly, that Fabian was the more charmed. She admitted that she owed him a certain submission as the guardian set over her by her brother. Fabian would have gladly exchanged this authority for the pleasure of being commanded by her, but this was an honor he could not attain, so in playful spite he enforced concessions from her. At his desire, she appeared in society, dressed as became her rank, and filled in his house the station a sister of his own would have held. She preferred seclusion, but she was averse to contention, and it was little that she yielded, while the purpose of her soul was as fixed as ever. The 5th year of Lorenzo's exile was now drawing to a close, but he did not return, nor had any intelligence been received of him. The decree of his banishment had been repealed, the fortunes of his house restored, and his palace, under Fabian's generous care, rebuilt. These were acts that demanded and excited Flora's gratitude, yet they were performed in an unpretending manner, as if the citizens of Siena had suddenly become just and wise without his interference. But these things dwindled into trifles, while the continuation of Lorenzo's absence seemed the pledge of her eternal misery. And the tacit appeal made to her kindness, while she had no thought but for her brother, drove her to desperation. She could no longer tolerate the painful anomaly of her situation. She could not endure her suspense for her brother's fate, nor the reproachful glances of Fabian's mother and his friends. He himself was more generous. He read her heart, and, as the termination of the 5th year drew nigh, ceased to allude to his own feelings, and appeared as wrapped as herself in doubt concerning the fate of the noble youth, whom they could scarcely entertain a hope of ever seeing more. This was small comfort to Flora. She had resolved that when the completion of the 5th year assured her that her brother was forever lost, she would never see Fabian again. At first she had resolved to take refuge in a convent and in the sanctity of religious vows, but she remembered how averse Lorenzo had always shown himself to this vocation, and that he had preferred to place her beneath the roof of his foe than within the walls of a nunnery. Besides, young as she was, and despite of herself full of hope, she recoiled from shutting the gates of life upon herself forever. Notwithstanding her fears and sorrow, she clung to the belief that Lorenzo lived, and this led to another plan. When she had received her little cross from Milan, it was accompanied by a message that he believed he had found a good friend in the archbishop of that place. This prelate, therefore, would know whither Lorenzo had first bent his steps, and to him she resolved to apply. Her scheme was easily formed. She possessed herself of the garb of a pilgrim, and resolved on the day following the completion of the 5th year to depart from Siena, and bend her steps towards Lombardy, buoyed up by the hope that she should gain some tidings of her brother. Meanwhile, Fabian had formed a similar resolve. He had learned the fact from Flora of Lorenzo having first resorted to Milan, and he determined to visit that city and not to return without certain information. He acquainted his mother with his plan, but begged her not to inform Flora, that she might not be tortured by double doubt during his absence. The anniversary of the 5th year was come, and with it the eve of these several and separate journeys. Flora had retired to spend the day at the villa before mentioned. She had chosen to retire thither for various reasons. Her escape was more practicable thence than in the town, and she was anxious to avoid seeing both Fabian and his mother, now that she was on the point of inflicting severe pain on them. She spent the day at the villa and in its gardens, musing on her plans, regretting the quiet of her past life, saddened on Fabian's account, grieving bitterly for Lorenzo. She was not alone, for she had been obliged to confide in one of her former companions and to obtain her assistance. Poor little Angeline was dreadfully frightened with the trust reposed in her, but did not dare expostulate with or betray her friend, as she continued near her during this last day, by turns trying to console and weeping with her. Towards evening they wandered together into the wood contiguous to the villa. Flora had taken her harp with her, but her trembling fingers refused to strike its chords. She left it, she left her companion, and strayed on alone to take leave of a spot consecrated by many a former visit. Here the umbrageous trees gathered about her, and shaded her with their thick and drooping foliage. A torrent dashed down from neighbouring rock, and fell from a height into a rustic basin, hollowed to receive it. Then, overflowing the margin at one spot, it continued falling over successive declivities, till it reached the bottom of a little ravine, when it stole on in a placid and silent course. This had ever been a favourite resort of Flora. The twilight of the wood, and the perpetual flow, the thunder, the hurry, and the turmoil of the waters, the varied sameness of the eternal elements, accorded with the melancholy of her ideas and the endless succession of her reveries. She came to it now. She gazed on the limpid cascade for the last time. A soft sadness glistened in her eyes, and her attitude denoted the tender regret that filled her bosom. Her long bright tresses streaming in elegant disorder, her light veil and simple yet rich attire, were fitfully mirrored in the smooth face of the rushing waters. At this moment the sound of steps more firm and manly than those of Angeline struck her ear, and Fabian himself stood before her. He was unable to bring himself to depart on his journey without seeing her once again. He had ridden to the villa, and, finding that she had quitted it, sought and found her in the lone recess where they had often spent hours together which had been full of bliss to him. Flora was sorry to see him, for his secret was on her lips, and yet she resolved not to give it utterance. He was ruled by the same feeling. Their interview was therefore short, and neither alluded to what sat nearest to the heart of each. They parted with a simple good night, as if certain of meeting the following morning. Each deceived the other, and each was in turn deceived. There was more of tenderness in Flora's manner than there had ever been. It cheered his faltering soul about to quit her, while the anticipation of the blow he was about to receive from her made her regard as venial this momentary softening towards her brother's enemy. Fabian passed the night at the villa, and early the next morning he departed for Milan. He was impatient to arrive at the end of his journey, and often he thrust his spurs into his horse's sides and put him to his speed, which even then appeared slow. Yet he was aware that his arrival at Milan might advance him not a jot towards the ultimate object of his journey, and he called Flora cruel and unkind, until the recollection of her kind farewell consoled and cheered him. He stopped the first night at Empoli, and crossing the Arno, began to ascend the Apennines on the northern side. Soon he penetrated their fastness, and entered deep into the ilex woods. He journeyed on perseveringly, and yet the obstructions he met with were many, and borne with impatience. At length, on the afternoon of the third day, he arrived at a little rustic inn hid deep in a wood, which showed signs of seldom being visited by travellers. The burning sun made it a welcome shelter for Fabian, and he deposited his steed in the stable, which he found already partly occupied by a handsome black horse, and then entered the inn to seek refreshment for himself. There seemed some difficulty in obtaining this. The landlady was the sole domestic, and it was long before she made her appearance. And then she was full of trouble and dismay. A sick traveller had arrived, a gentleman to all appearance dying of a malignant fever. His horse, his well-stored purse, and rich dress showed that he was a cavalier of consequence. The more the pity. There was no help nor any means of carrying him forward. Yet half his pain seemed to arise from his regret at being detained. He was so eager to proceed to Siena. The name of his own town excited the interest of Count Fabian, and he went up to visit the stranger while the hostess prepared his repast. Meanwhile, Flora walked with the lark, and with the assistance of Angeline attired herself in her pilgrim's garb. From the stair below, she was surprised to find that Count Fabian had passed the night at the villa, and she lingered till he should have departed, as she believed, on his return to Siena. Then she embraced her young friend, and taking leave of her with many blessings and thanks, alone with heaven as she trusted for her guide, she quitted Fabian's sheltering roof, and with a heart that maintained its purpose in spite of her feminine timidity, began her pilgrimage. Her journey performed on foot was slow, so that there was no likelihood that she could overtake her lover already many miles in advance. Now that she had begun it, her undertaking appeared to her gigantic, and her heart almost failed her. The burning sun scorched her. Never having before found herself alone in a highway, 1,000 fears assailed her, and she grew so weary that soon she was unable to support herself. By the advice of a landlady at an inn where she stopped, she purchased a mule to help her on her long journey. Yet with this help it was the third night before she arrived at Empoli, and then crossing the Arno, as her lover had done before, her difficulties seemed to begin to unfold themselves and to grow gigantic as she entered the dark woods of the Apennines and found herself amidst the solitude of its vast forests. Her pilgrim's garb inspired some respect, and she rested at convents by the way. The pious sisters held up their hands in admiration of her courage, while her heart beat faintly with the knowledge that she possessed absolutely none. Yet again and again she repeated to herself that the Apennines once passed, the worst would be over. So she toiled on, now weary, now frightened, very slowly, and yet very anxious to get on with speed. On the evening of the 7th day after quitting her home, she was still entangled in the mazes of these savage hills. She was to sleep at a convent on their summit that night, and the next day arrive at Bologna. This hope had cheered her through the day, but evening approached, the day grew more intricate, and no convent appeared. The sun had set, and she listened anxiously for the bell of the Ave Maria, which would give her hope that the goal she sought was nigh. But all was silent, save the swinging boughs of the vast trees and the timid beating of her own heart. Darkness closed around her, and despair came with increased obscurity, till a twinkling light, revealing itself among the trees, afforded her some relief. She followed this beamy guide till it led her to a little inn, where the sight of a kind-looking woman and the assurance of safe shelter dispelled her terrors and filled her with grateful pleasure. Seeing her so weary, the considerate hostess hastened to place food before her, and then conducted her to a little low room where her bed was prepared. "I'm sorry, lady," said the landlady in a whisper, "not to be able to accommodate you better, but the sick cavalier occupies my bedroom. It is next to this, and he sleeps now, and I would not disturb him. Poor gentleman, I never thought he would rise more. And under heaven he owes his life to one who, whether he is related to him or not, I cannot tell, for he did not accompany him. 4 days ago he stopped here, and I told him my sorrow, how I had a dying guest, and he charitably saw him, and has since then nursed him more like a twin brother than a stranger." The good woman prattled on. Flora heard but little of what she said, and, overcome by weariness and sleep, paid no attention to her tale. But having performed her orisons and placed her head on the pillow, she was quickly lapped in the balmy slumber she so much needed. Early in the morning she was awoke by a murmur of voices in the next room. She started up, and recalling her scattered thoughts, tried to remember the account the hostess had given her the preceding evening. The sick man spoke, but his accent was low, and the words did not reach her. He was answered. Could Flora believe her senses? Did she not know the voice that spoke these words? "Fear nothing, a sweet sleep has done you infinite good, and I rejoice in the belief that you will speedily recover. I have sent to Siena for your sister, and do indeed expect that Flora will arrive this very day." More was said, but Flora heard no more. She had risen and was hastily dressing herself. In a few minutes she was by her brother's, her Lorenzo's bedside, kissing his one hand and assuring him that she was indeed Flora. "These are indeed wonders," he at last said, "and if you are mine own Flora, you perhaps can tell me who this nobleman is, who day and night has watched beside me, as a mother may by her only child, giving no time to repose, but exhausting himself for me." "How, dearest brother," said Flora, "can I truly answer your question? To mention the name of our benefactor were to speak of a mask and a disguise, not a true thing. He is my protector and guardian, who has watched over and preserved me while you wandered far. His is the most generous heart in Italy, offering past enmity and family pride as sacrifices at the altar of nobleness and truth. He is the restorer of your fortunes in your native town, and the lover of my sweet sister. I have heard of these things, and was on my way to confirm his happiness and to find my own, when sickness led me thus low, and would have destroyed us both forever but for Fabian Tolomei, who now exerts his expiring authority to put an end to this scene," interrupted the young count. Not till this day has Lorenzo been sufficiently composed to hear any of these explanations, and we risk his returning health by too long a conversation. The history of these things and of his long wanderings, now so happily ended, must be reserved for a future hour, when assembled in our beloved Siena, exiles and foes no longer, we shall long enjoy the happiness which Providence, after so many trials, has bounteously reserved for us. End of section 15. Read by Claudia Caldi.
Section 16 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. Section 16. The Parvenue. Why do I write my melancholy story? Is it as a lesson, to prevent any other from wishing to rise to rank superior to that in which they are born? No, miserable as I am, others might have been happy, I doubt not, in my position. The chalice has been poisoned for me alone. Am I evil-minded? Am I wicked? What have been my errors, that I am now an outcast and wretched? I will tell my story. Let others judge me. My mind is bewildered. I cannot judge myself. My father was land steward to a wealthy nobleman. He married young and had several children. He then lost his wife and remained 15 years a widower, when he married again a young girl, the daughter of a clergyman, who died, leaving a numerous offspring in extreme poverty. My maternal grandfather had been a man of sensibility and genius. My mother inherited many of his endowments. She was an angel on earth. All her works were charity. All her thoughts were love. Within a year after her marriage, she gave birth to twins, I and my sister. Soon after, she fell into ill health, and from that time was always weakly. She could endure no fatigue, and seldom moved from her chair. I see her now, her white, delicate hands employed in needlework, her soft, love-lighted eyes fixed on me. I was still a child when my father fell into trouble, and we removed from the part of the country where we had hitherto lived, and went to a distant village, where we rented a cottage with a little land adjoining. We were poor, and all the family assisted each other. My elder half-sisters were strong, industrious, rustic young women, and submitted to a life of labor with great cheerfulness. My father held the plough. My half-brothers worked in the barns. All was toil, yet all seemed enjoyment. How happy my childhood was! Hand in hand with my dear twin sister, I plucked the spring flowers in the hedges, turned the hay in the summer meadows, shook the apples from the trees in the autumn, and at all seasons gamboled in delicious liberty beneath the free air of heaven, or at my mother's feet, caressed by her, I was taught the sweetest lessons of charity and love. My elder sisters were kind. We were all linked by strong affection. The delicate, fragile existence of my mother gave an interest to our monotony, while her virtues and her refinement threw a grace over our homely household. I and my sister did not seem twins, we were so unlike. She was robust, chubby, full of life and spirits. I, tall, slim, fair, and even pale. I loved to play with her, but soon grew tired, and then I crept to my mother's side, and she sang me to sleep, and nursed me in her bosom, and looked on me with her own angelic smile. She took pains to instruct me, not in accomplishments, but in all real knowledge. She unfolded to me the wonders of the visible creation, and to each tale of bird and beast, of fiery mountain or vast river, was appended some moral derived from her warm heart and ardent imagination. Above all, she impressed upon me the precepts of the gospel, charity to every fellow creature, the brotherhood of mankind, the rights that every sentient creature possesses to our services. I was her almoner, for poor as she was the benefactress of those who were poorer. Being delicate, I helped her in her task of needlework, while my sister aided the rest in their household or rustic labors. When I was 17, a miserable accident happened. A hayrick caught fire. It communicated to our outhouses, and at last to the cottage. We were roused from our beds at midnight, and escaped barely with our lives. My father bore out my mother in his arms, and then tried to save a portion of his property. The roof of the cottage fell in on him. He was dug out after an hour, scorched, maimed, crippled for life. We were all saved, but by a miracle only was I preserved. I and my sister were awoke by cries of fire. The cottage was already enveloped in flames. Susan, with her accustomed intrepidity, rushed through the flames and escaped. I thought only of my mother and hurried to her room. The fire raged around me. It encircled, hemmed me in. I believed that I must die, when suddenly I felt myself seized upon and borne away. I looked on my preserver. It was Lord Reginald Desborough. For many Sundays past, when, at church, I knew that Lord Reginald's eyes were fixed on me. He had met me and Susan in our walks. He had called at our cottage. There was fascination in his eye, in his soft voice and earnest gaze, and my heart throbbed with gladness as I thought that he surely loved me. To have been saved by him was to make the boon of life doubly precious. There is to me much obscurity in this part of my story. Lord Reginald loved me, it is true. Why he loved me, so far as to forget pride of rank and ambition for my sake, he who afterwards showed no tendency to disregard the prejudices and habits of rank and wealth, I cannot tell. It seems strange. He had loved me before, but from the hour that he saved my life, love grew into an overpowering passion. He offered us a lodge on his estate to take refuge in, and while there he sent us presents of game, and still more kindly, fruits and flowers to my mother, and came himself, especially when all were out except my mother and myself, and sat by us and conversed. Soon I learnt to expect the soft asking look of his eyes, and almost dared answer it. My mother once perceived these glances, and took an opportunity to appeal to Lord Reginald's good feelings, not to make me miserable for life by implanting an attachment that could only be productive of unhappiness. His answer was to ask me in marriage. I need not say that my mother gratefully consented, that my father, confined to his bed since the fire, thanked God with rapture, that my sisters were transported by delight. I was the least surprised then, though the most happy. Now I wonder much, what could he see in me? So many girls of rank and fortune were prettier. I was an untaught, low-born, portionless girl. It was very strange. Then I only thought of the happiness of marrying him, of being loved, of passing my life with him. My wedding day was fixed. Lord Reginald had neither father nor mother to interfere with his arrangements. He told no relation. He became one of our family during the interval. He saw no deficiencies in our mode of life, in my dress. He was satisfied with all. He was tender, assiduous, and kind, even to my elder sisters. He seemed to adore my mother, and became a brother to my sister Susan. She was in love, and asked him to intercede to gain her parents' consent for her choice. He did so, and though before Lawrence Cooper, the carpenter of the place, had been disdained, supported by him he was accepted. Lawrence Cooper was young, well-looking, well-disposed, and fondly attached to Susan. My wedding day came. My mother kissed me fondly. My father blessed me with pride and joy. My sisters stood round, radiant with delight. There was but one drawback to the universal happiness, that immediately on my marriage I was to go abroad. From the church door I stepped into the carriage. Having once and again been folded in my dear mother's embrace, the wheels were in motion, and we were away. I looked out from the window. There was the dear group, my old father, white-headed and aged in his large chair, my mother, smiling through her tears, with folded hands and upraised looks of gratitude, anticipating long years of happiness for her child. Susan and Lawrence, standing side by side, unenvious of my greatness, happy in themselves. My sisters, conning over with pride and joy the presents made to them, and the prosperity that flowed in from my husband's generosity. All looked happy, and it seemed as if I were the cause of all this happiness. We had been indeed saved from dreadful evils. Ruin had ensued from the fire, and we had been sunk in adversity through that very event from which our good fortune took its rise. I felt proud and glad. I loved them all. I thought, I make them happy. They are prosperous through me, and my heart warmed with gratitude towards my husband at the idea. We spent 2 years abroad. It was rather lonely for me, who had always been surrounded, as it were, by a populous world of my own, to find myself cast upon foreigners and strangers. The habits of the different sexes in the higher ranks so separate them from each other that, after a few months, I spent much of my time in solitude. I did not repine. I had been brought up to look upon the hard visage of life, if not unflinchingly, at least with resignation. I did not expect perfect happiness. Marriages in humble life are attended with so much care. I had none of this. My husband loved me, and though I often longed to see the dear familiar faces that thronged my childhood's home, and, above all, pined for my mother's caresses and her wise maternal lessons, yet for a time I was content to think of them and hope for a reunion. Still, many things pained me. I had, poor myself, been brought up among the poor, and nothing, since I can remember forming an idea, so much astonished and jarred with my feelings as the thought of how the rich could spend so much on themselves, while any of their fellow creatures were in destitution. I had none of the patrician charity, though such is praiseworthy, which consists in distributing thin soup and coarse flannel petticoats, a sort of instinct or sentiment of justice, the offspring of my lowly paternal hearth and my mother's enlightened piety, was deeply implanted in my mind, that all had as good a right to the comforts of life as myself, or even as my husband. My charities, they were called, they seemed to me the payment of my debts to my fellow creatures, were abundant. Lord Reginald peremptorily checked them, but as I had a large allowance for my own expenses, I denied myself 1,000 luxuries for the sake of feeding the hungry. Nor was it only that charity impelled me, but that I could not acquire a taste for spending money on myself. I disliked the apparatus of wealth. My husband called my ideas sordid, and reproved me severely when, instead of outshining all competitors at a fete, I appeared dowdily dressed and declared warmly that I would not spend 20 guineas on a gown, while I could dress many sad faces in smiles and bring much joy to many drooping hearts by the same sum. Was I right? I firmly believe that there is not one among the rich who will not affirm that I did wrong, that to please my husband and do honor to his rank was my first duty. Yet, shall I confess it? Even now, rendered miserable by this fault, I cannot give it that name. I can call it a misfortune. I have wasted at the slow fire of knowing that I lost my husband's affections because I performed what I believed to be a duty. But I am not come to that yet. It was not till my return to England that the full disaster crushed me. We had often been applied to for money by my family, and Lord Reginald had acceded to nearly all their requests. When we reached London, after 2 years' absence, my first wish was to see my dear mother. She was at Margate for her health. It was agreed that I should go there alone and pay a short visit. Before I went, Lord Reginald told me what I did not know before, that my family had often made exorbitant demands on him, with which he was resolved not to comply. He told me that he had no wish to raise my relatives from their station in society, and that, indeed, there were only 2 among them whom he conceived had any claims upon me, my mother and my twin sister. That the former was incapable of any improper request, and the latter, by marrying Cooper, had fixed her own position and could in no way be raised from the rank of her chosen husband. I agreed to much that he said. I replied that he well knew that my own taste led me to consider mediocrity the best and happiest situation, that I had no wish, and would never consent, to supply any extravagant demands on the part of persons, however dear to me, whose circumstances he had rendered easy. Satisfied with my reply, we parted most affectionately, and I went on my way to Margate with a light and glad heart, and the cordial reception I received from my whole family, collected together to receive me, was calculated to add to my satisfaction. The only drawback to my content was my mother's state. She was wasted to a shadow. They all talked and laughed around her, but it was evident to me that she had not long to live. There was no room for me in the small furnished house in which they were all crowded, so I remained at the hotel. Early in the morning, before I was up, my father visited me. He begged me to intercede with my husband, that on the strength of his support he had embarked in a speculation which required a large capital, that many families would be ruined and himself dishonored if a few hundreds were not advanced. I promised to do what I could, resolving to ask my mother's advice and make her my guide. My father kissed me with an effusion of gratitude and left me. I cannot enter into the whole of these sad details. All my half-brothers and sisters had married and trusted to their success in life to Lord Reginald's assistance. Each evidently thought that they asked little in not demanding an equal share of my luxuries and fortune. But they were all in difficulty, all needed large assistance, all depended on me. Lastly, my own sister Susan appealed to me, but hers was the most moderate request of all. She only wished for 20 pounds. I gave it her at once from my own purse. As soon as I saw my mother, I explained to her my difficulties. She told me that she expected this, and that it broke her heart. I must summon courage and resist these demands. That my father's imprudence had ruined him, and that he must encounter the evil he had brought on himself. That my numerous relatives were absolutely mad with the notion of what I ought to do for them. I listened with grief. I saw the torments in store for me. I felt my own weakness, and knew that I could not meet the rapacity of those about me with any courage or firmness. That same night, my mother fell into convulsions. Her life was saved with difficulty. From Susan, I learned the cause of her attack. She had had a violent altercation with my father. She insisted that I should not be appealed to, while he reproached her for rendering me undutiful and bringing ruin and disgrace on his gray hairs. When I saw my pale mother trembling, fainting, dying, when I was again and again assured that she must be my father's victim unless I yielded, what wonder that, in the agony of my distress, I wrote to my husband to implore his assistance. Oh, what thick clouds now obscured my destiny! How do I remember, with a sort of thrilling horror, the boundless sea, white cliffs, and wide sands of Margate. The summer day that had welcomed my arrival changed to bleak wintry weather during this interval, while I waited with anguish for my husband's answer. Well do I remember the evening on which it came. The waves of the sea showed their white crests. No vessel ventured to meet the gale with any canvas except a topsail. The sky was bared clear by the wind. The sun was going down fiery red. I looked upon the troubled waters. I longed to be borne away upon them, away from care and misery. At this moment a servant followed me to the sands with my husband's answer. It contained a refusal. I dared not communicate it. The menaces of bankruptcy, the knowledge that he had instilled false hopes into so many, the fears of disgrace rendered my father, always rough, absolutely ferocious. Life flickered in my dear mother's frame. It seemed on the point of expiring when she heard my father's step. If he came in with a smooth brow, her pale lips wreathed into her own sweet smile, and a delicate pink tinged her fallen cheeks. If he scowled, and his voice was high, every limb shivered. She turned her face to the pillow, while convulsive tears shook her frame and threatened instant dissolution. My father sought me alone one day, as I was walking in melancholy guise upon the sands. He swore that he would not survive his disgrace. "And do you think, Fanny," he added, "that your mother will survive the knowledge of my miserable end?" I saw the resolution of despair in his face as he spoke. I asked the sum needed, the time when it must be given. 1,000 pounds in 2 days was all that was asked. I set off to London to implore my husband to give this sum. No, I cannot step by step record my wretchedness. The money was given. I extorted it from Lord Reginald, though I saw his very heart closed on me as he wrote the check. Worse had happened since I had left him. Susan had used the 20 pounds I gave her to reach town, to throw herself at my husband's feet and implore his compassion. Rendered absolutely insane by the idea of having a lord for a brother-in-law, Cooper had launched into a system of extravagance, incredible as it was wicked. He was many £1,000s in debt, and when at last Lord Reginald wrote to refuse all further supply, the miserable man committed forgery. £200 prevented exposure and preserved him from an ignominious end. 500 more were advanced to send him and his wife to America, to settle there, out of the way of temptation. I parted from my dear sister. I loved her fondly. She had no part in her husband's guilt, yet she was still attached to him, and her child bound them together. They went into solitary, miserable exile. "Ah, had we remained in virtuous poverty," cried my broken-hearted sister, "I had not been forced to leave my dying mother." The £1,000 given to my father was but a drop of water in the ocean. Again I was appealed to. Again I felt the slender thread of my mother's life depended on my getting a supply. Again, trembling and miserable, I implored the charity of my husband. "I am content," he said, "to do what you ask, to do more than you ask, but remember the price you pay. Either give up your parents and your family, whose rapacity and crimes deserve no mercy, or we part forever. You shall have a proper allowance. You can maintain all your family on it if you please, but their names must never be mentioned to me again. Choose between us. You never see them more, or we part forever." Did I do right? I cannot tell. Misery is the result. Misery, frightful, endless, unredeemed. My mother was dearer to me than all the world. I did not reply. I rushed to my room, and that night, in a delirium of grief and horror, I set out for Margate. Such was my reply to my husband. 3 years have passed since then, and during all this time I was grateful to heaven for being permitted to do my duty by my mother, and though I wept over the alienation of my husband, I did not repent. But she, my angelic support, is no more. My father survived my mother but 2 months. Remorse for all he had done and made me suffer cut short his life. His family by his first wife are gathered round me. They importune, they rob, they destroy me. Last week I wrote to Lord Reginald. I communicated the death of my parents. I represented that my position was altered, and that if he still cared for his unhappy wife, all might be well. Yesterday his answer came. It was too late, he said. I had myself torn asunder the ties that united us. They never could be knit together again. By the same post came a letter from Susan. She is happy. Cooper, awakened to a manly sense of the duties of life, is thoroughly reformed. He is industrious and prosperous. Susan asks me to join her. I am resolved to go. Oh, my home and recollections of my youth, where are ye now? Envenomed by serpents' stings, I long to close my eyes on every scene I have ever viewed. Let me seek a strange land, a land where a grave will soon be opened for me. I desire to die. I am told that Lord Reginald loves another, a high-born girl, that he openly curses our union as the obstacle to his happiness. The memory of this will poison the oblivion I go to seek. He will soon be free. Soon will the hand he once so fondly took in his and made his own, which, now flung away, trembles with misery as it traces these lines, moulder in its last decay. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit lbleath.org. Read by Penelope Presents. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. Section 17. The Pole. Part 1. Chapter 14. The Pole. It was near the close of the day that a traveling caleche, coming from Rome, was seen approaching at full gallop towards Mola di Gida. The road leading to the inn is rocky and narrow. On one side is an orange grove, extending to the sea. On the other, an old Roman wall, overgrown by blossoming shrubs, enormous aloes, floating tangles of vines, and 1,000 species of parasite plants peculiar to the south. Scarcely had the caleche entered this defile when the careless postilion drove one of the wheels over a protruding ledge of rock and overturned it, and, in the next moment, a crowd of people came running to the spot. Not one of them, however, thought of relieving the traveler within the fallen vehicle, but, with violent gestures and loud outcries, began to examine what damage the caleche had sustained and what profit they might derive from it. The wheelwright declared every wheel was shattered, the carpenter that the shafts were splintered, whilst the blacksmith, passing and repassing under the carriage, tugged at every clamp and screw and nail, with all the violence necessary to ensure himself a handsome job. The traveler it contained, having quietly disengaged himself from various cloaks, books, and maps, now slowly descended, and for a moment the busy crowd forgot their restlessness, to gaze upon the noble figure of the stranger. He seemed to be scarcely 22. In stature he was tall, and his form was molded in such perfect portions that it presented a rare combination of youthful lightness and manly strength. His countenance, had you taken from it its deep thoughtfulness and its expression of calm, intrepid bravery, might have belonged to the most lovely woman, so transparently blooming was his complexion, so regular his features, so blond and luxuriant his hair. Of all those present, he seemed the least concerned at the accident. He neither looked at the caleche, nor paid any attention to the offers of service that were screamed from a dozen mouths, but, drawing out his watch, asked his servant if the carriage was broken. "Pan, the shafts are snapped, 2 of the springs are injured, and the linchplan has flown." "How long will it take to repair them?" 24 hours. "It is now 4 o'clock. See that everything be in order again by tomorrow's daybreak." "Pan, with these lazy Italians, I fear it will be impossible." "Ja, paswalam," replied the traveler coldly, but decidedly. "Pay what you will, but let all be ready for the hour I have mentioned." Without another word, he walked toward the inn, followed by the crowd, teasing for alms. A few seconds ago they had all been active and healthy beings, so full of employment they could not afford to mend his caleche unless tempted by some extraordinary reward. Now the men declared themselves cripples and invalids, the children were orphans, the women helpless widows, and they would all die of hunger if his Eccellenza did not bestow a few grand. "What a tedious race!" exclaimed the traveler, casting a handful of coins upon the ground, which caused a general scramble and enabled him to proceed unmolested. At the inn, new torments awaited him. A fresh crowd, composed of the landlord, the landlady, and their waiters and hostlers, gathered round and assailed him with innumerable questions. The landlord hoped none of his limbs were broken, and begged him to consider himself master of the house. The waiters desired to know what hour he would sup, what fare he chose, how long he intended to stay, where he came from, whither he was going, and the landlady led him, ostentatiously, through all the rooms of the inn, expatiating endlessly upon the peculiar and indescribable advantages of each. Ineffably weary of their officiousness, the traveler at last traversed a long and spacious hall, and took refuge in a balcony that looked upon the Bay of Gida. The inn is built upon the site of Cicero's villa. Beneath the balcony, and on each side, along the whole curve of the bay, stretched a thick grove of orange trees, which sloped down to the very verge of the Mediterranean. balls of golden fruit, and blossoms faint with odor and fair as stars studded this amphitheater of dark foliage, and at its extremity the liquid light of the waves pierced the glossy leaves, mingling their blue splendor with earth's green paradise. Every rock and mountain glowed with a purple hue, so intense and soft they resembled violet vapors dissolving into the pale radiance of the evening sky. Far away in the deep, broad flood of the ocean rose the two mountain islands of Ischia and Procida, between which Vesuvius thrust in his jagged form and his floating banner of snow-white smoke. The solitary heaven was without sun or moon, without a star or cloud, but smiled in that tender vestal light which speaks of eternal, immutable peace. It would be difficult to define the feelings of the traveler as he gazed on this scene. His countenance, uplifted to heaven, was animated with a profound and impressioned melancholy, with an expression of an earnest and fervid pleading against some vast and inevitable wrong. He was thinking of his country, and whilst he contrasted its ruined villages and devastated fields with the splendor and glow of the fair land before him, was breathing inwardly a passionate appeal against that blind and cruel destiny which had consigned Poland to the desolating influence of Russian despotism. His reverie was interrupted by the sound of a female voice singing in Polish among the orange trees at his feet. The singer was invisible, but the sweetness of her voice, and the singular reference of the words, the following prose translation conveys their meaning, to the thoughts of his own mind, filled the traveler with surprise. Whence thou gaze upon the azure heaven, so mighty in its calm, do not say, O bright enchantment, hast thou no pity, that thou dawnest thus in unattainable loveliness upon my world-weary eyes? When the southern wind softly breathes, do not say reproachfully, thy cradle is the ether of the morning sun, thou drinkest the odorous essence of myrtle and lemon blossoms, thou shouldst bear upon thy wings all sweet emotions, all soft desires. Why bringest thou then no healing to the anguish I endure? Neither in the dark hour, when thou thinkest upon thy country and thy friends, say not with grief, they are lost, they are not. Say rather with joy, they were illustrious, and it is bliss to know that they have been. It were wise in me to obey thy lesson, sweet songstress, thought the traveler, and revolving in his mind the singularity of the serenade, he continued to gaze upon the trees below. There was no rustling amid their branches, no sound which told a human being was concealed beneath their foliage. Nothing was heard beyond the almost imperceptible breathings of the evening air. Did such things exist anywhere but in the imagination of the poet? He could almost have believed that the spirit of that divine scene had assumed a human voice and human words to soothe his melancholy. So floating and airy had been the strain, so deep the silence that succeeded it. One moment more, and there arose from the same spot cries for help, uttered in Italian, and shrieks of distress so piercing they made the traveler fly with the speed of lightning through the great hall, down the staircase, into the garden. The first object that met his eyes was the figure of a girl about 16, her one arm tightly embracing the stem of a tree, her other angrily repelling a young man who was endeavoring to drag her away. "I will not go with you. I love you no longer, Giorgio, and go with you I will not," shrieked the girl in tones of mingled violence and fear. "You must. You shall," retorted her aggressor in a voice of thunder. "I have found you again, and I won't be duped by your fooleries, Marietta. And who are you, and who begged you to interfere?" added he, turning fiercely upon the traveler, whose strong grasp had torn him from Marietta. "An officer, as it should seem by your dress. Be pleased to know that I am also an officer, and risk my displeasure no further." "No officer would ill-treat a defenseless girl," the Pole replied with quiet contempt. At this taunt Giorgio quivered with rage. His features, handsome and regular as those of Italians generally are, became quite distorted. His hands with convulsive movements sought about his breast for the dagger that was concealed there. His dark, flashing eyes fixed intently at the same time upon his adversary, as if he hoped the fiendish spirit that burned within them might previously annihilate him. "Be on your guard! He is a perfect wretch!" cried Marietta, rushing towards her protector. The arrival of several servants from the inn dispelled all idea of present danger. They dragged off Giorgio, telling him that, although the girl was his sister, he had no right to separate her from the corps d'opera with whom she was traveling through Gaeta. "È vero, è verissimo!" cried Marietta, with joyful triumph. "What is it to him if I like my liberty, and prefer wandering about, singing here and there?" "Marietta, beware! Dare not speak ill of me!" screamed the retiring Giorgio, looking back over his shoulder, and accompanying his words with a look of such frightful menace as completely subdued his sister. She watched in anxious silence till he had disappeared, and then, with affectionate humility and a graceful quickness that allowed not of its prevention, knelt lightly down and pressed the stranger's hands to her lips. "You have more than repaid me for the song I sang to you," she said, rising and leading the way to the inn, "and if you like it, I will sing others to you whilst you sup." "Are you a Pole?" inquired the traveller. "A fine demand! How can I be a Pole? Did you not say yourself there was no longer any such country as Poland?" "I, not that I recollect." "If you did not say it, confess at least that you thought it. The Poles are all become Russians, and for nothing in the world, signor, would I be a Russian. Why, in all their language they have no word that expresses honor. No, rather than be a Russian, much as I hate it, I would go with Giorgio." "Are you Italian?" "No, not exactly." "What are you then?" I am what I am. Who can be more? But, signor, one thing I must beg of you. Do not ask me any questions about myself, nor any about Giorgio. I will sing to you, talk to you, wait upon you, anything of that kind you please, but I will not answer questions on those subjects. Seating herself upon a stool in a dark corner of the traveller's apartment, as far removed as possible from him and all other interruptions, Marietta passed the evening in playing on her guitar and singing. She was a most accomplished singer, possessing and managing all the intricacies of the art with perfect ease, but this scarcely excited admiration in comparison with the natural beauty of her voice. There was a profound melancholy in its intense sweetness that dissolved the soul of the traveller in grief. All that was dear to him in the memory of the past, the joys of home and childhood, the tenderness and truth of his first friendships, the glow of patriotism, every cherished hour, every endeared spot, all that he had loved, all that he had lost upon the earth, seemed again to live and again to fade as he listened to her strains. Without paying any attention to him, and apparently without any effort to herself, she breathed forth melody after melody for her own pleasure, like some lone nightingale that, in a home of green leaves, sings to cheer its solitude with sweet sounds. Her countenance and figure would have been beautiful had they been more fully developed. They resembled those sketches of a great artist in which there are only a few lightly traced lines, but those so full of spirit and meaning that you easily imagine what a masterpiece it would have been when finished. The first visitor of our traveller, on arriving next day at Naples, was the Princess Dashkoff. She was a Russian lady, whose high birth, immense wealth, had procured for her the intimacy of half the crowned heads of Europe, and had made her all-powerful at the court of St. Petersburg. Detesting the cold barbarism of her native country, she had established herself at Naples in a splendid mansion near the Strada Nuova, and affecting an extravagant admiration for Italy by her munificent patronage of the arts and artists, and by perpetual exhibitions of her own skill in drawing and singing, dancing and acting, had obtained the name of the Corinna of the North. Her salon was the evening resort of the wise, the idle, the witty, and the dissipated. Not to know Corinna was to be yourself unknown, and not to frequent her conversazioni was, as far as society was concerned, to be banished from all that was fashionable or delightful in Naples. It was the hour of evening reception. The Pole burned with impatience to speak to the princess, for on her influence at Petersburg depended the fate of his only brother. A splendid suite of apartments, blazing with lights, crowded with company, lay open before him. Without allowing himself to be announced, he entered them. When a highly imaginative mind is absorbed by some master feeling, all opposing contrasts, all glowing extremes, serve but to add depth and intensity to that feeling. The festal scene of marble columns garlanded by roses, the walls of Venetian mirror reflecting the light of innumerable tapers, and the forms of lovely women and gay youths floating in the mazy dance, seemed to him deceitful shows that veiled some frightful sorrow. And with eager, rapid steps, as if borne along by the impulse of his own thoughts, he hurried past them. Scarcely knowing how he had arrived there, he at length found himself standing beside the princess in a marble colonnade, open above to the moonlight and the stars of heaven, and admitting at its sides the odors of the blossoming almond trees of the adjacent gardens. "Ladislas!" exclaimed the lady, starting. "Is it possible? To see you here almost exceeds belief." After remaining some moments in deep silence, collecting and arranging his thoughts, the Pole replied. A conversation ensued, in so low a voice as to be only audible to themselves. From their attitudes and gestures it might be inferred that Ladislas was relating some tale of deep anguish, mixed with solemn and impressive adjurations, to which the princess listened with a consenting, tranquilizing sympathy. They issued from the recess, walked up the colonnade, and entered a small temple that terminated it. From the center of its airy dome hung a lighted alabaster lamp of a boat-like shape, beneath which a youthful female was seated alone, sketching a range of moonlight hills that appeared between the columns. "Idle," said the princess, "I have brought you a new subject for your pencil, and such a subject, my love, one whose fame has already made him dear to your imagination, no less a person than the hero of Ostralinka and the Vistula. So call up one of those brightest, happiest moods of your genius, in which all succeeds to you, and enrich my album with his likeness," spreading it before her. It is difficult to refuse any request to a person who has just granted us an important favor. Ladislas suffered himself to be seated, and as soon as the princess had quitted them, the gloom which had shadowed his brow at the names of Ostralinka and the Vistula vanished. The surpassing beauty of the young artist would have changed the heaviest penance into a pleasure. She was lovely as one of Raphael's Madonnas, and, like them, there was a silent beauty in her presence that struck the most superficial beholder with astonishment and satisfaction. Her hair, of a golden and burnished brown, the color of the autumnal foliage illuminated by the setting sun, fell in gauzy waves round her face, throat, and shoulders. Her small, clear forehead, gleaming with gentle thought, her curved, soft, and rosy lips, the delicate molding of the lower part of the face, expressing purity and integrity of nature, were all perfectly Grecian. Her hazel eyes, with their arched lids and dark arrowy lashes, pierced the soul with their full and thrilling softness. She was clad in long and graceful drapery, white as snow, but, pure as this garment was, it seemed a rude disguise to the resplendent softness of the limbs it enfolded. The delicate light that gleamed from the alabaster lamp above them was a faint simile of the ineffable spirit of love that burned within Adelai's fair, transparent frame, and the one trembling, shining star of evening that palpitates responsively to happy lovers never seemed more divine or more beloved than she did to Ladislas, as she sat there, now fixing a timid but attentive gaze upon his countenance, and then dropping it upon the paper before her. And not alone for Ladislas was this hour the dawn of passionate love. The same spell was felt in the heart of Adelaide. One moment their eyes met and glanced upon each other, the look of exalted, eternal love, mute, blessed, and inexpressible. Their lids fell and were raised no more. Rapture thrilled their breasts and swelled their full hearts, for, motionless and in deep silence, as if every outward faculty were absorbed in reverence, they continued, each inwardly knowing, hearing, seeing nothing but the divine influence and attraction of the other. I know not if the portrait was finished. I believe it was not. Noiselessly Adelaide arose and departed to seek the princess, and Ladislas followed. "Who is that lovely being?" inquired an English traveller some time afterward, pointing out Adelaide from a group of ladies. "A Polish girl, a protégée of mine," was the reply of the princess, "a daughter of one of Kosciuszko's unfortunate followers, who died here, poor and unknown. She has a great genius for drawing and painting, but she is so different in her nature from the generality of people that I am afraid she will never get on in the world. All the family are wild and strange. There is a brother who they say is a complete ruffian, brave as a Pole and as unprincipled as an Italian, a villain quite varnished in picturesque, like one of your Lord Byron's corsairs and giaours. Then there is a younger sister, the most uncontrollable little creature, who chose to pretend my house was insupportable, and ran away into Calabria or Campania, and set up as a prima donna. But these, to be sure, are the children of a second wife, an Italian, and Adelaide, I must confess, has none of their lawlessness, but is remarkably gentle and steady." Disgusted with this heartless conversation, which disturbed his ecstasy, Ladislas hastily quitted the Dashkoff Palace, and entered the Via Reale, whose embowering trees promised solitude. Not one straggler of the gay crowds that frequent this luxurious garden from morning till midnight was now to be seen. With its straight walks buried in gloom and shadow, its stone fronts of sleeping water, its marble statues, its heaven-pointing obelisks, and its midnight air, it was silent as a deserted oratory, where the last strain of the vesper hymn has died away, the last taper has ceased to burn, the last censer has been flung, and both priests and worshippers have departed. Ladislas cast himself upon a stone seat in the ilex groves that skirt the margin of the bay. "I dreamt not of love," he exclaimed. "I sought her not. I had renounced life in all its train of raptures, hopes, and joys. Cold and void of every wish, the shadow of death lay upon my heart. Suddenly she stood before me, lovely as an angel that heralds departed spirits to the kingdom of eternal bliss. Fearless, but mild, she poured the magic of her gaze upon my soul. I speak the word of the hour. She shall be mine, or I will die." Reclining in the ilex grove, Ladislas passed the remaining hours of that too short night, entranced in bliss, as if the bright form of his beloved were still shining beside him. Gradually every beauty of the wondrous and far-famed Bay of Naples impressed itself upon his attention. The broad and beamless moon sinking behind the tall elms of Posillipo, the broken starlight on the surface of the waves, their rippling sounds as they broke at his feet, Sorrento's purple promontory, and the gentle wind that blew from it, the solitary grandeur of Capri's mountain island rising out of the middle of the bay, a colossal sphinx guarding 2 baths of azure light, Vesuvius breathing its smoke, and flame and sparks in the cloudless ether, all became mingled in inexplicable harmony with his new-born passion, and were indelibly associated with his recollection of that night. The next morning, Adelaide was sketching in the Via Reale. She had seated herself on the outside of a shady alley. 2 persons passed behind her, and the childish, petulant voice of one of them drew her attention. That voice, so sweet even in its impatience, certainly belonged to her fugitive sister. "It is she!" exclaimed Adelaide, gliding swiftly as thought between the trees, and folding the speaker to her bosom. "Marietta, my dear little Marietta, at last you are come back again. Catofalltrades. Now promise to stay with me. You know not how miserable I have been about you." "No, I cannot promise anything of the kind," replied Marietta, playing with the ribbons of her guitar. "I choose to have my liberty." Adelaide's arms sunk, and her eyes were cast upon the ground when she heard the cold and decided tone in which this refusal was pronounced. On raising the latter, they glanced upon the companion of her sister, and were filled with unconquerable emotion at discovering Ladislas, the elected of her heart. "I met your sister here a few minutes ago," explained he, partaking her feelings, "and have been so fortunate the other day as to render her a slight service." "Oh, yes," interrupted Marietta. "I sung for him a whole evening at Gaeta. It was a curious adventure. His carriage was overturned close to the inn. I had arrived there half an hour before, and was walking in an orange grove near the spot, and saw the accident happen, and heard him speak in Polish to his servant. My heart beat with joy. He looked wondrous melancholy. I thought it must be about his country, so I crept as softly as a mouse among the trees under his balcony, and sung him a salve song in Polish. I improvised it on the spur of the moment. I do not very well recollect it, but it was about azure heavens, southern winds, myrtle and lemon blossoms, and the illustrious unfortunate, and it ought to have pleased him. Just as I had finished, out starts our blessed brother Giorgio from the inn, and began one of his most terrific bothers. Imagine how frightened I was, for I thought he was gone to Sicily with his regiment. However, they got him away, and I followed the stranger into his room, and sang to him the rest of the evening. All my best songs, the Mio ben quando verrà, Nina pazza por amor, the All Army of Generali, the Dolce cara Patricia from Tancredi, the Del Cama from Otello, all my whole stock, I assure you. Thus rattled on Marietta, and then, as if her quick eye had already discovered the secret of their attachment, she added, with an arch smile, "But don't be frightened, Adelaide. Though his eyes filled with tears whilst I sung, as yours often do, not a word of praise did the Samaritan bestow on me." "Then return and live with me, dear Marietta, and I will praise you as much and more than you desire." "Santa Maria del Pie de Grota! What a tiresome person you are, Adelaide. When you have got an idea in your head, an earthquake would not get it out again." "Have I told you that I will not? If you knew the motive, you would approve my resolution. I said I liked my liberty, and so forth, but that was not the reason of my flight. I do not choose to have anything to do with Giorgio and the princess, for, believe me, dearest Adelaide, disgraceful as my present mode of life seems to you, it is innocence in itself compared with the crimes they were leading me to." "Some suspicion of this did once cross my mind," her sister replied with a sigh, "but I rejected it as too horrible. Dear child, think no more about them. Do you not know that I have left the princess's house and am living by myself in a little pavilion far up on the Strada Nueva? There you need not fear their molestations." "Is not Giorgio then with you?" "No, I have not seen him for some time. I doubt if he be in Naples." "So, Messer Giorgio, you have deceived me again. But I might have known that, for he never speaks a word of truth. Be assured, however, he is in Naples, for I caught a glimpse of him this morning, mounting the hill that leads to the barracks of the Piazzo Falcone, and he is as intimate with the princess as ever, though she pretends to disown him. As for me, I am engaged at San Carlos. The writing is signed and sealed, and cannot be broken without forfeiting a heavy sum of money. Otherwise, I should be happy to live peacefully with you, for you know not, Adelaide, all I have had to suffer, how sad and ill-treated I have been, how often pinched with want and hunger, and worse than that, when Giorgio takes it into his head to pursue me, and plants himself in the pit, fixing his horrible looks upon me as I sing, how many times I have rushed out of that theatre and spent the nights in the great wide Maremma, beset by robbers, buffaloes, and wild boars, till I was almost mad with fear and bewilderment. There is a curse upon our family, I think. Did not our father once live in a splendid castle of his own, with 100 retainers to wait upon him? And do you remember the miserable garret in which he died? But I cannot stay any longer. I wanted at the rehearsal. So, farewell, dearest Adelaide. Be you at least happy, and leave me to fulfill the evil destiny that hangs over our race." "No, no," exclaimed Ladislas. "That must not be. The writing must be cancelled." And then, with the affection and unreserve of a brother, he entered into their sentiments, with sweet and persuasive arguments overcame their scruples of receiving a pecuniary obligation from him, and finally, taking Marietta by the hand, led her away to San Carlos in order to cancel her engagement. And in another hour it was cancelled. Marietta was once more free and joyful, and affectionate as old friends. The three met again in the little pavilion, which was Adelaide's home. It stood alone in a myrtle wood on the last of the green promontories which form the Strada Nueva, and separate the Bay of Naples from the Bay of Baia, a lonely hermitage secluded from the noise and turmoil of the city, whose only visitors were the faint winds of morning and evening, the smiles of the fair Italian heaven, its wandering clouds, and, perchance, a solitary bird. From every part of the building you could see the Baian ocean sparkling breathlessly beneath the sun. Through the windows in the columns of the portico you beheld the mountains of the distant coast shining on, hour after hour, like amethysts in a thrilling vapor of purple transparent light, so ardent yet halcyon, so bright and unreal, a poet would have chosen it to emblem the radiant atmosphere that glows around Elysian isles of eternal peace and joy. Marietta soon left the building to join some fisher boys who were dancing the tarantella up on the beach below. Adelaide took her drawing, which was her daily employment, and furnished her the means of subsistence, and Ladislas sat by her side. There was no sound of rolling carriages, no tramp of men and horse, no distant singing, no one speaking near. The wind awoke no rustling amid the leaves of the myrtle wood, and the wave died without a murmur on the shore. Ladislas's deep but melodious voice alone broke the crystal silence of the noonday air. Italy was around him, robed in two splendors of blue and green, but he was in exile, and the recollections of his native land thronged into his memory. During the 3 months it had taken him to effect his escape from Warsaw to Naples, his lips had been closed in silence, whilst his mind had been wrapped in the gloom of the dreadful images that haunted it. In idolized countenance there was that expression of innocence and sublimity of soul, of purity and strength, that excited the warmest admiration and inspired sudden and deep confidence. She looked like some supernatural being that walks through the world, untouched by its corruptions, like one that unconsciously, yet with delight, confers pleasure and peace, and Ladislas felt that, in speaking to her of the dark sorrows of his country, they would lose their mortal weight and be resolved into beauty by her sympathy. In glowing terms he described the heroic struggle of Poland for liberty, the triumph and exultation that had filled every bosom during the few months they were free, the hardship and privations they had endured, the deeds of daring bravery of the men, the heroism it had awakened in the women, and then its fall, the return of the Russians, the horrible character of Russian despotism, its sternness and deceit, its pride and selfish ignorance, the loss of public and private integrity, the disbelief of good, the blighted, hopeless, joyless life endured by those whom it crushes beneath its servitude. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. The Pole, Part 2. Thus passed the hours of the forenoon. Then Ladislas, fixing his eyes upon the coast of Baya, and expressing at the same time his impatience to visit that ancient resort of heroes and of emperors, Allie, led the way by a small path down the hill to the beach. There they found a skiff, and unmooring it from its rocky haven, embarked in it. It had been sweet to mark the passage of that light bark freighted with these happy lovers. When borne by its sail, it swept through the little ocean channel that lies between the beaked promontories of the mainland and the closing cliffs of the island of Nisida, and when with gentler motion it glided into the open expanse of the Bay of Baya, and cut its way through the translucent water, above the ruins of temples and palaces overgrown by seaweed, on which the rays of the sun were playing, creating 1,000 rainbow hues that varied with every wave that flowed over them. In all that plain of blue light it was the only moving thing, and as if it had been the child of the ocean that bore it, and the sun that looked down on it, it sped gaily along in their smiles past the fortress where Brutus and Cassius sought shelter after the death of Caesar, past the temples of Jupiter and Neptune, by the ruins of that castle in which 3 Romans once portioned out the world between them, to the Cumaean hill that enshadows the beloved lanternum of Scipio Africanus, and in which he died. The whole of this coast is a paradise of natural beauty, investing with its own loveliness the time-eaten wrecks with which it is strewn. The mouldering past is mingled with the vivid present. Ruin and gray annihilation are decked in eternal spring. The woody windings of the shore reveal, in their deep recesses, the gleaming marble fragments of the abodes of ancient heroes. The verdurous hues of the promontories mingle with the upright columns of shattered temples, or clothe with nature's voluptuous bloom the pale funereal urns of departed gods, whilst the foliage and the inland fountains and the breaking waves upon the shore were murmuring around their woven minstrelsy of love and joy, Earth, sea, and sky blazed like three gods, with tranquil but animated loveliness, with a splendor that did not dazzle, with a richness that could not satiate. The air on that beautiful warm coast was as a field of fragrance. The refreshing sea breeze seemed to blow from paradise, quickening the senses and bringing to them the odor of 1,000 unknown blossoms. "What world is this?" exclaimed Ladislas, in a tone of rapture that nearly answered its own question. "I could imagine I had entered an enchanted garden. 4 heavens surround me, the one above, the pure element beneath me, with its waves that shine and tremble as stars, the adorned earth that hangs over it, and the heaven of delight they create within my breast. Morning is here a rose, day a tulip, night a lily. Evening is, like morning, again a rose, and life seems a choral hymn of beautiful and glowing sentiments, that I go singing to myself as I wander along this perpetual path of flowers." It was night ere they again reached the pavilion. It stood dark and deserted in the clear moonshine. The door was locked. After calling and knocking repeatedly without obtaining any answer, it became evident that Marietta had quitted the dwelling. In the first moment of surprise which this occurrence occasioned, they had not observed a written sheet of paper, of a large size, which lay unfolded and placed directly before the door, as if to attract attention. Allie took it up and read the following lines, traced by Marietta. "Oh, Allie, but a few hours ago how calm and secure we were in happiness. Now danger and perhaps destruction is our portion. One chance yet remains. The moment you get this, persuade, not only persuade, but compel that adorable stranger to fly instantly from Naples. He is not safe here an instant longer. Do not doubt what I say, or his life may be the forfeit. How can I impress this on your mind? I would not willingly betray anyone, but how else can I save him? Giorgio has been here. Oh, the frightful violence of that man! He raved like an insane person, and let fall such dark and bloody hints as opened worlds of horror to me. I am gone to discover what I can. I know his haunts and his associates, and shall soon find out if there be any truth in what he threatens. I could not await your return, neither dare I leave the pavilion open. Who knows if in the interval between my departure and your return, an assassin might not conceal himself within, and your first welcome be to see the stranger fall lifeless at your feet. His every step is watched by spies armed for his destruction. I know not what to do, and yet it seems to me that my going may possibly avert the catastrophe. Marietta. Ladislas listened to these lines unmoved, but the effect they produced on Allie was dreadful. She gave implicit credence to them, and every word sounded as a knell. She lost all presence of mind. Every reflection that might have taught her to avert the stroke so much dreaded was swallowed up in anguish, as if the deed that was to be consummated were already done. What task can be more difficult than to describe the overwhelming agony which heavy and unexpected misery produces? To have lived the day that Allie had just lived, a day in which all the beauty of existence had been unveiled to its very depths, to have dreamt, as she had done, a dream of love that steeped her soul in divine and almost uncommunicable joy, and now to sink from this pinnacle of happiness into a black and lampless cavern, the habitation of death, whose spectral form and chilling spirit was felt through all the air. This is but a feeble metaphor of the sudden transition from rapture to misery which Allie experienced. She looked upon Ladislas, and beheld him bright and full of life, the roseate hues of health upon his cheek, his eyes beaming with peaceful joy, his noble countenance varying not in the least from the imperturbable self-possession which was its habitual expression. And as her imagination made present to her the fatal moment, when beneath the dagger of the assassin this adored being should sink bleeding, wounded, and then be forever lost in death, her blood rushed to her heart, a deadly pause ensued, from which she awoke in a bewildering mist of horror. Ladislas beheld her excess of emotion with pain, in which, however, all was not pain, for it was blended with that triumphant exultation that a lover feels when he for the first time becomes assured that he is beloved by the object of his love, with an affection tender and intense as his own. As soon as Adali recovered some presence of mind, with passionate supplications she entreated Ladislas to leave her, to fly this solitary spot, and to seek safety amid the crowded streets of Naples. He would not hear of this. He gently remonstrated with her upon the unreasonableness of her terrors, urging how little probable it was that his passing rencontre with Giorgio at Gaeta could have awakened in him such a deadly spirit of revenge as Marietta represented. He viewed the whole thing lightly, attributing it either to the vivacity of Marietta's imagination, which had made her attach a monstrous import to some angry expressions of her brother, or looking upon it as a merry device which she had contrived in order to frighten them, and tranquilized Adali by assurances that they would shortly see her wild sister return, laughing, and full of glee at the success of her plot. In this expectation 2 hours passed away, but still no Marietta appeared, and it had grown too late to seek another shelter without exposing Adali to the slander of evil-minded people. They passed the rest of the night, therefore, in the portico, Adali sometimes pale and breathless with recurring fears, and sometimes calm and happy, as Ladislas poured forth his tale of passionate love. His feelings, on the contrary, were pure and unalloyed. Where Adali was, there was the whole universe to him. Where she was not, there was only a formless void. He had an insatiable thirst for her presence, which only grew intenser with the enjoyment of its own desire, and he blessed the fortunate occurrence that prolonged his bliss during hours which otherwise would have been spent pining in absence from her. No other considerations intruded. Blessings kindled within his eyes as he gazed upon that lovely countenance and faultless form, and angels might have envied his happiness. Morning came, bright and serene. The sun arose, the ocean and the mountains again resumed their magic splendor. The myrtle woods and every minuter bloom of the garden shone out beneath the sun, and the whole earth was a happy form made perfect by the power of light. They recollected that they had promised to join the Princess Dashkoff and a large party of her friends at 8 o'clock in an excursion to Paestum. The point of meeting was the shore of the Villa Real, where the numerous guests were to embark in a steamer which had been engaged for the occasion. In Adali's present homeless and uncertain condition, this plan offered some advantages. It would enable them to pass the day in each other's society under the auspices of the princess, and it was to be hoped that on their return the mystery of Marietta's disappearance would be unraveled, and Adali find her home once more open to her. They had scarcely settled to go ere one of those horse calesini which ply the streets of Naples was seen coming towards them. Its driver, a ragged boy, sat on the shaft, singing as he drove. Another urchin, all in tatters, stood as lackey behind, and between them sat Marietta. The paleness of fear was on her cheeks, and her eyes had the staggered, affrighted look of one who has gazed upon some appalling horror. She hastily descended, and bade the calesino retire to some distance, and await further orders. "Why is he yet here?" said she to her sister. "You foolish, blinded Allie, why did you not mind my letter? Too proud, I suppose, to obey any but yourself. But mark, you would not hear my warnings. We shall lose him, and you will feel them in your heart's core." She then, with all the violent gesticulation of an Italian, threw herself at the feet of Ladislas, and with a countenance that expressed her own full conviction in what she said, besought him to fly instantly, not only from Naples, but from Italy, for his life would never be safe in that land of assassins and traitors, with entreaties almost as violent as her own. Ladislas and Idali urged her to explain, but this only threw her into a new frenzy. She declared the peril was too urgent to admit of explanation. Every moment was precious. Another hour's stay in Naples would be his death. The situation of Ladislas was a curious one. He had served in the Russian campaigns against Persia and Turkey, and had been there daily exposed to the chances of destruction. In the late struggle between Poland and Russia, he had performed actions of such determined and daring bravery as had made his name a glory to his countrymen and a terror to their enemies. In all these exploits he had devoted himself so unreservedly to death that his escape was considered as miraculous interposition of heaven. It was not to be expected that this Mars in a human form, this Achilles who had braved death in 1,000 shapes, should now consent to fly before the uplifted finger and visionary warnings of a dream-sick girl, for such Marietta appeared to him to be. He pitied her sufferings, endeavored to soothe her, but asserted he had seen no reason that could induce him to quit Naples. A full quarter of an hour elapsed before an explanation could be wrung from Marietta. The chaos that reigned in her mind may easily be imagined. She had become possessed of a secret which involved the life of 2 persons. Ladislas refused to save himself unless she revealed what might place her brother's life in jeopardy. Whichever way she looked, destruction closed the view. Nature had bestowed on her a heart exquisitely alive to the sufferings of others, a mind quick in perceiving the nicest lines of moral rectitude, and strenuous in endeavoring to act up to its perceptions. Any deviations in her conduct from these principles had been the work of a fate that, strong and fierce as a tempest, had bent down her weak youth like a reed beneath its force. She had once loved Giorgio. He had played with and caressed her in infancy, with the fond patronage of an elder brother, had procured her the only indulgences her orphan childhood had ever known. Fraternal love called loudly on her not to endanger his life. Gratitude as loudly called on her not to allow her benefactor to become his victim. This last idea was too horrible to be endured. The present moment is ever all-powerful with the young, and Marietta related what she knew. Well might the poor child be wild and disordered. She had passed the night in the catacombs of San Gennaro, under Capo di Monte. In these subterranean galleries were held the nightly meetings of the band of desperate bravi, of whom Giorgio was in secret the chief. The entrance to the catacombs is in a deserted vineyard, and is overgrown by huge aloes. Rooted in stones and sharp rocks, they lift their thorny leaves above the opening and conceal it effectually. A solitary fig tree that grows near renders the spot easily recognizable by those already acquainted with the secret. The catacombs themselves are wide, winding caves, the burial place of the dead of past ages. Piles of human bones, white and bleached by time, are heaped along the rocky sides of these caverns. In one of these walks, whilst they were friends, Giorgio had shown the place to Marietta. In those days he feared not to entrust his mysterious way of life to her, for although in all common concerns she was wild and untractable, yet in all that touched the interest of those few whom she loved, Marietta was silent and reserved, as Epicharis herself. The menaces Giorgio let fall in his visit on the preceding forenoon had excited her highest alarm, and she determined at any risk to learn the extent of the danger that hung over the stranger. After waiting in vain for Idali's return till the close of evening, she had hastened to Capo di Monte, entered the catacombs alone, and, concealed behind a pile of bones, had awaited the arrival of the Confederates. They assembled at midnight. Their first subject of consultation was the stranger. Giorgio acquainted them with his history, which he told them had been communicated to him that very morning by a Russian lady of high rank, who had likewise charged him with the business he had to unfold to them. He described Ladislas as a fugitive unprotected by any government. He bore about his person certain papers which had been found in the palace of Warsaw, and were the confidential communications of the Russian autocrat to his brother, the Viceroy of Poland, and were of such nature as to rouse all Europe against their writer. These papers had been entrusted to Ladislas, whose intention was to proceed to Paris and publish them there. Private business, however, of the greatest importance, had forced him to visit Naples first. The Russian government had traced him to Naples, and had empowered a certain Russian lady to take any step or go any lengths in order to obtain these papers from Ladislas. This lady made Giorgio her emissary. Her name he carefully concealed, but Marietta averred, from his description, that it could be no other than the Princess Dashkoff. After much consulting among the band, the assassination of the Pole had been decided upon. This seemed to be the only sure method, for he carried the papers ever about his person, was distinguished for his bravery, and if openly attacked, would resist to the last. Giorgio was no stickler in the means he employed, and told his companions he had the less reason to be so in this case, as he had received assurances from the highest quarter that his crime should go unpunished, and the reward would be enormous. Ladislas was almost unknown in Naples. The government would not interest itself for a fugitive without passport, country, or name, and what friends had he here to inquire into the circumstances of his destruction, or to interest themselves to avenge it? Such was Marietta's tale, and Ladislas instantly acknowledged the necessity of flight. He was too well acquainted with Russian perfidy to doubt that even a lady of a rank so distinguished as the Princess Dashkoff might be induced to undertake as foul a task as that attributed to her by Marietta. The worldly and artificial manners of this lady, in an Italian or a Frenchwoman, would only have resulted from habits of intrigue, but a Russian, unaccustomed to look on human life as sacred, taught by the government of her own country that cruelty and treachery are venial offenses, wholly destitute of a sense of honor, concealed under such an exterior, vices the most odious, and a callousness to guilt unknown in more civilized lands. Ladislas knew this, and he knew that the badness of the Neapolitan government afforded scope for crime, which could not exist elsewhere, and he felt that on every account it were better to withdraw himself immediately from the scene of danger. While musing on these things, Idali's beseeching eyes were eloquent in imploring him to fly. He consented, but a condition was annexed to his consent, that Idali should share his flight. He urged his suit with fervor. It were easy for them, on a very brief notice, to seek the young lady's confessor, induce him to bestow on them the nuptial benediction, and thus to sanctify their departure together. Marietta seconded the lover's entreaties, and Idali, blushing and confused, could only reply, "My accompanying you would but increase your danger, and facilitate the bravo's means of tracing you. How could I get a passport? How leave this place?" "I have a plan for all," replied Ladislas, and he then related that the Sully steam packet lay in the harbor of Naples, ready to sail on the shortest notice, he would engage that for their conveyance, and so speedily bid adieu to the shores of Naples and all its perils. "But that boat," exclaimed Allie, "is the very one engaged by the princess for the excursion to Paestum." This for a time seemed to disarrange their schemes, but they considered that no danger could happen to Ladislas while one of a party of pleasure with the princess, who from this act of his would be quite unsuspicious of his intended departure. At night, upon their return from Paestum, when the rest of the party should have disembarked at Naples, Ladislas and Allie would remain on board, and the vessel immediately commence its voyage for France. This plan thus assumed a very feasible appearance, while Ladislas, in accents of fond reproach, asked Allie wherefore she refused to share his fortunes and accompany him in his journey. And Marietta, clapping her hands, exclaimed, "She consents! She consents! Do not ask any more. She has already yielded. We will all return to Naples. Ladislas shall go immediately to seek out the captain of the Sully and arrange all with him, while, without loss of time, we will proceed to the convent of Father Basil, and get everything ready by the time Ladislas shall join us, which must be with as much speed as he can contrive." Allie silently acquiesced in this arrangement, and Ladislas kissed her hand with warm and overflowing gratitude. They now contrived to stow themselves in a little calesino, and as they proceeded on their way, Ladislas said, "We seem to have forgotten the future destiny of our dear Marietta all this time. The friendless condition in which we shall leave her fills me with anxiety. She is the preserver of my life, and we are both under the deepest obligations to her. What shall you do, Marietta, when we are gone?" "Fear not for me," exclaimed the wild girl. "It is necessary I should remain behind to arrange those things which Allie's sudden departure will leave in sad disorder. But you will see me soon in Paris, for how can I exist apart from my sister?" When near to Naples, Ladislas alighted from the calesino and directed his steps towards the port, while the fair girls proceeded on their way to the convent. What the bashful, conscious Allie would have done without her sister's help, it is difficult to guess. Marietta busied herself about all, won over the priest to the sudden marriage, contrived to put up articles of dress for the fair bride's journey, and thinking of everything, seemed the guardian angel of the lovers. Ladislas arrived at the convent. He had been successful with the master of the steam packet, and all was prepared. Marietta heard this from his own lips and carried the happy news to Allie. He did not see her till they met at the altar, where, kneeling before the venerable priest, they were united forever. And now time, as it sped on, gave them no moment to indulge their various and overpowering feelings. Allie embraced her sister again and again, and entreating her to join them speedily in Paris, made her promise to write, and then, escorted by her husband, proceeded to the Sully, on board of which most of the party were already assembled. The steamer proceeded on its course. Farewell to Naples, that Elysian city, as the poet justly calls it, that favorite of sea and land and sky. The hills that surround it smooth their rugged summits, and descend into gentle slopes and opening defiles, to receive its buildings and habitations. Temples, domes, and marble palaces are ranged round the crescent form of the bay, and above them arise dark masses, and wooded clefts, and fair gardens, whose trees are ever vernal. Before it the mighty sea binds its wild streams, and smooths them into gentlest waves, as they kiss the silver pebbly shore, and linger with dulcet murmur around the deep-based promontories. The sky, who has not heard of the Italian sky? One intense diffusion, one serene omnipresence, forever smiling above the boundless sea, and forever bending in azure mirth over the flowing outlines of the distant mountains. They first passed Castellamare, and then the abrupt promontories on which Sorrento and ancient Amalfi are situated. The sublimity and intense loveliness of the scene wrapped in delight each bosom. The hills, covered with ilex, dark laurel, and bright-leaved myrtle, were mirrored in the pellucid waves, which the lower branches caressed and kissed as the winds waved them. Behind arose other hills, also covered with wood, and more distant, forming the grand background, was sketched the huge ridge of lofty Apennines. Still proceeding on their way to Paestum, they exchanged the rocky beach for a low and dreary shore. The dusky mountains retired inland, and leaving a waste, the abode of malaria and the haunt of robbers, the landscape assumed a gloomy magnificence in place of the romantic and picturesque loveliness which had before charmed their eyes. Ladislas leaned from the side of the vessel and gazed upon the beauty of nature with sentiments too disturbed for happiness. He was annoyed by the unpropitious presence of the idle and the gay. He saw Idali in the midst of them, and did not even wish to join her while thus situated. He shrank into himself and tried, forgetting the immediate discomforts of his position, to think only of that paradise into which love had led him, to compensate for his patriotic sorrows. He strove patiently to endure the tedious hours of this never-ending day, during which he must play a false part, and see his bride engaged by others. While his attention was thus occupied, the voice of the Princess Dashkoff startled him, and, looking up, he wondered how a face that seemed so bland, and a voice that spoke so fair, could hide so much wickedness and deceit. As the hours passed on, his situation became irksome in the extreme. Once or twice he drew near Idali, and tried to disengage her from the crowd, but each time he saw the princess watching him stealthily, while his young bride, with feminine prudence, avoided every opportunity of conversing apart with him. Ladislas could ill endure this. He began to fancy that he had 1,000 things to say, and that their mutual safety depended on his being able to communicate them to her. He wrote a few lines hastily on the back of a letter with a pencil, conjuring her to find some means of affording him a few minutes' conversation, and telling her that if this could not be done before, he should take occasion, while the rest of the company were otherwise occupied, to steal from them that evening to the larger temple, and there await her joining him, for that everything depended on his being able to speak to her. He scarcely knew what he meant as he wrote this, but, driven by contradiction and impatience, and desirous of learning exactly how she meant to conduct herself on the princess's disembarking at Naples, it seemed to him of the last importance that his request should be complied with. He was folding the paper when the princess was at his side, and she addressed him. "A sonnet? Count Ladislas, surely a poetic imagination inspires you. May I not see it?" And she held out her hand. Taken unaware, Ladislas darted at her a look which made her step back trembling and in surprise. Was she discovered? The idea was fraught with terror. But Ladislas, perceiving the indiscretion of his conduct, masked his sensations with a smile, and replied, "They are words of a Polish song, which I wish Idali to translate for the amusement of your friends." And stepping forward, he gave Idali the paper and made his request. All pressed to know what the song was. Idali glanced at the writing and, changing color, was scarcely able to command her voice to make such an excuse as was rendered necessary. She said that it required time and thought, and that she could not at the moment comply. Then, crushing the paper between her trembling fingers, began confusedly to talk of something else. The company interchanged smiles, but even the princess only suspected some lover-like compliment to her protégé. "Nay," she said, "we must at least know the subject of these verses. What is it? Tell us, I entreat you." "Treachery," said Ladislas, unable to control his feelings. The princess became ashy pale. All her self-possession fled, and she turned from the searching glance of the Pole with sickness of heart. They were now drawing near their destination. Allie, grasping the paper, longed to read it before they should reach the shore. She tried to recede from the party, and Ladislas, watching her movements in order to facilitate her designs, entered into conversation with the princess. He had effectually roused her fears and her curiosity, and she eagerly seized the opportunity which he offered her of conversing with him, endeavoring to find out whether he indeed suspected anything, or whether her own guilty conscience suggested the alarm with which his strange expression had filled her. Ladislas thus contrived to engross her entire attention, and led her insensibly towards the stern of the vessel. And as they leant over its side and gazed on the waters beneath, Allie was effectually relieved from all observation. She now disengaged herself from the rest of the party and, walking forward, read the lines penciled by Ladislas. Then, terrified by the secret they contained, she tore the paper, as if fearful that its contents might be guessed, and was about to throw the fragments into the sea when she perceived the position of the princess and Ladislas, and was aware that the lady's quick eye would soon discern the floating scraps as the boat passed on. Allie feared the least shadow of danger, so she retreated from the vessel's side, but still anxious to get rid of the perilous papers, she determined to throw them into the hold. She approached it and looked down. Had the form of a serpent met her eye, she had not been more horror-struck. A shriek hovered on her lips, but with a strong effort she repressed it, and, staggering on, leant against the mast, trembling and aghast. She could not be deceived. It was Giorgio's dark and scowling eye that she had encountered. His sinister countenance, upturned, could not be mistaken. Was danger then so near, so pressing, or so inevitable? How could she convey the fatal intelligence to her husband and put him on his guard? She remembered his written request, with which she had previously determined in prudence not to comply, but it would now afford her an opportunity, should no other offer, of informing him whom she had seen. Thus perfidy, hate, and fear possessed the hearts of these human beings, who, had a cursory observer seen them as they glided over the sea of beauty, beneath the azure heaven, along that enchanted shore, attended by every luxury, waited on by every obvious blessing of life, he would have imagined that they had been selected from the world for the enjoyment of perfect happiness. But sunny sky and laughing sea appeared to Allie only as the haunt and resort of tigers and serpents. A dark mist seemed to blot the splendor of the sky, as the guilty souls of her fellow creatures cast their deforming shadows over its brightness. They had now arrived close on the low shore, and horses and 2 of the 3 light open carriages were at the water's edge to convey them to the temples. They landed. Ladislas presented himself to hand Allie across the plank from the vessel to the beach. "Yes?" he asked her in a voice of entreaty, as he pressed her hand. She softly returned the pressure, and the word, "Beware," trembled on her lips, when the young Englishman who had before admired her and had endeavored to engross her attention the whole day was again at her side to tell her that the princess was waiting for her in her carriage, and entreated her not to delay. The party proceeded to where those glorious relics stand, between the mountains and the sea, rising from the waste and barren soil, alone on the wide and dusky shore. A few sheep grazed at the base of the columns, and 2 or 3 wild-eyed men, clothed in garments of undressed sheepskin, loitered about. Exclamations of wonder and delight burst from all, while Ladislas, stealing away to the more distant ruin, gladly escaped from the crowd to indulge in lonely reverie. "What is man in his highest glory?" he thought. "Had we burst the bonds of Poland, and had she in her freedom emulated the magical achievements of Greece? Nevertheless, when time, with insidious serpent windings, had dragged its length through a few more centuries, the monuments we had erected would have fallen like these, and our monuments, a new Paestum, have existed merely to excite idle wonder and frivolous curiosity. Ladislas was certainly in no good humor while he thus vented his spleen, but was annoyed by two circumstances sufficient to irritate a young philosopher. He beheld a scene whose majestic beauty filled his soul with sensibility and awe, in the midst of a crowd of pretenders, more intent on the prospect of their picnic dinner than on regarding the glories of art. And he saw his bride, surrounded by strangers engrossed by their conversation and flattery, and unable to interchange one word or look of confidence with him. He sighed for the hours passed under the portico of Adali's solitary pavilion, and the near prospect of their voyage did not reconcile him to the present, for his soul was disturbed by the necessity of interchanging courtesies with his enemy, and haunted by images of treacherous attempts from which his valor could not protect him. It had been arranged that the party should dine at the Archbishop's palace, and not embark again until 10 o'clock, when the moon would rise. After a couple of hours spent among the ruins, the servants informed them that their repast was ready. It was now nearly 6 o'clock, and after they had dined, more than 2 hours must elapse before they could depart. Night had fallen on the landscape, and the darkness did not invite even the most romantic to wander again among the ruins. The princess, eager to provide for the amusement of her guests, contrived to discover a violin, a flute, and a pipe, and with the assistance of this music, which in the hands of Italian rustics was as true to time and expression as if Weipert himself had presided, they commenced dancing. Idali's hand was sought by the Englishman. She looked round the room. Ladislas was not there. He had doubtless repaired to the temple to wait for her, and ignorant of the presence of Giorgio, wholly unsuspicious and off his guard, to what dangers might he not be exposed. Her blood ran cold at the thought. She decidedly refused to dance, and perceiving the princess whirling round in a waltz, she hastily quitted the house and hurried along the grass towards the ruins. When she first emerged into the night, the scene seemed wrapped in impenetrable darkness, but the stars shed their faint rays, and in a few moments she began to distinguish objects, and as she drew near the temple, she saw a man's form moving slowly among the columns. She did not doubt that it was her husband wrapped in his cloak, awaiting her. She was hurrying towards him when, leaning against one of the pillars, she saw Ladislas himself, and the other, at the same moment, exchanging his stealthy pace for a tiger-like spring. She saw a dagger flashing in his hand. She darted forward to arrest his arm, and the blow descended on her. With a faint shriek she fell on the earth. When Ladislas turned and closed with the assassin, a mortal struggle ensued. Already had Ladislas wrested the poignard from his grasp, when the villain drew another knife. Ladislas warded off the blow and plunged his own stiletto in the bravo's breast. He fell to earth with a heavy groan, and then the silence of the tomb rested on the scene. The white robe of Adali, who lay fainting on the ground, directed Ladislas to her side. He raised her up in speechless agony, as he beheld the blood which stained her dress. But by this time she had recovered from her swoon. She assured him her wound was slight, that it was nothing, but again sank into his arms insensible. In a moment his plan was formed. Ever eager and impetuous, he executed it ere any second thought could change it. He had before resolved not to rejoin the party in the Archbishop's palace, but after his interview with Adali, to hasten on board the steamboat. He had therefore ordered his horse to be saddled, and had led it to the temple, and fastened it to one of the columns. He lifted the senseless Adali carefully in his arms, mounted his horse, and turning his steps from the lighted and noisy palace, wound his way to the lonely shore, where he found the captain and his crew already preparing for their homeward voyage. With their help, Adali was taken on board, and Ladislas gave orders for the instant heaving of the anchor and their immediate departure. The captain asked for the rest of the company. "They return by land," said Ladislas. As he spoke the words, he felt a slight sensation of remorse, remembering the difficulty they would have to get there, and how, during the darkness of night, they might fear to proceed on their journey on a tract of country infested by banditti. But the senseless and pale form of Adali dissipated these thoughts, to arrive at Naples to procure assistance for her, and then, if, as he hoped, her wound was slight, to continue their voyage before the Princess Dashkoff's return, were motives too paramount to allow him to hesitate. The captain of the Sully asked no more questions. The anchor was weighed, and in the silver light of the moon they stood off from the shore and made their swift way back to Naples. They had not gone far before the care of Ladislas revived his fair bride. Her wound was in her arm, and had merely grazed the skin. Terror for her husband, horror for the mortal strife which had endangered his life, had caused her to faint, more than pain or loss of blood. She bound up her own arm, and then, as there appeared no necessity for medical aid, Ladislas revoked his orders for returning to Naples, but stretching out at once to sea, they began their voyage to Marseille. Meanwhile, during a pause in the dance, the absence of Ladislas and Adali was observed by the feasters in the Archbishop's palace. It excited some few sarcasms, which, as it continued, grew more bitter. The Princess Dashkoff joined in these, and yet she could not repress the disquietude of her heart. Had Ladislas alone been absent? Her knowledge of the presence of Giorgio and his designs had sufficiently explained its cause and its duration to her. But that Adali also should not be found might bring a witness to the crime committed, and discover her own guilty share in the deed of blood perpetrated at her instigation. At length the rising of the moon announced the hour when they were to repair to shore. The horses and carriages were brought to the door, and then it was found that the steed of Ladislas was missing. "But the Signora Adali, had she not provided herself with a palfrey?" asked the Englishman, sneering. They were now about to mount, when it was proposed to take a last look at the temples by moonlight. The princess opposed this, but vainly. Her conscience made her voice faint, and took from her the usual decision of her manner. So she walked on silently, half fearful that her foot might strike against some object of terror, and at every word spoken by the party, anticipating an exclamation of horror. The fitful moonbeams seemed to disclose here and there ghastly countenances and mangled limbs, and the dew of night appeared to her excited imagination as the slippery moisture of the life-blood of her victim. They had scarcely entered the temple when a peasant brought the news that the steamboat was gone. He led Ladislas's horse, who had put the bridle into the man's hand on embarking, and the fellow declared that the fainting Adali was his companion. Terror at the prospect of their dark ride, indignation at the selfish proceeding of the lovers, raised every voice against them, and the princess, whom conscience had before made the most silent, hearing that the Pole was alive and safe, was now loudest and most bitter in her remarks. As they were thus all gathered together in dismay, debating what was to be done, and the Princess Dashkoff in no gentle terms railing at the impropriety and ingratitude of Adali's behavior, and declaring that Poles alone could conduct themselves with such mingled deceit and baseness, a figure all bloody arose from the ground at her feet, and as the moon cast its pale rays on his yet paler countenance, she recognized Giorgio. The ladies shrieked, the men rushed towards him. while the princess, desiring the earth to open and swallow her, stood transfixed as by a spell, gazing on the dying man in terror and despair. "He has escaped, lady," said Giorgio. "Ladislas has escaped your plots, and I am become their victim." He fell as he spoke these words, and when the Englishman drew near to raise, and if possible assist him, he found that life had entirely flown. Thus ended the adventures of the Pole at Naples. The princess returned in her calichet alone, for none would bear her company. The next day she left Naples and was on her way to Russia, where her crime was unknown, except to those who had been accomplices in it. Marietta spread the intelligence of her sister's marriage, and thus entirely cleared Idali's fair fame, and quitting Italy soon after, joined the happy Ladislas and his bride at Paris. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by catofalltrades. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. 19. Euphrasia, A Tale of Greece. It was not long after the breaking out of the Greek Revolution that Harry Valency visited Greece. Many an Englishman was led thither at that time by the spirit of adventure, and many perished. Valency was not 19. His spirit was wild and reckless. Thought or care had never touched his brow. His heart was too light for love. Restless and energetic, he longed to try his powers with the instinct that leads the young deer to butt against trees, or to wrestle with each other in the forest dells. He was the only son of a widowed mother whose life was wrapped in his, and he loved her fondly, yet left her impelled by a desire for adventure, unable to understand what anxiety and fear meant, and in his own person eager to meet even misfortune, so that it came in a guise to call forth manly and active struggles. He longed to have the pages of his young life written over by deeds that would hereafter be memories to which he could turn with delight. The cause of Greece warmed his soul. He was in a transport of ecstasy when he touched the shores of that antique land and looked around on mountain and mountain stream, whose names were associated with the most heroic acts and the most sublime poetry man ever achieved or wrote. Yes, he was now in Greece. He was about to fight in her cause against the usurping Turk. He had prepared himself by a sedulous study of Romaic. He was on his way to the seat of government to offer his services. To proceed thither from the spot where he had disembarked was a matter of some difficulty, the Turkish troops being then in possession of many of the passes. At length he heard that a band of about 50 Greek soldiers, headed by a young but brave and renowned chief, was about to pursue the same road. He asked and obtained leave to accompany them. How delightful was the commencement of the journey! How beautiful the country, defile and steep hillside, by which they proceeded! Where the grey olive clothed the upland, or vines, embracing elms, red now with late summer tints, varied the scene. The mountain tops were bare, or crowned with pines, and torrents ran down the sides and fed a stream in the dell. The air was balmy, the cicada loud and merry. To live was to be happy. Valency was mounted on a spirited horse. He made it leap and caracole. He threw a spear against a tree and dashed after to recover it. He fired at a mark as he hurried on at a full gallop. Every feat was insufficient to tame his exhaustless spirits. The chief marked him with eyes whose deep melancholy expression darkened as he gazed. He was known as bravest among the brave, yet gentle as a woman. He was young and singularly handsome. His countenance was stamped with traces of intellectual refinement, while his person was tall, muscular, and strong, but so gracefully formed that every attitude reminded you of some Praxitelean shape of his own native land. Once he had been more beautiful. Joy as well as tenderness and a soldier's ardor had lighted up his dark eye. His lip had been the home of smiles, and the thoughts which presided in his brow had been as clear and soft and gladsome as that godlike brow itself. Now this was changed. Grief had become a master passion. His cheeks were sunken, his eyes seemed to brood eternally over melancholy regrets. His measured, harmonious voice was attuned to the utterance of no light fancy or gay sallies. He spoke only the necessary words of direction to his followers, and then silence and gloom gathered over his face. His sorrow was respected, for it was known to be well-founded and to spring from a recent disaster. If any of his troop desired to indulge in merriment, they withdrew from his vicinity. It was strange to them to hear the light laugh of the English youth ring through the grove, and to catch the tones of his merry voice as he sang some of their own gayest songs. The chief gazed with interest. There was a winning frankness in the boy. He was so very young, and all he did was in graceful accordance with his age. "We are alike, mere youths," thought the chief, "and how different! Yet soon he may become like me. He soars like an eagle, but the eagle may be wounded and stoop to earth, because earth contains its secret and its regret." Suddenly, Valency, who was some 100 yards in advance, was encountered by a Greek riding at full speed towards the advancing troop. "Back! Back! Silence!" the man cried. He was a scout who had been sent on before, and now brought tidings that a troop of 300 or 400 of the Turkish army were entering the defile, and would soon advance on the handful of men which Valency accompanied. The scout rode directly up to the leader and made his report, adding, "We have yet time. If we fall back but a quarter of a mile, there is a path, I know, by which I can guide you across the mountain. On the other side, we shall be safe." A smile of scorn for a moment wreathed the lip of the chief at the word safety, but his face soon reassumed its usual sad composure. The troop had halted, each man bent his eye on the leader. Valency in particular marked the look of scorn, and felt that he would never retreat before danger. "Comrades," the chief thus addressed his men, "it shall never be said that Greeks fell back to make way for the destroyers. We shall betake ourselves to our old warfare. Before we entered this olive wood, we passed a thick cover, where the dark jutting mountainside threw a deep shadow across our path, and the torrent drowned all sound of voice or hoof. There we shall find ambush. There the enemy will meet death." He turned his horse's head, and in a few minutes reached the spot he named. The men were mostly eager for the fray, while one or two eyed the mountainside, and then the path that led to the village, which they had quitted that morning. The chief saw their look, and he glanced also at the English youth, who had thrown himself from his horse and was busy loading and priming his arms. The chief rode up to him. "You are our guest and fellow traveler," he said, "but not our comrade in the fight. We are about to meet danger. It may be that not one of us shall escape. You have no injuries to avenge, no liberty to regain. You have friends, probably a mother, in your native land. You must not fall with us. I am going to send a message to warn the village we last passed through. Do you accompany my messengers?" Valency had listened attentively at first, but as the chief continued, his attention reverted to his task of loading his pistols. The last words called a blush into his cheek. "You treat me as a boy," he cried. "I may be one in aspect, but you shall find me a man in heart this day. You also young. I have not deserved your scorn." The chief caught the youth's flashing eye. He held out his hand to him, saying, "Forgive me." "I will," said Valency, "on one condition. Give me a post of danger, of honor. You owe it to me in reparation of the insult you offered." "Be it so," said the chief. "Your place shall be at my side." A few minutes more and his dispositions were made. 2 of the most downhearted of the troop were despatched to alarm the village. The rest were placed behind the rocks. Beneath the bushes, wherever broken ground or tuft of underwood or fragment from the cliff afforded shelter and concealment, a man was placed, while the chief himself took his stand on an elevated platform and, sheltered by a tree, gazed upon the road. Soon the tramp of horses, the busy sound of feet and voices were heard, overpowering the rushing of the stream, and turban and musket could be distinguished as the enemy's troop threaded the defile. The shout of battle, the firing, the clash of weapons were over. Above the crest of the hill, whose side had afforded ambush to the Greeks, the crescent moon hung, just about to dip behind. The stars in her train burnt bright as lamps floating in the firmament, while the fireflies flashed among the myrtle underwood and up the mountainside, and sometimes the steel of the arms strewn around dropped from the hand of the dead, caught and reflected the flashes of the celestial or earthly stars. The ground was strewn with the slain. Such of the enemy as had cut their way through were already far. The sound of their horses' hoofs had died away. The Greeks who had fled across the mountain had reached a place of safety. None lay there but the silent dead, cold as the moonbeam that rested for a moment on their pale faces. All were still and motionless. Some lay on the hillside among the underwood, some on the open road. Horses and men had fallen pell-mell. None moved. None breathed. Yet there was a sigh. It was lost in the murmur of the stream. A groan succeeded, and then a voice, feeble and broken. "My mother! My poor mother!" The pale lips that spoke these words could form no other. A gush of tears followed. The cry seemed to awaken another form from among the dead. One of the prostrate bodies raised itself slowly and painfully on its arm. The eyes were filmy, the countenance pallid from approaching death. The voice was hollow, yet firm, that said, "Who speaks? Who lives? Who weeps?" The question struck shame to the wounded man. He checked his overflow of passionate sobbings. The other spoke again. "It was not the voice of a Greek. Yet I thought I had saved that gallant boy. The ball meant for him is now in my side. Speak again, young Englishmen. On whom do you call?" "On her who will weep my death too bitterly, on my mother," replied Valency, and tears would follow the loved name. "Art thou wounded to death?" asked the chief. "Thus unaided, I must die," he replied. "Yet, could I reach those waters, I might live. I must try." And Valency rose. He staggered a few steps and fell heavily at the feet of the chief. He had fainted. The Greek looked on the ghastly pallor of his face. He half rose. His own wound did not bleed, but it was mortal, and a deadly sickness had gathered round his heart, and chilled his brow, which he strove to master, that he might save the English boy. The effort brought cold drops on his brow, as he rose on his knees and stooped to raise the head of Valency. He shuddered to feel the warm moisture his hand encountered. It is his blood, his life-blood, he thought. And again he placed his head on the earth, and continued a moment still, summoning what vitality remained to him to animate his limbs. Then, with a determined effort, he rose, and staggered to the banks of the stream. He held a steel cap in his hand, and now he stooped down to fill it. But with the effort the ground slid from under him, and he fell. There was a ringing in his ears, a cold dew on his brow. His breath came thick. The cap had fallen from his hand. He was dying. The bough of a tree, shot off in the morning's mêlée, lay near. The mind, even of a dying man, can form swift, unerring combinations of thought. It was his last chance. The bough was plunged in the waters, and he scattered the grateful, reviving drops over his face. Vigor returned with the act, and he could stoop and fill the cap, and drink a deep draught, which for a moment restored the vital powers. And now he carried water to Valency. He dipped the unfolded turban of a Turk in the stream, and bound the youth's wound, which was a deep sabre cut in the shoulder, that had bled copiously. Valency revived. Life gathered warm in his heart. His cheeks, though still pale, lost the ashy hue of death. His limbs again seemed willing to obey his will. He sat up, but he was too weak, and his head dropped. As a mother tending her sick firstborn, the Greek chief hovered over him. He brought a cloak to pillow his head. As he picked up this, he found that some careful soldier had brought a small bag at his saddle-bow, in which was a loaf and a bunch or two of grapes. He gave them to the youth, who ate. Valency now recognized his savior. At first he wondered to see him there tending on him, apparently unhurt. But soon the chief sank to the ground, and Valency could mark the rigidity of features and ghastliness of aspect that portended death. In his turn he would have assisted his friend, but the chief stopped him. "You die if you move," he said. "Your wound will bleed afresh, and you will die, while you cannot aid me. My weakness does not arise from mere loss of blood. The messenger of death has reached a vital part. Yet a little while, and the soul will obey the summons. It is slow, slow is the deliverance, yet the long creeping hour will come at last, and I shall be free." "Do not speak thus," cried Valency. "I am strong now. I will go for help." "There is no help for me," replied the chief, "save the death I desire. I command you, move not." Valency had risen, but the effort was vain. His knees bent under him, his head spun round. Before he could save himself, he had sunk to the ground. "Why torture yourself?" said the chief. "A few hours, and help will come. It will not injure you to pass this interval beneath this calm sky. The cowards who fled will alarm the country. By dawn, succour will be here. You must wait for it. I too must wait, not for help, but for death. It is soothing even to me to die here, beneath the sky, with the murmurs of yonder stream in my ear, the shadows of my native mountains thrown athwart. Could aught save me, it would be the balmy airs of this most blessed night. My soul feels the bliss, though my body is sick and fast stiffening in death. Such was not the hour when she died whom soon I shall meet, my Euphrasia, my own sweet sister in heaven." It was strange, Valency said, that at such an hour, but half saved from death, and his preserver in the grim destroyer's clutches, that he should feel curiosity to know the Greek chief's story. His youth, his beauty, his valor, the act, which Valency well remembered, of his springing forward so as to shield him with his own person, his last words and thoughts devoted to the soft recollection of a beloved sister, awakened an interest beyond even the present hour, fraught as it was with the chances of life and death. He questioned the chief. Probably fever had succeeded to his previous state of weakness, imparted a deceitful strength, and even inclined him to talk. For thus dying, unaided and unsheltered, with the starry sky overhead, he willingly reverted to the years of his youth and to the miserable event, which a few months before had eclipsed the sun of his life and rendered death welcome. They, brother and sister, Constantine and Euphrasia, were the last of their race. They were orphans. Their youth was passed under the guardianship of the brother by adoption of their father, whom they named Father, and who loved them. He was a glorious old man, nursed in classic lore, and more familiar with the deeds of men who had glorified his country several thousand years before than with any more modern names. Yet all who had ever done and suffered for Greece were embalmed in his memory, and honored as martyrs in the best of causes. He had been educated in Paris, and traveled in Europe and America, and was aware of the progress made in the science of politics all over the civilized world. He felt that Greece would soon share the benefits to arise from the changes then operating, and he looked forward at no distant day to its liberation from bondage. He educated his young ward for that day. Had he believed that Greece would have continued hopelessly enslaved, he had brought him up as a scholar and a recluse, but assured of the impending struggle, he made him a warrior. He implanted a detestation of the oppressor, a yearning love for the sacred blessings of freedom, a noble desire to have his name enrolled among the deliverers of his country. The education he bestowed on Euphrasia was yet more singular. He knew that though liberty must be bought and maintained by the sword, yet that its dearest blessings must be derived from civilization and knowledge, and he believed women to be the proper fosterers of these. They cannot handle a sword nor endure bodily labor for their country, but they could refine the manners, exalt the souls, impart honor and truth and wisdom to their relatives and their children. Euphrasia, therefore, he made a scholar. By nature she was an enthusiast and a poet. The study of the classic literature of her country corrected her taste and exalted her love of the beautiful. While a child, she improvised passionate songs of liberty, and as she grew in years and loveliness, and her heart opened to tenderness, and she became aware of all the honor and happiness that a woman must derive from being held the friend of man, not his slave, she thanked God that she was a Greek and a Christian, and holding fast by the advantages which these names conferred, she looked forward eagerly to the day when Mohammedanism should no longer contaminate her native land, and when her countrywomen should be awakened from ignorance and sloth in which they were plunged, and learn that their proper vocation in the creation was that of mothers of heroes and teachers of sages. Her brother was her idol, her hope, her joy, and he who had been taught that his career must be that of deeds, not words, yet was fired by her poetry and eloquence to desire glory yet more eagerly, and to devote himself yet more entirely and with purer ardor to the hope of one day living and dying for his country. The first sorrow the orphans knew was the death of their adopted father. He descended to the grave full of years and honor. Constantine was then 18. His fair sister had just entered her 15th year. Often they spent the night beside the revered tomb of their lost friend, talking of the hopes and aspirations he had implanted. The young can form such sublime, such beautiful dreams. No disappointment, no evil, no bad passion shadows their glorious visions. To dare and do greatly for Greece was the ambition of Constantine, to cheer and watch over her brother, to regulate his wilder and more untaught soul, to paint in celestial colors the bourne he tended towards by action, were Euphrasia's tasks. "There is a heaven," said the dying man as he told his tale. "There is a paradise for those who die in the just cause. I know not what joys are there prepared for the blessed, but they can scarcely transcend those that were mine, as I listened to my own sweet sister, and felt my heart swell with patriotism and fond, warm affection." At length there was a stir through the land, and Constantine made a journey of some distance to confer with the Capitani of the mountains, and to prepare for the outbreak of the revolution. The moment came, sooner even than he expected. As an eagle chained when the iron links drop from him, and with clang of wing and bright undazzled eye he soars to heaven, so did Constantine feel when freedom to Greece became the war cry. He was still among the mountains when first the echoes of his native valleys repeated that animating, that sacred word. Instead of returning as he intended to his Athenian home, he was hurried off to western Greece and became a participator in a series of warlike movements, the promised success of which filled him with transport. Suddenly a pause came in the delirium of joy which possessed his soul. He received not the accustomed letters from his sister, missives which had been to him angelic messengers, teaching him patience with the unworthy, hope in disappointment, certainty of final triumph. Those dear letters ceased, and he thought he saw in the countenances of his friends around a concealed knowledge of evil. He questioned them. Their answers were evasive. At the same time, they endeavored to fill his mind with the details of some anticipated exploit in which his presence and cooperation was necessary. Day after day passed. He could not leave his post without injury to the cause, without even the taint of dishonor. He belonged to a band of Albanians, by whom he had been received as a brother, and he could not desert them in the hour of danger. But the suspense grew too terrible, and at length, finding that there was an interval of a few days which he might call his own, he left the camp, resting neither day nor night, dismounting from one horse only to bestride another. In 48 hours he was in Athens, before his vacant, desecrated home. The tale of horror was soon told. Athens was still in the hands of the Turks. The sister of a rebel had become the prey of the oppressor. She had none to guard her. Her matchless beauty had been seen and marked by the son of the Pasha. She had for the last 2 months been immured in his harem. "Despair is a cold, dark feeling," said the dying warrior, "if I may name that despair which had a hope, a certainty, an aim. Had Euphrasia died, I had wept. Now my eyes were horn, my heart stone. I was silent. I neither expressed resentment nor revenge. I concealed myself by day. At night I wandered around the tyrant's dwelling. It was a pleasure palace, one of the most luxurious in our beloved Athens. At this time it was carefully guarded. My character was known, and Euphrasia's worth, and the oppressor feared the result of his deed. Still, under shadow of darkness, I drew near. I marked the position of the women's apartments. I learned the number, the length of the watch, the orders they received, and then I returned to the camp. I revealed my project to a few select spirits. They were fired by my wrongs and eager to deliver my Euphrasia. Constantine broke off. A spasm of pain shook his body. After this had passed, he lay motionless for a few minutes, then, starting up as fever and delirium, excited by the exertion of speaking, increased by the agonies of recollection, at last fully possessed him. "What is this?" he cried. "Fire! Yes, the palace burns. Do you not hear the roaring of the flames, and thunder too, the artillery of heaven leveled against the unblessed? Ha! A shot! He falls. They are driven back. Now fling the torches. The wood crackles. There are the women's rooms. Ha! Poor victims. Lo, you shudder and fly. Fear not. Give me only my Euphrasia, my own Euphrasia. No disguise can hide thee, dressed as a Turkish bride crowned with flowers. Thy lovely face, the seat of unutterable woe. Still, my sweet sister, even in the smoke and tumult of this house, thou art the angel of my life. Spring into my arms, poor frightened bird, cling to me. It is herself, her voice, her fair arms are round my neck. What ruin, what flame, what choking smoke, what driving storm can stay me? Soft, the burning breaches pass. There are steps. Gently, dear one. I am firm. Fear not. What eyes glare! Fear not, Euphrasia, he is dead. The miserable retainers of the tyrant fell beneath our onset. Ha! A shot! Gracious Panagia, is this thy protection? Thus did he continue to rave. The onset, the burning of the palace, the deliverance of his sister, all seemed to pass again vividly, as if in present action. His eyes glared. He tossed up his arms. He shouted as if calling his followers around him, and then, in tones of heartfelt tenderness, he addressed the fair burden he fancied that he bore, till, with a shriek, he cried again, "A shot!" and sank to the ground as if his heartstrings had broken. An interval of calm succeeded. He was exhausted. His voice was broken. "What have I told thee?" he continued feebly. "I have said how a mere handful of men attacked the palace and drove back the guards, how we strove in vain to make good our entrance. Fresh troops were on their way. There was no alternative. We fired the palace. Deep in the seclusion of the harem the women had retreated, a herd of frightened deer. One alone stood erect, her eyes bent on the intruders, a dagger in her hand. Majestic and fearless, her face was marked with traces of past suffering, but at the moment the stern resolution her soft features expressed was more than human. The moment she saw me, all was changed. The angel alone beamed in her countenance. Her dagger fell from her hand. She was in my arms. I bore her from the burning roof. The rest you know. Have I not said it? Some miscreant who survived the slaughter, and yet lay as dead on the earth, aimed a deadly shot. She did not shriek. At first she clung closer to my neck, and then I felt her frame shiver in my arms and her hold relax. I trusted that fear alone moved her, but she knew not fear. It was death. Horses had been prepared and were waiting. A few hours more, and I hoped to be on our way to the west, to that portion of Greece that was free. But I felt her head fall on my shoulder. I heard her whisper, "I die, my brother. Carry me to our father's tomb." My soul yearned to comply with her request, but it was impossible. The city was alarmed, troops gathering from all quarters. Our safety lay in flight, for still I thought that her wound was not mortal. I bore her to the spot where we had left our horses. Here 2 or 3 of my comrades speedily joined me. They had rescued the women of the harem from the flames, but the various sounds denoting the advance of the Turkish soldiery caused them to hurry from the scene. I leaped on my horse and placed my sweet sister before me, and we fled amain through desert streets. I well knew how to choose, and along the lanes of the suburbs into the open country, where, deviating from the high road along which I directed my companions to proceed in all haste, alone with my beloved burden, I sought a solitary, unsuspected spot among the neighboring hills. The storm, which had ceased for a time, now broke afresh. The deafening thunder drowned every other sound, while the frequent glare of the lightning showed us our path. My horse did not quail before it. Euphrasia still lay clinging to me. No complaint escaped her. A few words of fondness, of encouragement, of pious resignation, she now and then breathed forth. I knew not she was dying, till at last, entering a retired valley, where an olive wood afforded shelter, and still better the portico of a fallen ancient temple, I dismounted and bore her to the marble steps on which I placed her. Then indeed I felt how near the beloved one was to death, from which I could not save her. The lightning showed me her face, pale as the marble which pillowed it. Her dress was dabbled in warm blood, which soon stained the stones on which she lay. I took her hand. It was deathly cold. I raised her from the marble. I pillowed her cheek upon my heart. I repressed my despair, or rather my despair in that hour was mild and soft as herself. There was no help, no hope. The lifeblood oozed fast from her side. Scarce could she raise her heavy eyelids to look on me. Her voice could no longer articulate my name. The burden of her fair limbs grew heavier and more chill. Soon it was a corpse only that I held. When I knew that her sufferings were over, I raised her once more in my arms, and once more I placed her before me on my horse, and betook me to my journey. The storm was over now, and the moon bright above. Earth glittered under the rays, and a soft breeze swept by, as if heaven itself became clear and peaceful to receive her stainless soul and present it to its Maker. By morning's dawn I stopped at a convent gate and rang. To the holy maidens within I consigned my own fair Euphrasia. I kissed but once again her dear brow, which spoke of peace in death, and then saw her placed upon a bier, and was away back to my camp to live and die for Greece. He grew more silent as he became weaker. Now and then he spoke a few words to record some other of Euphrasia's perfections, or to repeat some of her dying words, to speak of her magnanimity, her genius, her love, and his own wish to die. I might have lived, he said, till her image had faded in my mind, or been mingled with less holy memories. I die young, all her own. His voice grew more feeble after this. He complained of cold. Valency continued. I contrived to rise and crawl about and to collect a capote or two and a pelisse from among the slain, with some of which I covered him, and then I drew one over myself, for the air grew chill, as midnight had passed away, and the morning hour drew near. The warmth which the coverings imparted calmed the aching of my wound, and, strange to say, I felt slumber creep over me. I tried to watch and wake. At first the stars above and the dark forms of the mountains mingled with my dreamy feelings, but soon I lost all sense of where I was and what I had suffered, and slept peacefully and long. The morning sunbeams, as creeping down the hillside they at last fell upon my face, awoke me. At first I had forgotten all thought of the events of the past night, and my first impulse was to spring up, crying aloud, "Where am I?" But the stiffness of my limbs and their weakness soon revealed the truth. Gladly I now welcomed the sound of voices, and marked the approach of a number of peasants along the ravine. Hitherto, strange to say, I had thought only of myself, but with the ideas of succour came the recollection of my companion, and the tale of the previous night. I glanced eagerly to where he lay. His posture disclosed his state. He was still, and stiff, and dead. Yet his countenance was calm and beautiful. He had died in the dear hope of meeting his sister, and her image had shed peace over the last moment of life. I am ashamed to revert to myself. The death of Constantine is the true end of my tale. My wound was a severe one. I was forced to leave Greece, and for some months remained between life and death in Cephalonia, till a good constitution saved me, when at once I returned to England. End of section 19. Read by CadenB, Worcester, Mass., July 5th, 2022.
Section 20 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CadenB. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. The Elder Son, Part 1. My father was the second son of a wealthy baronet. As he and his elder brother formed all of the family of my grandfather, he inherited the whole of his mother's fortune, which was considerable, and settled on the younger children. He married a lady whom he tenderly loved, and having taken orders and procured preferment, retired to his deanery in the north of Ireland, and there took up his abode. When I was about 10 years old, he lost my mother. I was their only child. My father was something of an ascetic, if such a name can be given to a rigid adherence to the precepts of morality which arose from the excess and not the absence of feeling. He adored my mother. He mourned for her to the verge of insanity, but his grief was silent, devouring, and gloomy. He never formed another matrimonial engagement. Secluding himself entirely from society and given up to the duties of his sacred calling, he passed his days in solitude or in works of charity among the poor. Even now I cannot remember him without awe. He was a tall and, I thought, a venerable-looking man, for he was thin and pale, and he was partly bald. His manners were cold and reserved. He seldom spoke, and when he did, it was in such measured phrase, in so calm and solemn a voice, and on such serious topics as resembled rather oracular enunciation than familiar conversation. He never caressed me. If ever he stroked my head or drew me on his knee, I felt a mingled alarm and delight difficult to describe. Yet, strange to say, my father loved me almost to idolatry, and I knew this and repaid his affection with enthusiastic fondness, notwithstanding his reserve and my awe. He was something greater and wiser and better in my eyes than any other human being. I was the sole creature he loved, the object of all his thoughts by day and his dreams by night. Abstracted and even severe as he seemed, he has visited my bedside at night, subdued by womanly fears, and hung over me for hours to assure himself of my life and well-being. He has watched by me in sickness night after night with unwearied assiduity. He never spoke harshly to me, and treated me at once with a distance and gentleness hard to be understood. When I was 18, he died. During his last illness, the seal was taken from his lips, and his heart threw off that husk within which he had hitherto concealed its true nature. He died of a rapid consumption, which terminated his existence within 6 months of his being first taken ill. His body wasted under the effects of mortal disease, but his soul assumed new life and energy, and his temper became as soft and demonstrative as it had hitherto been repulsive and concentrated. He became my father, friend, and brother all in one, 1,000 dear relationships combined in one stronger than any. This sudden melting, this divine sensibility, which expanded at once, having been so long shut up and hid, was like a miracle. It fascinated and entranced me. I could not believe that I was about to lose him at the moment when we discovered each other's worth. I mean by that expression, as regards myself, all the happiness that he derived from the truth and vivacity of my filial affection. It were vain to attempt to refer even to our conversations. The sublime morality he inculcated, the tenderness and charity of his expressions, the overflowing and melting eloquence with which he talked of the affections of this world, and his aspirations after a better. He died suddenly at last, as I was playing to him a simple air my mother loved. It was a moment of horror, yet of solemn and pious resignation. His soul had sought its native heaven and congenial companion. Might it be blessed? Yet I had lost him, and grief immeasurable was the result. The impression of the misery I suffered can never be entirely worn from my mind. I often wonder my heart did not break with the violence of my sorrow. I had been brought up at the deanery apart from all acquaintances. I had had a governess, a most worthy woman, who married just before my father was taken ill, and who kindly came to me when all was over to endeavor to console the inconsolable. One of my father's objects in life had been to accumulate a fortune for me, not for the sake of placing me in the dangerous situation of an heiress, but to render me independent. It thus happened that by his ever-lamented death I inherited considerable wealth. His own fortune, my mother's, and his savings formed the sum of £50,000. He left me under the guardianship of his elder brother, Sir Richard Grey, with only one restriction, that I was not to marry, even with my uncle's consent, till I was 21. He wished thus to secure me freedom of choice and time for deliberation. To this sagacious clause I owe the happiness of my life. As soon as my health and the first agony of my grief would permit, I left the deanery. My kind governess accompanied me to Dublin, and Sir Richard Grey came hither himself to fetch me and to carry me to his seat in England. I was beyond measure surprised when I saw my uncle. He was a year older than my father, my venerable father, and he looked in comparison a boy. He was indeed under 50, and had at first sight a juvenility of aspect quite astonishing. On examination, the traces of years and care became perceptible. There was a haggardness in his face which contrasted strangely with its expression of thoughtlessness. No one could be kinder than he was to me, and yet his very kindness was revolting, from the contrast he formed with my lost parent. The world, society, and pleasure occupied his time and thoughts. Solitude and misery were synonymous terms with him, and he called everything solitude that did not include the idea of a crowd. He rattled away during our journey, thinking his anecdotes and good stories would enliven me. He was so sorry that it was not the season that I could go to London. He would have invited his daughter, Lady Hythe, to his seat, that he might arrange a party to enliven it for me, but she was on the continent, and his other married daughter was resident in Scotland. What was to be done? He had engagements himself during the shooting season at various gentlemen's houses, and I should be moped to death at Beech Grove. This account of the seclusion of my retreat was all my comfort. I declared that nothing should induce me to go into society for several years. He stared and then smiled, and in his usual caressing, gallant manner said, I should do as I liked. He would never contradict me in anything. He only hoped that he should always be able to please and gratify me. My uncle's story is soon told. He married very early in life a girl of inferior rank. His relations were exceedingly enraged and discarded him. His father died, and his grandfather, fearing that he would sell his expectations and squander the whole property, offered him a large immediate income, upon the condition that he would entail the estate upon his eldest son. He consented. A few years after, his grandfather died, and he came into the titles and estate. The new Lady Grey made herself many friends from the extreme propriety of her conduct. They had a large family, but lost many children, and she died in childbed of her youngest. 5 only survived. The eldest son was abroad. 2 daughters were well married, and the youngest, a girl of only 12 years of age, lived with her governess at the family seat at Hampshire. Sir Richard talked kindly of his children, but chiefly of his eldest son, against whom therefore I conceived a prejudice, because from his father's description I considered him dissipated and worthless. Such indeed was my uncle, but I did not dislike him, for by the charm of manner he vanquished aversion, and I transferred to his favourite son the disapprobation he had first excited. I was glad to hear that my cousin was at Vienna, and that I was not likely to see him. We arrived at Beech Grove on the 29th August. It was a fine summer day, and the country in all its glory. The house was spacious and elegant, and situated in an extensive park, laid out with infinite taste, and kept up with extreme care. All looked so gay and smiling, so unlike the somber scenes I had left on the shores of the dark northern ocean, that I contemplated my new abode with distaste. Such is the force of habit. My uncle had expected that I should be enchanted with the novel beauty of an English park and mansion, and was disappointed at my languid praise. There were no rocks, no sea, no extensive moors, groves of beech, a river threading verdant wooded banks, a variety of upland and valley, glade and copse did not command my admiration. So true it is that we seldom admire that which is absolutely new. A few months totally altered this first impression. The cheerfulness of the scene imperceptibly acted on my spirits. I became reconciled to its, to a certain degree, tameness, and learnt at last to love its refined and elegant beauty. Sir Richard talked of visiting in company. He would have called his neighbours round us, and forced me to accept invitations at the various houses where, in the shooting season, were assembled large parties of the rich and gay. I earnestly assured him that my depressed spirits and deep-rooted sorrow needed tranquillity, that the seclusion which his house promised was its principal attraction, and I was most happy to be alone. He could not believe my assertions. It hurt his feelings to leave me in this desert. He actually delayed his departure for 2 days, not liking to quit me. At last he went, and speedily, in the pursuit of pleasure, forgot my existence. I was not absolutely alone in his house. My cousin Marianne inhabited it with me. She was a pretty, agreeable girl of 12 years of age, and we got on very well together. I had recourse to her society when over-weary of thought, and she was so young that I could leave her and betake myself to my mournful, lonely reveries whenever I liked, without ceremony. I had not been at Beech Grove more than a week when, late one afternoon, on returning from a drive, we distinguished lights in the dining room. "Can it be my brother?" cried Marianne. "Can Clinton have arrived?" "I hope not," I said. "Oh, do not say so," replied the little girl. "You would love Clinton. He is so lively and dear. Everybody loves him." She scarce waited for the steps to be let down, but jumped from the carriage. She returned to me in a minute with an air of disappointment. "It is only my brother Vernon," she said. "And you do not care about him?" "Oh yes," she replied, "Vernon is very good and all that, but he's quite different from Clinton. He may stay a month in the house and I not see him twice." The habit of solitude had rendered me a little bashful. I had dined early with my cousin, and the newcomer was at dinner. I went into the drawing-room, therefore, and made her stay with me, and awaited his entrance with some alarm. He soon joined us. As he entered, I was struck with his being the handsomest man I had ever seen. His complexion was a clear olive, his eyes a dark blue, his head small and well-shaped, his figure scarcely above the middle size, but slender and elegant. I expected the courteous manners of my uncle to correspond with the grace of his appearance, but Vernon had no vivacity, no softness. His words were pregnant with meaning, and his eyes flashed fire as he spoke, but his address was abrupt, his conversation pointed and sarcastic, and a disagreeable ironical smile in which he indulged deteriorated greatly from his good looks. Still, he was very handsome, very clever, and very entertaining. One part of Marianne's description, at least, was erroneous. He spent every day and all day with us. He rode or walked with us in the morning, read to us in the evening, conversed as we worked or painted, and did all that a person most sedulous to please could do, except turning over the leaves of our music books. He did not like music, of which my father was so passionately fond. In all else, his taste seemed mine. He gave me Italian lessons, and, except when I drove him away, was never absent from our side. Marianne declared that her brother Vernon was an altered man. I thought that I knew whence the alteration sprung. What girl of 18, just emerged from solitude, could perceive the birth of love in the heart of a young, accomplished, and handsome man, and not feel her vanity gratified? My peculiar education had prevented me from having any of the coquettishness of beauty or the insolence of wealth. I own I felt elated. I became of consequence in my own eyes, and my silly heart swelled with conscious triumph. Vernon grew each day more openly devoted to me, more solicitous to please, more flattering and attentive. He advanced with imperceptible steps to the desired bourne, and no impatience of temper disturbed for a moment his progress. Stealthy as a serpent and as wily, he became necessary to my comfort, and I had compromised myself by displaying my vain triumph in my conquest, before he betrayed himself by a word. When I found that he sought a return for his love, I was frightened. I discovered that with all his talents and agreeable qualities, I scarcely liked him, and certainly could never feel a sentiment more tender than friendship. I reproached myself for my ingratitude. I felt ashamed for my vacillation. He saw my struggles. He was all humility. He did not deserve better. He was satisfied if I would only be a sister to him, pity him, endure his presence. I agreed, and reassumed my familiarity and good humor. It is impossible to describe his refined artifice or the wonderful assiduity with which he watched by his concealed net till I was completely enmeshed. He contrived first that I should consent to listen to him talking of his passion. Then he excited my pity for his sufferings. He was eloquent in describing them and in exalting my merits. He asked for so little, he seemed so humble, but he was importunate, and never gave up the smallest advantage he had once gained. Forgotten by my uncle, unknown and unregarded by the rest of the world, I was delivered over to his machinations. Day after day he renewed them. He discerned and worked upon every weakness of my character, my fear to do wrong, my alarm at the idea of being the occasion of pain, my desire to preserve my integrity without a flaw. These might be termed virtues, but distorted and exaggerated by natural conceit and youthful inexperience, they rendered me a too easy prey. At last he extracted from me a promise to marry him when I should be of age. This pledge seemed the only method left to me to prove my delicacy and truth. I gave it the more readily because I admired his talents, and believed that he deserved a better wife than I, and that my want of love was a fault in me for which I ought to compensate to him. With all the rashness and inexperience of my age, I confess that I even tried to conceal my latent aversion, so that when, after having obtained my promise, he went away for a week, I willingly assented to his request that I should correspond with him, and my letters were full of affection. I found it easier to write than speak what I did not really feel, and was glad to show my gratitude and my sense of his attachment at an easy rate. At the same time, I consented to keep our engagement secret, that thus I might have an excuse for preserving the reserve of my conduct. I took advantage of this wish on his part to insist on his leaving me for a time. I was glad when he went, yet mortified at the readiness of his obedience. I must not be unjust. Vernon had many faults, but coldness of feeling was not among them. Vehemence and passion were his characteristics, though he could unite them to a deliberation in design and a wiliness in execution without example. He had determined before he saw me to win me and my fortune, but such was the violence of his disposition that he was unavoidably caught in his own toils, and the project that was founded on self-interest ended in making him the slave of love, of a girl whom he despised. He went when I bade him eagerly, but he fulfilled his aim better by so doing. My letters were to be confirmations strong against me, in case that hereafter, as he too justly feared, I should wish to retract my vows. I heedlessly accomplished his ends beyond his most sanguine expectations. My letters were those of a betrothed bride, and what they might want in tenderness was made up by their uncompromising acknowledgement of her relative position. Having obtained these testimonies, he returned. I was not sorry. I was too little pleased with myself to be in love with solitude. His presence kept alive the feeling of irresistible fate to which I had yielded, and his society enlivened the monotonous quiet of Beech Grove. At length Christmas came, and my uncle returned and filled his house with visitors. Then the darker shades of Vernon's character became apparent. He was as jealous as an Italian. His disposition was somber and averse to sociable pleasures. God knows grief sat too heavy at my heart to allow me to be very vivacious. Still, I wished to please my uncle, and thought that I had no right to cloud the good humor of the company. And added to this was the elastic spirit of youth, which sprung eagerly and spontaneously from the gloom and mystery of Vernon's artifices into the more congenial atmosphere of friendly intercourse. He saw me unlike anything he had ever seen in me before, sprightly and ready to share the amusement of the hour. He groaned in bitterness of spirit. He reproached, reprehended, and became a very taskmaster. I was naturally timid and docile. In vain did my spirit revolt from his injustice. He gained and kept complete ascendancy over me. Yet my soul was in arms against him even while I submitted to his control, and dislike began to develop itself in my bosom. I tasked myself severely for my ingratitude. I became in appearance kinder than ever, but every internal struggle and every outward demonstration had unfortunately one result, to alienate my affections more and more from my lover cousin. Our guest left us. My uncle went up to town. He told me he hoped I would accompany him there as soon as Lady Hythe returned to chaperone me. But I was more averse than ever to visiting London. Bound to Vernon by my promises, and wishing to keep my faith with him, I did not like to expose myself to the temptation of seeing others I should like better. Besides, the memory of my father was still unfaded, and I resolved not to appear in public till the year of mourning was expired. Vernon accompanied his father to town, but returned again to us almost immediately. We appeared to revert to our former mode of life, but the essence of it was changed. He was moody, I anxious. I almost ventured to accuse him of ill temper and tyranny, till, reading in my own heart its indifference, I was inclined to consider myself the cause of his discontent. I tried to restore his complacency by kindness, and in some degree succeeded. One day, Sir Richard suddenly appeared at Beech Grove. He seemed surprised to find Vernon, and care and even anxiety clouded his usual hilarity. He told us that he expected Clinton daily, and should immediately on his arrival bring him down to Hampshire. To celebrate my birthday? Asked Vernon, with a sardonic smile. I am of age on Friday. No, said his father, he will not be here so soon. Nor I so honored, said Vernon. Clinton's coming of age was celebrated by tumultuous rejoicings, but he is the elder son. Sir Richard gave Vernon, who spoke sneeringly, a quick glance. An indescribable expression of pain crossed his countenance. Have you been staying here since Christmas? He asked at last. Vernon would have replied evasively, but Marianne said, Oh yes, he is always here now. You appear to have become very fond of Beech Grove of a sudden, continued his father. I felt that Sir Richard's eye was fixed on me as he spoke, and I was conscious that not only my cheeks, but my temples and neck were crimsoned with blushes. Some time after, I saw my uncle in the shrubbery. He was alone, and want of society was always so painful to him that I thought it but a mark of duteous kindness to join him. I wondered, as I approached, to see every token of haggard care on a face usually so smiling. He saw me and smoothed his brow. He began talking of London, of my elder cousin, of his desire that I should conquer my timidity and consent to be presented this spring. At length he suddenly stopped short, and scrutinizing me as he spoke, said, Pardon me, dear Ellen, if I annoy you, but I am your guardian, your second father, am I not? Do not be angry, therefore, if I ask you, are you attached to my son Vernon? My natural frankness prompted one reply, but 1,000 feelings, inexplicable but powerful, hung on my tongue. I answered, stammering, No, I believe so. I like him. But you do not love him. What a question, dear uncle, I replied, covered with confusion. Is it even so? Cried Sir Richard. And is he to succeed in all? You mistake, I said, for I had a horror of confessing an attachment which, after all, I did not feel, and so of making our engagement more binding. But I blushed deeply as I spoke, and my uncle looked incredulous and said, Yet it would make you very unhappy if he married another. Oh no, I cried. He has my free leave. I should wish him joy with all my heart. The idea, the hope that he was playing me false and might release me from my trammels darted through my mind with a quick thrill of delight. Sir Richard saw that I was in earnest, and his countenance cleared. What a strange thing is maiden coyness, he observed. You blush so prettily, Ellen, that I could have sworn you had given your heart to Vernon. But I see I was mistaken. I am glad of it, for he would not suit you. No more was said, but I felt conscience-stricken and miserable. I had deceived my uncle, and yet I had not. I declared that I did not love him to whom I had pledged my hand, and the whole was a mystery and an entanglement that degraded me in my own eyes. I longed to make a full confession, yet then all would be over. We should both be inextricably bound. As it was, some caprice might cause Vernon to transfer his affection to another, and I could give him entire freedom without any human being knowing how foolishly I had acted. We had no guests at dinner. Sir Richard was to leave us early the next morning. After dinner, I speedily retired to the drawing-room. Leaving father and son together, they remained 2 hours. I was on the point of withdrawing to my own room, to avoid a meeting which alarmed me, I knew not why, when they entered. It seemed as if, in the interval of my absence, they had received sudden intelligence of a dear friend's death, and yet not quite so, for though Vernon looked absorbed in thought, his gloom was strangely interspersed with glances of swelling triumph. His smiles were no longer sneers, yet they did not betray a sunshine of the heart, but rather a joy on a bad victory. He looked on me askance with a kind of greedy satisfaction, and at his father with scorn. I trembled and turned to my uncle, but sadness and confusion marked his features. He was stamped as with disgrace, and quailed beneath my eye, though presently he rallied, drew a chair near, and was kinder than ever. He told me that he was going up to town on the morrow, and that Vernon was to accompany him. He asked me if there was anything he could do for me, and testified his affection by 1,000 little attentions. Vernon said nothing, and took leave of me so coldly that I thought his manner implied that he expected to see me in the morning. Thinking it right to indulge him, I rose early, but he did not come down till long after Sir Richard, who thanked me for my kindness in disturbing myself on his account. They went away immediately after breakfast, and Vernon's formal adieu again struck me with wonder. Was it possible that he was indeed going to marry another? This doubt was all my comfort, for I was painfully agitated by the false position in which I had entangled myself, by the mystery that enveloped my actions, and the falsehood which my lips perpetually implied, if they did not utter. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. The Elder Son, Part 2. I was habitually an early riser on the third morning after the departure of my relations. Before I rose, and while I was dressing, I thought that pebbles were thrown at my window, but my mind was too engrossed to pay attention, till at last, after my toilette had been leisurely completed, I looked from my window and saw Vernon below, in the secluded part of the park which it overlooked. I hurried down, my heart palpitating with anxiety. "I have been waiting for you these 2 hours," he said angrily. "Did you not hear my signal?" "I know of no signal," I replied. "I am not accustomed to clandestine appointments." "And yet you can carry on a clandestine engagement excellently well. You told Sir Richard that you did not love me, that you should be glad if I married another." An indignant reply was bursting from my lips, but he saw the rising storm and hastened to allay it. He changed his tone at once from reproach to tender protestations. "It broke my heart to leave you as I did," he said, "but I could do no less. Sir Richard insisted on my accompanying him, and I was obliged to comply. Even now he believes me to be in town. I have traveled all night. He half suspected me because I refused to dine with him today, and I was forced to promise to join him at a ball tonight. I need not be there till 12 or 1, so can stay 2 hours with you." "But why this hurried journey?" I asked. "Why do you come?" He answered by pleading the vehemence of his affection, and spoke of the risk he ran of losing me forever. "Do you not know," he said, "that my father has set his heart upon your marrying my brother?" "He's very good," I replied disdainfully, "but I am not a slave, to be bought and sold. My cousin Clinton is the last person in the world whom you need fear. Oh, Ellen, how much do you transport me by this generous contempt for wealth and rank. You ask me why I am here? It were worth the fatigue twice 10,000 times told to have these assurances. I have trembled, I have feared, but you will not love this favored of fortune, this elder son." I cannot describe Vernon's look as he said this. Methought envy, malice, and demonic exultation were all mingled. He laughed aloud. I shrunk from him dismayed. He became calmer a moment after. "My life is in your hands, Ellen. But why repeat his glossing speeches, in which deceit and truth were so kneaded into one mass that the poison took the guise of the wholesome substance, while the whole was impregnated with destruction? I felt that I liked him less than ever, yet I yielded to his violence. I believed myself the victim of a venial but irreparable mistake of my own. I confirmed my promises and pledged my faith most solemnly. It is true that I undeceived him as much as I could with regard to the extent of my attachment. At first he was furious at my coldness, then overwhelmed me with entreaties for forgiveness. Tears even streamed from his eyes, and then again he haughtily reminded me that I forfeited every virtue of my sex and became a monument of falsehood if I failed him. We separated at last. I promised to write every day and saw him ride away with a sensation as if relieved from the affliction of torture. A week after this scene, my spirits, still depressed, and often weeping my dear father's death, which I considered the root of every evil, I was reading, or rather trying to read, in my dressing-room, but in reality brooding over my sorrows, when I heard Marianne's cheerful laugh in the shrubbery, and her voice calling me to join her. I roused myself from my sad reverie, and resolved to cast aside care and misery, while Vernon's absence afforded me a shadow of freedom, and, in fulfillment of this determination, went down to join my young light-hearted cousin. She was not alone. Clinton was with her. There was no resemblance between him and Vernon. His countenance was all sunshine, and his light blue eyes laughed in their own gladness and purity. His beaming smile, his silver-toned voice, his tall, manly figure, and above all his open-hearted, engaging manners, were all the reverse of his dark, mysterious brother. I saw him and felt my prejudices had been ridiculous. We became intimate in a moment. I know not how it was, but we seemed like brother and sister, each feeling, each thought, being laid bare to the other. I was naturally frank, but rendered timid by education, so that it charmed me doubly when the unreserve of another invited me to indulge in the unguarded confidence of my disposition. How speedily the days now flew! They contained but one drawback, my correspondence with my cousin. Not that I felt myself unfaithful towards him. My affection for my new-found relation did not disturb my conscience. That was pure, undisguised, sisterly. We had met from across the ocean of life, two beings who formed a harmonized whole, but the sympathy was too perfect, too untinged by earthly dross, to be compared with the selfish love given and extracted by Vernon. Yet I feared that his jealousy might be awakened, while I felt less inclined than ever to belie my own heart, and with aversion and hesitation penned letters containing the formula of affection and engaged vows. Sir Richard came down to Beech Grove. He was highly pleased to see the cordial friendship that subsisted between his son and me. "Did I not tell you that you would like him?" he said. "Everyone must," I replied. "He is formed to win all hearts, and suits you much better than Vernon." I did not know what to answer. It was a tender string he touched, but I resolved not to feel or think. Sir Richard's were all flying visits. He was to leave us in the evening. He had, during the morning, a long conversation with Clinton, and immediately after he sought for an opportunity to talk to me. "Ellen," he said, "I have not been a wise, but I am a fond father. I have done Clinton many injuries, of which he, poor fellow, is wholly unconscious, and I have wished to compensate for all in giving him a wife worthy of him. His temper is generous, his spirit clear and noble. By my soul, I think he has every virtue under heaven, and you alone deserve him. Do not interrupt me, I beseech you. Hear me this once. I confess that ever since you became my ward, this has been my favorite project. There have been several obstacles, but the most serious ones seem to vanish. You have seen each other, and I flatter myself have each discovered and appreciated the good qualities of the other. Is it so, Ellen? I know not whence my fears arise, and yet they intrude themselves. I fear, while I have been endeavoring to secure my boy's happiness, I may have been adding to the ruin already heaped on his head by my means. I have talked with him today. He has no disguise in his nature, and he avows that he loves you. I know that this confession would come better from himself, but your fortune, your beauty, make him fear to be misinterpreted. Do not mistake, he is wholly unaware of my intention of speaking to you. I see your distress, dear Ellen. Have patience for one word more. Do not trifle with Clinton's feelings, as sometimes, forgive me, it has appeared to me that you have trifled with Vernon's. Do not foster hopes not to be fulfilled. Be frank, be honest, despite the bashfulness and coquetry of your sex. After these words, fearful of having offended, overcome by more agitation than I could have imagined him capable of feeling, my uncle drew me towards him, pressed me convulsively to his bosom, and then rushed from the room. I cannot describe the state in which he left me. A spasm of pain passed through my frame. I became sick and faint till a flood of tears relieved my bursting heart. I wept long, I sobbed in agony. I felt the veriest wretch that ever trod the earth. My uncle had rent the veil that concealed me from myself. I loved Clinton. He was the whole world to me, all the world of light and joy, and I had shut myself out from him forever. And he also was my victim. I beheld his dear face beaming with hope. I heard his thrilling voice harmonized by love, and saw the fearless cordiality of his manners, which bespoke his confidence in my sympathy, while I knew that I held a poisoned dagger, which I was about to plunge into his heart. Sometimes I thought to treat him coldly, sometimes, I cannot tell the various imaginations that haunted me, some self-sacrificing, others wicked and false. All ended in one way. My uncle departed. We were left together, our full hearts beating to respond to each other without any division or reserve. I felt that every moment might cause Clinton to open his soul to me, and to seek in mine for a feeling too truly and too fondly alive there, but which was sinful and fatal to both. To prevent his confession, my own preceded it. I revealed to him my engagement to Vernon, and declared my resolve not to swerve from my faith. He commended me. I saw despair at losing me painted in his countenance, mingled with horror at supplanting his brother, an alarm that he, the elder born, gifted by fortune with every blessing, should be suspected of the intention of stealing the sole remaining good which Vernon had won by his diligence, perhaps by his deserts. Forbid it, Heaven! I saw in the clear mirror of his expressive countenance the struggle of passion and principle, and the triumph of honor and virtue exalted over the truest love that had ever warmed man's breast. Our gaiety was flown, our laughter stilled. We talked sadly and seriously together, neither lamenting our fate nor acknowledging our sufferings, tamed to endurance and consoling each other by such demonstrations of affections as were permitted to our near relationship. We read clearly each other's hearts and supported each other in the joint sacrifice, and this without any direct acknowledgment. Clinton talked of returning to the continent, I of my seclusion and tranquillity at Beech Grove. The time was distant. 2 years was an eternity at our age, before Vernon could claim my hand, and we did not advert to that fatal consummation. We gave up each other, and that single misery sufficed without a more cruel addition. I was calm, pale, and tearless. I had brought it all on myself, and must submit. I could not cast aside the younger son to select the elder. And if in my secret thoughts I cherished a hope to induce Vernon to forego his claims, that very circumstance would the more entirely divide me from Clinton. As my brother-in-law, I might see him. In some sort, our fortunes were shared. But as a rival to Vernon, a stream of blood separated us forever. The hours of sad sympathy which we passed were very dear to us, and we knew that they were brief. Clinton had fixed the day and hour of his departure. Each moment it drew nearer. We should never meet again till after my marriage. But till the hour of separation, for 2 short days, we were all in all to each other, despite the wall of amidon which was raised between us. We tried each to pretend to think and talk of indifferent subjects, and we never spoke of that nearest to our hearts. But how superfluous are words as interpreters between lovers! As we walked or rode and spent hours in each other's society, we exchanged thoughts more intimately during long periods of absolute silence than Vernon, with his vehemence and eloquence, could have conceived. Had we spoken folio volumes, we could have said no more. Our looks, the very casting down of our eyes, and mutual tacit avoidance, told our resolve to fulfill our duties and to conquer our love. And yet how, by a glance or faltering word, when the future was alluded to, did we promise never to forget, but to cherish mutual esteem and tenderness as all that was left of the paradise from which we were so ruthlessly driven. Now and then a playful expression on his part, or a blush on mine, betrayed more feeling than we considered right. The one was checked by a sigh, the other by an assumption of indifference. I had been spending many hours in tears and anguish, when, resolved to overcome my weakness, and to recover an appearance of serenity before my cousin returned from his ride, I went into Mary Ann's schoolroom and took up a book. The exhaustion of weeping had calmed me, and I thought of my kinsman, his endearing qualities, and of the tie between us, with softened feelings. As I indulged in reverie, my head resting on my hand, my book falling from my fingers, my eyes closed, I passed from the agitated sense of life and sorrow into the balmy forgetfulness of sleep. Clinton had wished to make a portrait of me, yet had not ventured to ask me to sit. He came in at this moment. Mary Ann, whispering, told him not to disturb me. He took her drawing materials and made a hasty sketch, which genius and love united to render a perfect likeness. I awoke and saw his work. It was beyond our contract. I asked him for it. He felt that I was right and gave it. This sacrifice on his part proved that he did not palter with his sense of right. On the morrow we were to part, and he would preserve no memorial beyond a remembrance which he could not destroy. That morrow came. Clinton asked me and his sister to walk through the park with him, to join his chariot at the farther lodge. We consented, but at the moment of going, Mary Ann, who knew nothing certainly, but who darkly guessed that all was not right, excused herself. I joined him alone. There was something in his person and manner that so promised protection and tenderness that I felt it doubly hard to be torn from him. A dignified reserve, foreign to his usual nature, founded on a resolve to play only the brother's part, checked me somewhat, yet I loved him the more for it. While I would have laid down my existence so that it had only been permitted for us to throw aside the mask, but for one short hour, and to use the language of nature and troth. It could not be, and our conversation was upon indifferent subjects. When we approached the lodge, we found that the chariot had not come, and we retreated a little and sat down on a turfy bank. Then Clinton said a few words, the only ones that at all revealed the agitation he was enduring. "I have a little more experience than you, Ellen," he said, "and besides, I am haunted by strange presentiments. We seem to know what we ought to do, and what we are to do, and act accordingly. Yet life is a strange, wild thing. I wish to ensure for you a friend more willing and active than Sir Richard. I have a sister to whom I am fondly attached. She is now on the continent, but I shall hasten to her and entreat her to afford you a friendship you so richly deserve. You will love Lady Hythe for her own sake as well as for mine." I was desirous of thanking him for this mark of kindness, but my voice failed me, and I burst into tears, overcome by the excess of anguish that deluged my heart. I tried to conceal my tears. I could not. "Do not, Ellen, dear Ellen, I beseech you, command yourself." Clinton spoke in a voice so broken, so full of misery, that he inspired me at once with fear and courage. The tread of a horse roused us. A horse at a swift gallop. I raised my eyes and uttered a shriek, for reining in the animal with a sudden strong pull, Vernon halted close to us. The most violent passions convulsed his countenance. He threw himself from the horse, and casting the bridle from him, came up. What he meant to say or do I cannot tell, perhaps to conceal the workings of his heart, and the quick departure of Clinton would have soothed all, but I saw the barrel of a pistol peep from the pocket of his coat. I was seized with terror. I shrieked aloud. Clinton, terrified at my alarm, would have supported me, but Vernon pushed him rudely away. "Dare not to approach her, or touch her, as you value your life," he cried. "My life? You talk idly, Vernon. I value her security. One moment of peace to her, far more." "You confess it!" exclaimed Vernon. "And you too, false and treacherous girl. Ha! Did you think to betray me and be unpunished? Do you think, if I so chose it, that I would not force you to look on till the blood of one of the brothers flowed at your feet? But there are other punishments in store for you." The expressions of menace used towards myself restored my courage, and I exclaimed, "Beware that you do not break the tie that binds us, at least that bound us a moment ago. Perhaps it is already broken." "Doubtless," he cried, grinding his teeth with rage, "it is broken, and a new one created to bind you to the elder son. Oh, yes, you would fain cast aside the poor, miserable beggar who has vainly fawned on you and madly loved. You would take the rich, the honorable, the honored Sir Clinton. Base, hollow-hearted fool." "Vernon," said Clinton, "whatever your claims are on our cousin, I cannot stand by and see her insulted. You forget yourself. The forgetfulness, sir, is on your part. Proud in your seniority, to rival your brother, to drive him from his all, has been a May-game for you. But no, proud fool or villain, take which name you will. Your hour has passed by. Your reign is at an end. Your station is a fiction, your very existence a disgrace." Clinton and I both began to think that Vernon was really mad, a suspicion confirmed by his violent gestures. We looked at each other in alarm. "Stay!" exclaimed the infuriated man, seizing my arm with a fierce grasp. While fearful to induce Clinton's interference, I yielded. "Stay and listen to what your lover is, or shall I wound your delicate ears? There are soft phrases and silken words to adorn that refuse of the world, a bastard. Vernon, dare not. Beware, sir, and begone." Clinton's face chrismed, his voice, his majestic indignation almost forced the ruffian to quail. He threw my arm from him. "Take him, fair Ellen. It is true you take what I say, a natural son. Do you think that my information is not correct? Ask our father, for he is yours, Clinton, and our mother is the same. You are the firstborn of Richard Grey and Matilda Towers, but I am the eldest son of Mr. and Mrs. Grey." It could not have been that Vernon would have acted this cowardly and foolish part had he not been driven by a kind of madness. In truth, Sir Richard had, to quench his hopes forever with that carelessness of truth, his fatal propensity affirmed that Clinton and I were acknowledged lovers, and that he came goaded by worse than jealousy, by a spirit of hatred and revenge. Seeing us together, obviously engaged by the most engrossing feelings, his temper, which had been worked into a fury during his journey, burst forth beyond the bounds he had prescribed for himself. I have called him a serpent, and such he was in every respect. He would crawl and coil and hide his wily advance, but he could erect his crest, dart out his forked tongue, and infix the deadly venom, when roused as he now was. Clinton turned alternately pale and red. "Be it as you will," he said. "My fortunes and yours are of slight moment in comparison to Ellen's safety. If there is any truth in this tale of yours, there will be time enough to discover it and to act upon it. Meanwhile, dear cousin, I see they have brought my chariot to the lodge. You cannot walk home. Get into it. It will drive you to the house, and come back for me." I looked at him inquiringly. "Do not fear to be deserted by me," he said, "or that I shall do anything rashly. Vernon must accompany me to town, to our father's presence, there to expiate this foul calumny, or to prove it. Be assured he shall not approach you without your leave. I will watch over him and guard you." Clinton spoke aloud, and Vernon became aware that he must yield to this arrangement, and satisfied that he had divided us. Clinton led me to his carriage. "You will hear soon from some one of us, Ellen," he said, "and let me implore you to be patient, to take care of yourself, to fear nothing. I can make no remark, affirm, deny, nothing now, but you shall not be kept in suspense. Promise me to be patient and calm." "And do you," I said at last, commanding my trembling voice, "promise not to be rash, and promise not to leave England without seeing me again." "I promise not to leave England for any time without your leave. Oh, trust me, my dear cousin. It is not in such storms as these that you shall be ashamed of me. One sentiment may subdue me, but poverty, disgrace, and every angry passion I can master." Vernon did not dare interrupt us. He felt he had destroyed his carefully woven web through his own rashness, and gnawed his lips in silent rage. I looked at him once, and turned away my eyes in contempt. I got into the chariot, it drove me to the house, and went back to take Clinton up to town. Thus we were separated, as we intended, yet how differently. Hope was reborn in my heart, out of the very ashes of its despair. 2 mortal days passed, and I was still in my solitude, receiving no intelligence except, indeed, such as was contained in a letter from Vernon. In this he demanded me as a right, and fiercely insisted that I should keep my faith with him, but he did not allude to the scene in the park, nor to his strange assertions there. I threw the letter from me as unworthy of notice or thought. The 3rd morning brought me one from my uncle. I tore it open with uncontrollable impatience. These were the contents. "Clinton, my dear Ellen, insists that I should join you at Beech Grove, but I cannot persuade myself to do so until I have your leave, till I have confessed my villainy and besought your forgiveness, in addition to that of my noble-hearted boy, whom I devoted to ruin before his birth, and who has pardoned me. It is a hateful subject, unfit for your ears, my gentle, virtuous girl, and I must hurry it over. When I first knew Miss Towers, I had no idea of marrying her, for she was poor and of humble birth. We loved each other, and she was willing to become mine on my own terms. Our intercourse was betrayed to her parents, and to appease them and to please Matilda, I declared that we were married. My assertion was credited. Matilda assumed my name, and all the world, all her little world, was deceived, while at the same time I declared to my father that she was merely my mistress. He did not believe me. Thus I became entangled. A little before the birth of our 2nd boy, my father died, and my grandfather offered to me 2,000 a year on condition that I would secure the whole estate to my eldest son. I loved Matilda. My fears were dissipated by my father's death, and by this acknowledgment of my union by my grandfather, I married her, and 3 days after Vernon's birth signed the settlement of entail. Such is my story. Lady Grey's character necessitated the concealment from every human being of the period when the marriage was celebrated. My noble, my beloved Clinton assumed the elder son's place. I dared not reveal the truth, nay, I fancied that I benefited him by allowing him to fill this false position till my death. He has undeceived me, but he has not cursed me. From the moment I saw you, I designed that you should repair my faults towards him, as you alone could. I believed that you were formed for each other. I was not mistaken there. I meant to acknowledge all before your marriage, but I believed, if once your affections were engaged, you would not reject my son from base and worldly-minded considerations. Am I not right also in this? Meanwhile, Clinton was abroad, and I became uneasy at observing the pains which Vernon took to ingratiate himself with you, and the intimacy which you encouraged. I forbade him to remain with you at Beech Grove. He defied me. Then I tried to entice him away from you, and, as a last bribe, disclosed the secret of his birth. He in return promised to leave the field open to Clinton. You know the rest. He never meant to give you up. He is my heir, and he grasped at your fortune besides. Shall he succeed? Clinton is all kindness and soothing angelic goodness, but he insists on no longer filling the situation to which he has no claim, and is gone abroad. He fears to leave you exposed to Vernon's violence, and has made me promise to go down to Beech Grove and to prevent his brother from seeing you without your free and entire consent. As I have said, I cannot prevail upon myself to visit you till you are in full possession of all the facts. Now they are in your hands. You may expect me tomorrow. Do not fear Vernon. I will take care that he shall not commit further outrage on you, nor injure the interest which I fondly trust that you preserve for my godlike, my beloved Clinton. I read and reread this letter 1,000 times. My soul was in tumults. At first I could only think of the facts that it contained, and proudly and joyfully determined to compensate to Clinton, as I believed I could, for every evil. And then again I read the letter, and many parts of it filled me with wonder and dismay. Clinton was gone abroad, against his promise, without a word, and there was something so indelicate in the way in which my uncle espoused his cause. It was strange, unlike any conduct I had expected on my dear cousin's part. Of course he would write, yet he was gone, and no letter came. And then I dreaded to see Sir Richard, the wrongful, penitent father, the total indifference which he displayed to moral principle, not founded like Vernon's on selfishness, but on weakness of character and natural callousness to truth, revolted me. Where was my own dear father? He had thrown me from the sacred shelter of his virtue into a system of dissimulation and guilt, which even Clinton, I thought, deserting me as he did not redeem. I struggled with these feelings, but their justice confounded and overcame me. Yet, even in the midst of these disquieting reflections, a deep sense of happiness pervaded my soul. The mystery, the tyranny with which had enveloped me, was brushed away like a spider's web. I was free. I might follow the dictates of my feelings, and it was no longer sin to love him to whom my heart was irrevocably given. The hours of the day flew on, while I lived as if in a dream, absorbed by wonder, hope, doubt, and joy. At length, at 6 in the evening, a carriage drove up the avenue. A kind of terror at the expectation of seeing my uncle seized me, and I retreated hastily to my own room, gasping for breath. In a few minutes my servant tapped at my door. She told me that it was Lady Hythe who had arrived, and delivered me a letter. The letter was from Clinton. It was dated the same day in London. I pressed it passionately to my lips and heart and devoured its contents with eagerness. "At length, dear Ellen," he wrote, "I am satisfied. I was long uneasy on your account. I besought my father to go down to you, yet even that did not content me, for you did not so much need protection as sympathy and a true disinterested friendship. My thoughts turned towards my earliest and dearest friend, my sister Caroline. She was on the continent. I set out immediately to meet her, to tell everything, and to ask her advice and assistance. Fortune befriended me. I found her at Calais. She is now with you. She is my better self. Her delicacy of character, her accurate judgment, and warm heart, joined to her position as a woman, married to the best and most generous fellow breathing, render her the very person to whom I can entrust your happiness. I do not speak of myself. Fortune cannot overcome my spirits, and my way is clear before me. I pity my father and family, but Caroline will explain to you better than I can my views and hopes. Adieu, dear cousin. Heaven bless you as you deserve. Your fortitude, I am sure, has not deserted you, yet I am very anxious to hear that your health has not suffered by my brother's violence. Caroline will write to me and rejoice me by telling me of your well-being." I hurried down immediately to welcome Clinton's sister, and from that moment my perplexities and sorrows vanished. Lady Hythe was a feminine likeness of Clinton, this same active kindness of heart, gentleness of temper, and adorable frankness. We were friends and sisters on the instant, and her true affection repaid me for every suffering, none of which I should have experienced had she been in England on my arrival. Clinton had told her of his love, but left me to reveal my own sentiments, detailing only the artifices and jealousy of Vernon. I was without disguise, for we were all one family, with the same objects, hopes, and pleasures. We went up to town immediately, and there I saw Clinton, and we exchanged our reserved, sad intercourse for a full acknowledgment of every thought and feeling. The only piece of prudence that Sir Richard had practiced was placing Clinton in the army and purchasing promotion for him. He was so beloved by his fellow officers that, on the discovery of his unfortunate birth, they all united in giving him the support of their friendship and good opinion. Clinton resolved, therefore, to enter at once on active service, and to follow up his profession with energy. 2 years were to elapse before I could marry, and he expressed a wish that we should neither of us consider ourselves under any engagement. How vain are such words! Heaven designed us for each other, and the mere phrase of engagement or freedom could not affect a tie founded on affection, esteem, or, beyond this, the passion that caused us to find happiness in each other only. He went with his regiment to Ireland, and we were a good deal divided during the 2 years that elapsed before I was 21. I continued to reside with Lady Hythe, and enjoyed with her that peace of mind which true friendship affords. At length the day came when I completed my 21st year. Sir Richard had wished to be present at our nuptials, but was unable from ill health. I went to him and saw him for the first time since the fatal discovery, for, on finding that I was happily placed with his daughter, he had carefully avoided seeing me. His character, indeed, was wholly changed. While carrying on a system of dissimulation, he had appeared gay. He was extravagant, given up to pleasure, and spending even beyond his large income, despite the ruin in which he knew his son would be involved on his death. He made him, indeed, a princely allowance, as if that was to compensate to him, while in fact Clinton was only thus habituated to expense. As soon as the discovery was made, Sir Richard, by one of those inconceivable changes which sometimes occur in the history of human nature, set his heart on saving a fortune for his beloved boy. He thought that I might be fickle. He feared his own death and the loss of power to benefit him. He gave up his establishment in town. He let Beech Grove. He saved every farthing that he could, and was enabled to settle £20,000 on Clinton on the day of our marriage. I went to see him in a little lodging at Camberwell, whither he had retreated. He was emaciated and ill. His eyes brightened a little on seeing Clinton and me together. "I would fain live a little longer," he said, "to increase my son's fortune, but God's will be done. You will make him happy, Ellen." We were inexpressibly shocked. He had concealed his penurious style of life and declining health all this time, and nothing but his illness and our insisting upon seeing him caused him to betray it now. Our first care after our marriage was to oblige him to take up his abode with us, and we devoted ourselves to calming his remorse and soothing his path to the grave. He survived only 4 months, but he had the comfort of knowing that Clinton was satisfied and happy, and that we both from our hearts forgave the errors which he at last expiated so dearly. We never saw Vernon again. Nor can I tell what has happened to him, except that he lives a life of the rich in England, apparently attended by prosperity. Lady Hythe stood between me and him, and screened me from his violence and reproaches. He has never married. I have never seen him since the day when, in the park at Beech Grove, he unawares conferred on me every blessing of life, by releasing me from the ties that bound me to him. The happiness of Clinton and myself has been unclouded. I at last persuaded him to give up his profession, and we live principally abroad. Lord and Lady Hythe frequently visit us, and every event of our lives, the unimportant events of domestic life, tends to increase our prosperity and the entire affection we cherish for each other. End of section 21, read by Andrea Dace, Norfolk, Virginia, July 2022.
Section 22 of Tales and Stories by Mary Shelley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Tales and Stories by Mary Shelley. The Pilgrims. The twilight of one of those burning days of summer whose unclouded sky seems to speak to man of happier realms had already flung broad shadows over the valley of Assmann, whilst the departing rays of a gorgeous sunset continued to glitter on the summits of the surrounding hills. Gradually, however, the glowing tints deepened, then grew darker and darker, until they finally yielded to the still more sober hues of night. Beneath an avenue of lime trees, which, from their size and luxuriance, appeared almost coeval with the soil in which they grew, Burkhart of Assmann wandered to and fro with uneasy step, as if some recent sorrow occupied his troubled mind. At times he stood with his eyes steadfastly fixed on the earth, as if he expected to see the object of his contemplation start forth from its bosom. At other times he would raise his eyes to the summits of the trees, whose branches, now gently agitated by the night breeze, seemed to breathe sighs of compassion in remembrance of those happy hours which had once been passed beneath their welcome shade. When, however, advancing from beneath them, he beheld the deep blue heavens with the bright host of stars, hope sprang up within him at the thoughts of that glory to which those heavens and those stars, all lovely and beauteous as they seem, are but the faint heralds, and for a time dissipated the grief which had so long weighed heavily upon his heart. From these reflections he was suddenly aroused by the tones of a manly voice addressing him. Burckhardt, advancing, beheld, standing in the light of the moon, 2 pilgrims, clothed in the usual coarse and somber garb, with their broad hats drawn over their brows. "Praise be to God," said the pilgrim who had just before awakened Burckhardt's attention, and who, from his height and manner, appeared to be the elder of the 2. His words were echoed by a voice whose gentle and faltering accents showed the speaker to be still but of tender years. "Whither are you going, friends? What seek you here at this late hour?" said Burckhardt. "If you wish to rest you after your journey, enter, and with God's blessing and my hearty welcome, recruit yourselves." "Noble sir, you have more than anticipated our petition," replied the elder pilgrim. "Our duty has led us far from our native land, being bound on a pilgrimage to fulfill the vow of a beloved parent. We have been forced, during the heat of the day, to climb the steep mountain paths, and the strength of my brother, whose youth but ill befits him for such fatigues, began to fail, when the sight of your castle's towers, which the moon's clear beams discovered to us, revived our hopes. We resolved to beg a night's lodging under your hospitable roof, that we might be enabled, on tomorrow's dawn, to pursue our weary way." "Follow me, my friends," said Burckhardt, as he, with quickened step, preceded them, that he might give some orders for their entertainment. The pilgrims, rejoicing in so kind a reception, followed the knight in silence into a high vaulted saloon, over which the tapers that were placed in branches against the walls cast a solemn but pleasing light, well in accordance with the present feelings of the parties. The knight then discerned 2 countenances, the pleasing impression of which was considerably heightened by the modest, yet easy manner with which the youthful pair received their host's kind attentions. Much struck with their appearance and demeanor, Burckhardt was involuntarily led back into the train of thoughts from which their approach had aroused him, and the scenes of former days flitted before him as he recollected that in this hall his beloved child was ever wont to greet him with her welcome smile on his return from the battle or the chase. Brief scenes of happiness, which had been followed by events that had cankered his heart and rendered memory but an instrument of bitterness and chastisement. Supper was soon after served, and the pilgrims were supplied with the greatest attention. Yet conversation wholly languished, for his melancholy reflections occupied Burckhardt, and respect, or perhaps a more kindly feeling towards their host and benefactor, seemed to have sealed the lips of his youthful guests. After supper, however, a flask of the Baron's old wine cheered his flagging spirits, and emboldened the elder pilgrim to break through the spell which had chained them. "Pardon me, noble sir," said he, "for I feel it must seem intrusive in me to seek the cause of that sorrow which renders you so sad a spectator of the bounty and happiness which you liberally bestow upon others. Believe me, it is not the impulse of a mere idle curiosity that makes me express my wonder that you can thus dwell alone in this spacious and noble mansion, the prey to a deeply rooted sorrow. Would that it were in our power to alleviate the cares of one who with such bounteous hand relieves the wants of his poorer brethren." "I thank you for your sympathy, good pilgrim," said the old noble, "but what can it avail you to know the story of those griefs which have made this earth a desert, and which are with rapid pace conducting me where alone I can expect to find rest? Spare me, then, the pain of recalling scenes which I would fain bury in oblivion. As yet you are in the spring of life, when no sad remembrance gives a discordant echo of past follies, or of joys irrecoverably lost. Seek not to darken the sunshine of your youth with the knowledge of those fierce, guilty beings who, in listening to the fiend-like suggestions of their passions, are led astray from the paths of rectitude, and tear asunder the ties of nature." Burckhardt thus sought to avoid the entreaty of the pilgrim, but the request was still urged with such earnest though delicate persuasion, and the rich tones of the stranger's voice awoke within him so many thoughts of days long past, that the knight felt himself almost irresistibly impelled to unburden his long-closed heart to one who seemed to enter into its feelings with a sincere cordiality. "Your artless sympathy has won my confidence, my young friends," said he, "and you shall learn the cause of my sorrow. You see me here, lonely and forsaken, But fortune once looked upon me with her blandest smiles, and I felt myself rich in the consciousness of my prosperity and the gifts which bounteous heaven had bestowed. My powerful vassals made me a terror to those enemies which the protection that I was ever ready to afford to the oppressed and helpless brought against me. My broad and fertile possessions enabled me, with liberal hand, to relieve the wants of the poor, and to exercise the rights of hospitality in a manner becoming my state and my name. But of all the gifts which heaven had showered upon me, that which I most prized was a wife, whose virtues had made her the idol of both the rich and the poor. But she who was already an angel and unfitted for this grosser world was too soon, alas, claimed by her kindred spirits. 1 brief year alone had beheld our happiness. My grief and anguish were most bitter, and would soon have laid me in the same grave with her, but that she had left me a daughter, for whose dear sake I struggled earnestly against my affliction. In her were now centered all my cares, all my hopes, all my happiness. As she grew in years, so did her likeness to her sainted mother increase, and every look and gesture reminded me of my Agnes. With her mother's beauty I had, with fond presumption, dared to cherish the hope that Ida would inherit her mother's virtues. Greatly did I feel the void that my irreparable loss had made, but the very thought of marrying again seemed to me a profanation. If, however, even for a single instant, I had entertained this disposition, one look at our child would have crushed it, and made me cling with still fonder hope to her, in the fond confidence that she would reward me for every sacrifice that I could make. Alas, my friends, this hope was built on an unsure foundation, and my heart is even now tortured when I think on those delusive dreams. Ida, with the fondest caresses, would dispel each care from my brow. In sickness and in health, she watched me with the tenderest solicitude. Her whole endeavor seemed to be to anticipate my wishes. But alas, like the serpent which only fascinates to destroy, she lavished these caresses and attentions to blind me, and wrap me in fatal security. Many and deep were the affronts, revenged indeed, but not forgotten, which had long since caused, with shame I avow it, a deadly hatred between myself and Rupert, Lord of Wadishwil, which the slightest occasion seemed to increase to a degree of madness. As he dared no longer throw down the gauntlet, he found means, much harder than steel or iron, to glut his revenge upon me. Duke Berchtold of Zaringen, one of those wealthy and powerful tyrants who are the very pests of that society, of whose rights they ought to be the ready guardians, had made a sudden irruption on the peaceful inhabitants of the mountains, seizing their herds and flocks, and insulting their wives and daughters. Though possessed of great courage, yet being not much used to warfare, these unhappy men found it impossible to resist the tyrant, and hastened to entreat my instant succor. Without a moment's delay, I assembled my brave vassals and marched against the spoiler. After a long and severe struggle, God blessed our cause, and our victory was complete. On the morning that I was to depart, on my return to my castle, one of my followers announced to me that the Duke had arrived in my camp, and wished an immediate interview with me. I instantly went forth to meet him, and Berchtold, hastening towards me with a smile, offered me his hand in token of reconciliation. I frankly accepted it, not suspecting that falsehood could lurk beneath so open and friendly an aspect. "My friend," said he, "for such I must call you, your valor in this contest has won my esteem, although I could at once convince you that I have just cause of quarrel with the insolent mountaineers. But in spite of your victory, in this unjust strife, into which doubtless you were induced to enter by the misrepresentations of those villains, yet as my nature abhors to prolong dissensions, I would willingly cease to think that we are enemies, and commence a friendship which, on my part at least, shall not be broken. In token, therefore, that you do not mistrust a fellow soldier, return with me to my castle, that we may there drown all remembrance of our past dissensions." During a long time I resisted his importunity, for I had now been more than a year absent from my home, and was doubly impatient to return, as I fondly imagined that my delay would occasion much anxiety to my daughter. But the Duke, with such apparent kindness, and in such a courteous manner, renewed and urged his solicitations that I could resist no longer. His Highness entertained me with the greatest hospitality and unremitted attention. But I soon perceived that an honest man is more in his element amidst the toils of the battle than amongst the blandishments of a court, where the lip and the gesture carry welcome, but where the heart, to which the tongue is never the herald, is corroded by the unceasing strifes of jealousy and envy. I soon, too, saw that my rough and undisguised manners were an occasion of much mirth to the perfumed and essenced nothings who crowded the halls of the Duke. I, however, stifled my resentment when I considered that these creatures lived but in his favor, like those swarms of insects which are warmed into existence from the dunghill by the sun's rays. I had remained the unwilling guest of the Duke during some days when the arrival of a stranger of distinction was announced with much ceremony. This stranger I found to be my bitterest foe, Rupert of Wadishwill. The Duke received him with the most marked politeness and attention, and more than once I fancied that I perceived the precedence of me was studiously given to my enemy. My frank yet haughty nature could ill brook this disparagement, and besides it seemed to me that I should but play the hypocrite if I partook of the same cup with the man for whom I entertained a deadly hatred. I resolved therefore to depart, and sought his Highness to bid him farewell. He appeared much distressed at my resolution, and earnestly pressed me to avow the cause of my abrupt departure. I candidly confessed that the undue favor which I thought he showed to my rival was the cause. "I am hurt, deeply hurt," said the Duke, affecting an air of great sorrow, "that my friend the valiant Assmann should think thus unjustly there, I add, thus meanly of me. No, I have not even in thought wronged you, and to prove my sincerity and my regard for your welfare, know that it was not chance which conducted your adversary to my court. He comes in consequence of my eager wish to reconcile two men whom I so much esteem, and whose worth and excellence place them amongst the brightest ornaments of our favored land. Let me, therefore," said he, taking my hand in the hand of Rupert, who had entered during our discourse, "let me have the satisfaction of reconciling two such men, and of terminating your ancient discord. You cannot refuse a request so congenial to that holy faith which we all profess. Suffer me, therefore, to be the minister of peace, and to suggest that, in token and in confirmation of an act which will draw down heaven's blessing on us all, you will permit our holy church to unite in one your far-famed lovely daughter with Lord Rupert's only son, whose virtues, if reports speak truly, render him no undeserving object of her love." A rage, which seemed in an instant to turn my blood into fire, and which almost choked my utterance, took possession of me. "What!" exclaimed I. "What! Think you that I would thus sacrifice, thus cast away my precious jewel, thus debase my beloved Ida? No, by her sainted mother, I swear that rather than see her married to his son, I would devote her to the cloister. Nay, I would rather see her dead at my feet than suffer her purity to be sullied by such contamination." "But for the presence of his Highness," cried Rupert wrathfully, "your life should instantly answer for this insult. Nathless, I will well mock you, and watch you too, my lord, and if you escape my revenge, you are more than man." Indeed, my lord of Assmann," said the Duke, "you are much too rash. Your passion has clouded your reason, and believe me, you will live to repent having so scornfully refused my friendly proposal." "You may judge me rash, my Lord Duke, and perhaps think me somewhat too bold, because I dare assert the truth in courts of princes. But since my tongue cannot frame itself to speak that which my heart does not dictate, and my plain but honest manner seems to displease you, I will, with your Highness's permission, withdraw to my own domain whence I have been but too long absent." "Undoubtedly, my lord, you have my permission," said the Duke haughtily, and at the same time turning coldly from me. My horse was brought. I mounted him with as much composure as I could command, and I breathed more freely as I left the castle far behind. During the second day's journey, I arrived within a near view of my own native mountains, and I felt doubly invigorated as the pure breezes were wafted towards me. Still the fond anxiety of a father for his beloved child, and that child his only treasure, made the way seem doubly long. But as I approached the turn of the road which is immediately in front of my castle, I almost then wished the way lengthened, for my joy, my hopes, and my apprehensions crowded upon me, almost to suffocation. A few short minutes, however, I thought, and then the truth, ill or good, will be known to me. When I came in full sight of my dwelling, all seemed in peace. Naught exhibited any change since I had left it. I spurred my horse on to the gate, but as I advanced, the utter stillness and desertion of all around surprised me. Not a domestic, not a peasant, was to be seen in the courts. It appeared as if the inhabitants of the castle were still asleep. Merciful heaven, I thought, what can this stillness forebode? Is my beloved child dead? I could not summon courage to pull the bell. Thrice I attempted, yet thrice the dread of learning the awful truth prevented me. One moment, one word, even one sign, and I might be a forlorn, childless, wretched man forever. None but a father can feel or fully sympathize in the agony of those moments. None but a father can ever fitly describe them. I was aroused from this inactive state by my faithful dog springing towards me to welcome my return with his boisterous caresses and deep and loud-toned expressions of his joy. Then the old porter, attracted by the noise, came to the gate, which he instantly opened, but as he was hurrying forward to meet me, I readily perceived that some sudden and painful recollection checked his eagerness. I leapt from my horse quickly and entered the hall. All the other domestics now came forward, except my faithful steward Wilfred, he who had been always the foremost to greet his master. "Where is my daughter? Where is your mistress?" I eagerly exclaimed. "Let me but know that she lives." The faithful Wilfred, who had now entered the hall, threw himself at my feet, and with the tears rolling down his furrowed cheeks, earnestly pressed my hand, and hesitatingly informed me that my daughter lived, was well, he believed, but had quitted the castle. "Now speak more quickly, old man," said I hastily, and passionately interrupted him. "What is it you can mean? My daughter lives, my Ida is well, but she is not here? Now have you and my vassals proved recreants and suffered my castle in my absence to be robbed of its greatest treasure? Speak! Speak plainly, I command ye!" "It is with anguish as great almost as your own can be, my beloved master, that I make known to you the sad truth that your daughter has quitted her father's roof to become the wife of Conrad, the son of the Lord of Wadishwil." "The wife of Lord Rupert's son? My Ida, the wife of the son of him whose very name my soul loathes?" My wrath now knew no bounds. The torments of hell seemed to have changed the current of my blood. In the madness of my passion, I even cursed my own dear daughter. Yes, Pilgrim, I even cursed her, on whom I so fondly doted, for whose sake alone life for me had any charms. Oh, how often since have I attempted to recall that curse, and these bitter tears, which even now I cannot control, witness how severe has been my repentance of that awful and unnatural act. Dreadful were the imprecations which I heaped upon my enemy, and deep was the revenge I swore. I know not to what fearful length my unbridled passion would have hurried me, had I not from its very excess sunk senseless into the arms of my domestics. When I recovered, I found myself in my own chamber, and Wilfred seated near me. Some time, however, elapsed before I came to a clear recollection of the past events, and when I did, it seemed as if an age of crime and misery had weighed me down and chained my tongue. My eye involuntarily wandered to that part of the chamber where hung my daughter's portrait, but this faithful old man, who had not removed it, no doubt thinking that to do so would have offended me, had contrived to hide by placing before it a piece of armor, which seemed as though it had accidentally fallen into that position. Many more days elapsed ere I was enabled to listen to the particulars of my daughter's flight, which I will, not to detain you longer with my griefs, now briefly relate. It appeared that, urged by the fame of her beauty and by a curiosity most natural, I confess to youth, Conrad of Wadishwil had for a long time sought in vain to see my Ida. Chance at length, however, favored him. On her way to hear mass at our neighboring monastery, he beheld her, and beheld her but to love. Her holy errand did not prevent him from addressing her, and well he knew how to gain the ear of one so innocent, so unsuspicious as my Ida. Too soon, alas, did his flatteries win their way to her guiltless heart. My child's affection for her father was unbounded, and readily would she have sacrificed her life for mine. But when love has once taken possession of the female heart, too quickly drives he thence those sterner guests, reason and duty. Suffice it therefore to say she was won, and induced to unite herself to Wadishwil before my return by his crafty and insidious argument that I should be more easily persuaded to give them my pardon and my blessing. When I found that the step that she had taken was irrevocable, with almost equal art he pleaded too that their union would doubtless heal the breach between the families of Wadishwil and Unspunnen, and thus terminate that deadly hatred which my gentle Ida, ever the intercessor for peace, had always condemned. By this specious of sophistry my poor child was prevailed upon to tear herself from the heart of a fond parent, to unite herself with the son of that parent's most bitter enemy. The pain of these recollections so overcame Burckhardt that some time elapsed ere he could master his feelings. At length he proceeded. My soul seemed now to have but one feeling, revenge. All other passions were annihilated by this master one, and I instantly prepared myself and my vassals to chastise this worse than robber. But such satisfaction was, I now thank God, denied me, for the Duke of Zähringen soon gave me memorable cause to recollect his parting words. Having attached himself with his numerous followers to my rival's party, these powerful chiefs suddenly invaded my domain. A severe struggle against most unequal numbers ensued, but at length, though my brave retainers would fain have prolonged the hopeless strife, resolved to stop a needless waste of blood, I left the field to my foes, and with the remnant of my faithful soldiers hastened in deep mortification to bury myself within these walls. This galling repulse prevented all possibility of reconciliation with my daughter, whom I now regarded as the cause of my disgrace, and consequently I forbade her name even to be mentioned in my presence. Years rolled on, and I had no intelligence of her until I learned by a mere chance that she had with her husband quitted her native land. Altogether more than 20 to me long years have now passed since her flight, and though when time brought repentance and my anger and revenge yielded to better feelings, I made every effort to gain tidings of my poor child. I have not yet been able to discover any further traces of her. Here, therefore, have I lived a widowed, childless, heartbroken old man. But I have at least learned to bow to the dispensations of an all-wise Providence, which has in its justice stricken me, for thus remorselessly cherishing that baneful passion which holy law so expressly forbids. Oh, how I have yearned to see my beloved child! How I have longed to clasp her to this withered, blighted heart! With her scalding tears of the bitterest repentance have I revoked those deadly curses which in the plenitude of my unnatural wrath I dared to utter daily. Ceaselessly do I now weary heaven with my prayers to obliterate all memory of those fatal imprecations, or to let them fall on my own head and shower down only its choicest blessings on that of my beloved child. But a fear which freezes my veins with horror constantly haunts me, lest the maledictions which I dared to utter in my moments of demoniac vindictiveness should in punishment for my impiety have been fulfilled. Often in my dreams do I behold my beloved child, but her looks are always in sadness, and she ever seems mildly but most sorrowfully to upbraid me for having so inhumanly cast her from me. Yet she must, I fear, have died long ere now, for were she living, she would not, I think, have ceased to endeavor to regain the affections of a father who once loved her so tenderly. It is true that at first she made many efforts to obtain my forgiveness. Nay, I subsequently learned that she even knelt at the threshold of my door and piteously supplicated to be allowed to see me. But my commands had been so peremptory, and my steward, who had replaced Wilfred after his death, was of so stern and unbending a disposition that, just and righteous as was this her last request, it was unfeelingly denied to her. Eternal heaven! She whom I had loved as perhaps never father loved before, she whom I fondly watched almost hourly, lest the rude breeze of winter should chill her, or the summer's heat should scorch her. She whom I had cherished in sickness, through many a livelong night, with a mother's devotion and more than a mother's solicitude, even she, the only child of my beloved Agnes and the anxious object of the last moments of her life, was spurned from my door, from this door whence no want goes unrelieved, and where the very beggar finds rest. And now, when I would bless the lips that even could say to me, she lives, I can nowhere gather the slightest tidings of my child. Ah, had I listened to the voice of reason, had I not suffered my better feelings to be mastered by the wildest and fellest passions, I might have seen herself, and perhaps her children, happy around me, cheering the evening of my life. And when my last hour shall come, they would have closed my eyes in peace, and in unfeigned sorrow have daily addressed to heaven their innocent prayers for my soul's eternal rest. You now know, pilgrims, the cause of my grief, and I see by the tears which you have so abundantly shed that you truly pity the forlorn being before you. Remember him in his sorrows, therefore, even in your prayers, and when you kneel at the shrine to which you are bound, let not those sorrows be forgotten. The elder pilgrim in vain attempted to answer. The excess of his feelings overpowered his utterance. At length, throwing himself at the feet of Burckhardt, and casting off his pilgrim's habits, he with difficulty exclaimed, "See here, thine Ida's son, and behold in my youthful companion thine Ida's daughter. Yes, before you kneel the children of her whom you so much lament. We came to sue for that pardon, for that love, which we had feared would have been denied us. But thanks be to God, who has mollified your heart. We have only to implore that you will suffer us to use our poor efforts to alleviate your sorrows and render more bright and cheerful your declining years." In wild and agitated surprise, Burckhardt gazed intently upon them. It seemed to him as if a beautiful vision were before him which he feared even a breath might dispel. When, however, he became assured that he was under the influence of no delusion, the tumult of his feelings overpowered him, and he sank senselessly on the neck of the elder pilgrim, who, with his sister's assistance, quickly raised the old man, and by their united efforts restored him ere long to his senses. But when Burckhardt beheld the younger pilgrim, the very image of his lost Ida, bending over him with the most anxious and tender solicitude, he thought that death had ended all his worldly sufferings, and that heaven had already opened to his view. "Great God!" at length he exclaimed, "I am unworthy of these thy mercies. Grant me to receive them as I ought. I need not ask," added he after a pause, and pressing the pilgrims to his bosom, "for a confirmation of your statement, or of my own sensations of joy. All tells me that you are the children of my beloved Ida. Say, therefore, is your mother dead, or dare I hope once more to clasp her to my heart?" The elder pilgrim, whose name was Hermann, then stated to him that 2 years had passed since his parent had breathed her last in his arms. Her latest prayer was that heaven would forgive her the sorrow she had caused her father, and forbear to visit her own error on her children's heads. He then added that his father had been dead many years. "My mother," continued Hermann, drawing from his bosom a small sealed packet, "commanded me on her deathbed to deliver this into your hands. 'My son,' she said, 'when I am dead, if my father still lives, cast yourself at his feet and desist not your supplications until you have obtained from him a promise that he will read this prayer. It will acquaint him with a repentance that may incite him to recall his curse, and thus cause the earth to lie lightly on all that will shortly remain of his once loved Ida. Paint to him the hours of anguish which even your tender years have witnessed. Weary him, my son, with your entreaties. Cease them not until you have wrung from him his forgiveness. As you may suppose, I solemnly engaged to perform my mother's request, and as soon as our grief for the loss of so dear, so fond a parent would permit us, my sister and myself resolved, in these pilgrims' habits, to visit your castle and by gradual means attempt to win your affections, if we found you still relentless and unwilling to listen to our mother's prayer. "Praise be to God, my son," said Burckhardt, "at whose command the waters spring from the barren rock, that he has bidden the streams of love and repentance to flow once more from my once barren and flinty heart. But let me not delay to open this sad memorial of your mother's griefs. I wish you, my child, to listen to it, that you may hear both her exculpation and her wrongs." Burckhardt hid his face in his hands and remained for some moments earnestly struggling with his feelings. At length he broke the seal and, with a voice which at times was almost overpowered, read aloud the contents. "My beloved father, if by that fond title your daughter may still address you, feeling that my sad days are now numbered, I make this last effort, ere my strength shall fail me, to obtain at least your pity for her you once so much loved, and to beseech you to recall that curse which has weighed too heavily upon her heart. Indeed, my father, I am not quite that guilty wretch you think me. Do not imagine that, neglecting every tie of duty and gratitude, I could have left the tenderest of parents to his widowed, lonely home, and have united myself with the son of his sworn foe, had I not fondly, most ardently hoped, nay, had cherished the idea almost a certainty, that you would, when you found that I was a wife, have quickly pardoned a fault, which the fears of your refusal to our union had alone tempted me to commit. I firmly believed that my husband would then have shared with me my father's love, and have with his child the pleasing task of watching over his happiness and comfort. But never did I for an instant imagine that I was permanently wounding the heart of that father. My youth and the ardor of my husband's persuasions must plead some extenuation of my fault. The day that I learnt the news of your having pronounced against me that fatal curse, and your fixed determination never more to admit me to your presence, has been marked in characters indelible on my memory. At that moment it appeared as if heaven had abandoned me, had marked me for its reprobation as a parricide. My brain and my heart seemed on fire, whilst my blood froze in my veins. The chillness of death crept over every limb, and my tongue refused all utterance. I would have wept, but the source of my tears was dried within me. How long I remained in this state I know not, as I became insensible, and remained so for some days. On returning to a full consciousness of my wretchedness, I would instantly have rushed to you and cast myself at your feet, to wring from you, if possible, your forgiveness. But my limbs were incapable of all motion. Soon, too, I learned that the letters which I dictated were returned unopened, and my husband at last informed me that all his efforts to see you had been utterly fruitless. Yet the moment I had gained sufficient strength I went to the castle, but, unfortunately for me, even as I entered I encountered a stern wretch, to whom my person was not unknown, and he instantly told me that my efforts to see his master would be useless. I used prayers and entreaties, I even knelt upon the bare ground to him, but so far from listening to me, he led me to the gate, and in my presence dismissed the old porter who had admitted me, and who afterwards followed my fortunes until the hour of his death. Finding that all my attempts were fruitless, and that several of the old servants had been discarded on my account, with a heart completely broken, I succumbed to my fate, and abandoned all further attempt. After the birth of my son, to whose fidelity and love I trust this sad memorial, my husband, with the tenderest solicitude, employed every means in his power to divert my melancholy, and having had a valuable property in Italy bequeathed to him, prevailed upon me to repair to that favored and beauteous country. But neither the fond attentions of my beloved Conrad, nor the bright sunshine and luxurious breezes, could overcome a grief so deeply rooted as mine, and I soon found that Italy had less charms for me than my own dear native land, with its dark pine-clad mountains. Shortly after we had arrived at Rome, I gave birth to a daughter, an event which was only too soon followed by the death of my affectionate husband. The necessity of ceaseless attention to my infant in some measure alleviated the intense anguish which I suffered from that most severe loss. Nevertheless, in the very depth of this sorrow which almost overcharged my heart, Heaven only knows how often and how remorsefully, while bending over my own dear children in sickness, have I called to mind the anxious fondness with which the tenderest and best of fathers used to watch over me. I struggled long and painfully with my feelings, and often did I beseech God to spare my life, that I might be enabled to instruct my children in his holy love and fear, and teach them to atone for the error of their parent. My prayer has in mercy been heard. The boon I supplicated has been granted, and I trust, my beloved Father, that if these children should be admitted to your affections, you will find that I have trained up 2 blessed intercessors for your forgiveness, when it shall have pleased heaven to have called your daughter to her account before that dread tribunal, where a sire's curse will plead so awfully against her. Recall then, O Father, recall your dreadful malediction from your poor, repentant Ida, and send your blessing as an angel of mercy to plead for her eternal rest. Farewell, my Father, forever, forever farewell. By the cross whose emblem her favored lips now press, by him who in his boundless mercy hung upon that cross, your daughter, your once much-loved Ida, implores you, supplicates you not to let her plead in vain. My child, sobbed Burckhardt, as the letter dropped from his hand. May the Father of all forgive me as freely as I, from the depths of my wrung heart, forgive you. Would that your remorseful father could have pressed you to his heart, with his own lips have assured you of his affection, and wiped away the tears of sorrow from your eyes. But he will cherish these beloved remembrances of you, and will more jealously guard them than his own life. Burckhardt passed the whole of the following day in his chamber, to which the good Father Jerome alone was admitted, as the events of the preceding day rendered a long repose absolutely necessary. The following morning, however, he entered the hall, where Hermann and Ida were impatiently waiting for him. His pale countenance still exhibited deep traces of the agitation he had experienced, but having kissed his children most affectionately, he smilingly flung round Ida's neck a massive gold chain, richly wrought, with a bunch of keys appended to it. "We must duly install our lady of the castle," said he, "and invest her with her appropriate authorities. But hark! From the sound of the porter's horn, it seems as if our hostess would have early calls upon her hospitality. Whom have we here?" continued he, looking out at the avenue. "By St. Hubert, a gay and gallant knight is approaching, who shall be right welcome. That is, if my lady approve. Well, Willibald, what bring you? A letter from our good friend, the abbot of St. Anselm. What says he?" "I am sure that you will not refuse your welcome to a young knight who is returning by your castle to his home from the Emperor's wars. He is well known to me, and I can vouch for his being a guest worthy of your hospitality, which will not be the less freely granted to him because he does not bask in the golden smiles of fortune." No, that it shall not, my good friend, and if fortune frowns upon him, he shall be doubly welcome. Conduct him hither instantly, good Willibald." The steward hastened to usher in the stranger, who advanced into the hall with a modest but manly air. He was apparently about 25 years of age. His person was such as might well, in the dreams of a young maiden, occupy no unconspicuous place. "Sir Knight," said Burckhardt, taking him cordially by the hand, "you are right welcome to my castle, and such poor entertainment as it can afford. We must make you forget your wounds and the rough usage of a soldier's life. But soft, I already neglect my duty in not first introducing our hostess," added the aged knight, presenting Ida. "By my faith," he continued, "judging from my lady's blushing smile, you seem not to have met for the first time. Am I right in my conjecture?" "We have met, sir," replied Ida, with such confusion as pleasantly implied that the meeting was not indifferently recollected, "in the parlor of the abbess of the Ursulines at Munich, where I have sometimes been to visit a much-valued friend." "The abbess," said the young knight, "was my cousin, and my good fortune more than once gave me the happiness of seeing her in the convent, this lady. But little did I expect that amongst these mountains the fickle goddess would again have so favored a homeless wanderer." "Well, Sir Knight," replied Burckhardt, We trust that fortune has been equally favorable to us, and now we will make bold to ask your name, and then, without useless and tedious ceremony on the part of ourselves and our hostess, bid you again a hearty welcome." "My name," said the stranger, "is Walter de Blumfeld. Though humble, it has never been disgraced, and with the blessing of heaven, I hope to hand it down as honored as I have received it." Weeks, months rolled on, and Walter de Blumfeld was still the guest of the Lord of Assmann, till by his virtues, and the many excellent qualities which daily more and more developed themselves, he wound himself around Burckhardt's heart, which the chastened life of the old knight had rendered particularly susceptible of the kindlier feelings. Frequently would he now, with tears in his eyes, declare that he wished he could convince each and all with whom his former habits had caused any difference how truly he forgave them, and desired their forgiveness. "Would," said he one day in allusion to this subject, "that I could have met my old enemy, the Duke of Saringen, and with a truly heartfelt pleasure and joy have embraced him, and numbered him amongst my friends. But he is gathered to his fathers, and I know not whether he has left any one to bear his honors." Each time that Walter had offered to depart, Burckhardt had found some excuse to detain him, for it seemed to him that in separating from his young guest he should lose a link of that chain which good fortune had so lately woven for him. Hermann, too, loved Walter as a brother, and Ida fain would have imagined that she loved him as a sister, but her heart more plainly told her what her colder reasoning sought to hide. Assmann, who had for some time perceived the growing attachment between Walter and Ida, was not displeased at the discovery, as he had long ceased to covet riches, and had learnt to prize the sterling worth of the young knight, who fully answered the high terms in which the prior of St. Anselm always spoke of him. Walking one evening under the shade of that very avenue where he had first encountered Hermann and Ida, he perceived the latter, at some little distance, in conversation with Walter. It was evident to Burckhardt that the young knight was not addressing himself to a very unwilling ear, as Ida was totally regardless of the loud cough with which Burckhardt chose to be seized at that moment, nor did she perceive him until he exclaimed, or rather vociferated, "Do you know, Walter, that under this very avenue 2 pilgrims, bound to some holy shrine, once accosted me, but that, in pity to my sins and forlorn condition, they exchanged their penitential journey for an act of greater charity, and have ever since remained to extend their kind cares to an aged and helpless relative. One, however, of these affectionate beings is now about to quit my abode, and to pass through the rest of this life's pilgrimage with a helpmate, in the person of the fair daughter of the Baron de Lichtenfeld, and thus leave his poor companion with only the tedious society of an old man. Say, Sir Knight, will thy valor suffer that such wrong be done, or wilt thou undertake to conduct this forsaken pilgrim on her way, and guide her through the checkered paths of this variable life? I see by the lowliness with which you bend, and the color which mantles in your cheek, that I speak not to one insensible to an old man's appeal. But soft, soft, Sir Knight, my Ida is not yet canonized, and therefore cannot afford to lose a hand, which inevitably must occur if you continue to press it with such very ardent devotion. But what says our pilgrim? Does she accept of thy conduct and service, Sir Knight?" Ida, scarcely able to support herself, threw herself on Burckhardt's neck. We will not raise the veil which covers the awful moment that renders a man, as he supposes, happy or miserable forever. Suffice it to say that the day which made Hermann the husband of the daughter of the Baron Lichtenfeld saw Ida the wife of Walter de Blumfeld. 6 months had passed rapidly away to the happy inhabitants of Assmann, and Burckhardt seemed almost to have grown young again. He was one of the most active in the preparations which were necessary in consequence of Walter suggesting that they should spend Ida's birthday in a favorite retreat of his and hers. This chosen spot was a beautiful meadow, in front of which meandered a small, limpid stream. At the back was a gorgeous amphitheater of trees, the wide-spreading branches of which cast a refreshing shade over the richly enameled grass. In this beauteous retreat were Burckhardt, Walter, and his Ida passing the sultry hours of noon, when Walter, who had been relating some of his adventures at the court of the Emperor, and recounting the magnificence of the tournaments, turning to his bride, said, "But what avails all that pomp, my Ida? How happy are we in this peaceful vale? We envy neither princes nor dukes, their palaces or their states. What say you, my Ida? Could you brook the ceremony of a court, and the pride of royalty? Methinks even the coronet of a duchess would but ill replace the wreath of blushing roses on your head." "Gently, my good husband," replied Ida, laughing. "They say, you know, that a woman loves these vanities too dearly in her heart ever to despise them. Then how can you expect so frail a mortal as your poor wife to hold them in contempt? Indeed, I think," added she, assuming an air of burlesque dignity, "that I should make a lofty duchess, and wear my coronet with most becoming grace. And now, by my faith, Walter, I recollect that you have this day, like a true and gallant knight, promised to grant whatever boon I shall ask. On my bended knee, therefore, I humbly sue that if you know any spell or magic wile to make a princess or a duchess for only a single day, that you will forthwith exercise your art upon me, just in order to enable me to ascertain with how much or how little dignity I could sustain such honors. It is no very difficult matter, Sir Knight. You have only to call in the aid of Number Nip, or some such handy workman of the woods. Answer, most chivalrous husband, for thy disconsolate wife rises not until her prayer is granted." "Why, Ida, you have indeed craved a rare boon," replied Walter, "and how to grant it may well puzzle my brain till it becomes crazed with the effort. But let me see, continued he musingly. "I have it. Come hither, love. Here is your throne," said he, placing her on a gentle eminence richly covered with the fragrant wild thyme and the delicate harebell. "Kings might now envy you the incense which is offered to you, and you, noble sir," added he, addressing Burckhardt, "must stand beside her highness in quality of chief counsellor. There are your attendants around you. Behold that tall oak. He must be your highness's pursuivant, and yonder slender mountain ashes your trusty pages." "This is but a poor fulfilment of the task you have undertaken, Sir Mummer," said Ida, with a playful and arch affectation of disappointment. "Have patience for a brief while, fair dame," replied Walter, laughing, "for now I must awaken your highness's men-at-arms." Then, taking from his side a silver horn, he loudly sounded the melodious reveille. As he withdrew the instrument from his lips, a trumpet thrillingly answered to the call, and scarcely had its last notes died away, when from the midst of the woods, as if the very trees were gifted with life, came forth a troop of horsemen, followed by a body of archers on foot. They had but just entirely emerged when numerous peasants, both male and female, appeared in their gayest attire, and together with the horsemen and the archers rapidly and picturesquely ranged themselves in front of the astonished Ida, who had already abdicated her throne and clung to the arm of Walter. They then suddenly divided, and 12 pages in richly emblazoned dresses advanced. After them followed 6 young girls whose forms and features the Graces might have envied, bearing 2 coronets placed on embroidered cushions. In the rear of these, supporting his steps with his abbatial staff, walked the venerable abbot of St. Anselm, who, with his white beard flowing almost to his girdle and his benign looks that showed the pure commerce of the soul which gave life to an eye, the brightness of which 70 years had scarcely diminished, seemed to Ida a being of another world. The young girls then advancing and kneeling before Walter and his wife, presented the coronets. Ida, who had remained almost breathless with wonder, could now scarcely articulate. Dear Walter, what is all this pomp? What can it mean?" "Mean, my beloved?" replied her husband. "Did you not bid me make you a duchess? I have but obeyed your high commands, and I now salute you, Duchess of Zähringen." The whole multitude then made the woods resound with the acclamation. "Long live the Duke and Duchess of Zähringen!" Walter, having for some moments enjoyed the unutterable amazement of the now breathless Ida, and the less evident but perhaps equally intense surprise of Burckhardt, turned to the latter, said, "My more than father, you see in me the son of your once implacable enemy, the Duke of Zähringen. He has been many years gathered to his fathers, and I, as his only son, have succeeded to his title and his possessions. My heart, my liberty, were entirely lost in the parlor of the abbess of the Ursulines, but when I learnt whose child my Ida was in your sad story, I resolved ere I would make her mine to win not only her love, but also your favor and esteem. How well I have succeeded, this little magic circle on my Ida's finger is my witness. It will add no small measure to your happiness to know that my father had for many years repented of the wrongs which he had done you, and as much as possible to atone for them, entrusted the education of his son to the care of this my best of friends, the abbot of St. Anselm, that he might learn to shun the errors into which his sire had unhappily fallen. And now, continued he, advancing, and leading Ida towards the abbot, I have only to beg your blessing, and that this lady, whom through heaven's goodness I glory to call my wife, be invested with those insignia of the rank which she is so fit to adorn. Walter, or as we must now call him, the Duke of Zähringen, with Ida then lowly knelt before the venerable abbot, whilst the holy man with tears in his eyes invoked upon them the blessings of heaven. His Highness, then rising, took one of the coronets, and placing it on Ida's head, said, Mayst thou be as happy under this glittering coronet as thou wert under the russet hood in which I first beheld thee. God and Our Lady aid me, replied the agitated Ida, and may he grant that I may wear it with as much humility. Yet thorns, they say, spring up beneath a crown. True, my beloved, said the Duke, and they also grow beneath the peasant's homely cap, but the rich alchemy of my Ida's virtues will ever convert all thorns into the brightest jewels of her diadem. End of The Pilgrims. End of Tales and Stories by Mary Shelley.